Good evening, dear friends. I hope today has been kind to you, filled with moments that made you smile and memories that you hold dear. As the day gently folds into night, I invite you to set aside your worries and embrace this tranquil moment. Let your mind and spirit unwind, preparing for a night of restful dreams. As you cozy up, know that tomorrow brings with it a fresh start, full of promise and possibilities. Tonight, let our stories guide you to magical and peaceful places, where imagination thrives and serenity reigns. Allow yourself to be swept away by the comforting tales that await you, each one a gentle reminder of the beauty that surrounds us. Welcome to a world where calmness envelops you, and dreams are only a whisper away. Story 1. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled deep within an ancient, whispering forest, there lived a young sapling named Willow. This village, a quaint assembly of wooden cottages with thatched roofs and winding cobblestone paths, lay cradled in the protective embrace of towering trees whose roots delved deep into the earth. The forest itself was a tapestry of life, where the air was sweet with the scent of pine and moss, and the symphony of bird songs and rustling leaves filled the atmosphere with an eternal melody that seemed to echo the heartbeat of the world itself. The sun filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor that shifted with the gentle sway of the branches above. Willow was a delicate tree, with slender branches that reached out like gentle fingers towards the sky. Her bright green leaves quivered with the slightest breeze, catching the sunlight in a dazzling dance of shadows and light. Despite the beauty around her, Willow often felt a deep-seated anxiety, a whispering worry that gnawed at her wooden heart. Her roots, though firmly planted in the rich, loamy soil, seemed to tremble with uncertainty. Every autumn, as the forest transformed into a riot of gold and crimson, the other trees would shed their leaves, their bare branches stretching confidently into the crisp air. The village children would laugh and play beneath the falling foliage, their laughter a chorus of joy that echoed through the forest. The sound was infectious, a melody of innocence and mirth that drifted up to the treetops, reaching even the most hidden nooks of the vast woodland. But Willow, clutching her vibrant leaves tightly, was filled with trepidation. The idea of letting go, of surrendering to the mysterious dormant state, filled her with dread. "I'm just not ready," Willow would whisper, her voice a soft murmur carried away by the wind. Her leaves trembled, reflecting her inner turmoil. What if I lose myself in all that change? Her closest confidant, Mrs. Oakley, an ancient oak tree with a trunk as sturdy as the mountains and bark etched with the wisdom of centuries, would try to reassure her. The forest creatures revered Mrs. Oakley, often gathering beneath her boughs to listen to her tales of old. Her voice, a gentle creak like the turning of ancient pages, would soothe Willow. "Dearest Willow, you mustn't be afraid," she would say. "The change that lies ahead is a wondrous natural process of rest and renewal. It is all part of your own magical journey." Mrs. Oakley's branches were like the outstretched arms of a wise matriarch, her leaves whispering secrets of the forest's past. Her bark, rough and gnarled, bore the marks of countless seasons, each line a testament to her resilience and strength. Willow admired Mrs. Oakley not only for her wisdom but for her kindness, a kindness that enveloped the forest like a warm embrace. Yet Willow couldn't shake her fears, clinging ever more tightly to her identity as the green sapling she had always been. She watched enviously as the other trees, with their majestic grace, surrendered to the cycle, their bare branches standing proudly against the autumn sky, their spirits undaunted by the chill winds. One year, as the trees shed their leaves and entered their winter's sleep, Willow experienced something extraordinary. Her leaves, instead of falling, began to transform. They crystallized, capturing the light in a breathtaking array of emerald hues, each leaf becoming a precious gemstone that weighed down her delicate branches. "Oh no," cried Willow, her voice a tremor of panic. "What's happening? I feel so heavy and stiff." Her friend Mrs. Oakley, with her gentle wisdom, tried to shake the crystallized leaves free, but they held steadfast. A family of kind-hearted squirrels, their fur as soft as the clouds and eyes twinkling with mischief, noticed Willow's plight. From their nest high above, they scampered down, whispering encouraging words as they leapt gracefully from branch to branch. "Don't worry, that's just the first step in your transformation," they called down with infectious optimism. The squirrels, industrious and clever, gathered fallen twigs, acorn caps, feathers, and bark strips, weaving them with nimble paws into a cozy, insulating blanket around Willow's rigid crystalline form. The blanket wrapped Willow in warmth, a shield against the biting winter winds. The forest floor, covered in a thick carpet of fallen leaves, provided the squirrels with an endless supply of materials, and they worked tirelessly, their tiny paws moving with the precision of a seasoned artisan. "There now, this will protect you until you're ready to shed your old self," said Mother Squirrel with a knowing wink and a comforting pat, her voice a gentle lilt that soothed Willow's troubled mind. Willow wanted to protest, her mind a whirl of uncertainty, but a profound drowsiness overtook her. She felt herself slipping into a deep, enchanted sleep, a sleep filled with whispered dreams and quiet revelations. The dreams were like gentle waves, lapping at the shores of her consciousness, carrying with them visions of growth and change, of strength and resilience. In these dreams, Willow saw herself in a multitude of forms, each one more vibrant and life-filled than the last. She saw herself as a towering tree, sheltering creatures beneath her expansive boughs, her roots touching the very core of the earth. As Willow slept, the forest around her experienced its own transformations. The winds whispered secrets of old to the sleeping trees, and the snow, falling like silent tears from the sky, blanketed the world in a serene peace. Underneath the cold, the roots of the trees communicated in a language as ancient as time itself, a network of stories and histories pulsing through the soil. Willow's roots, entwined in this network, listened and learned, absorbing tales of resilience and rebirth. Weeks passed, and the forest lay hushed under a thick blanket of snow. The world was a serene painting of white and silver, with icicles hanging like delicate chandeliers from the branches. The air was crisp and clear, each breath a visible puff of mist that hung in the air like a fleeting ghost. Yet, beneath her protective chrysalis, Willow dreamt of sunlight and growth, her fears slowly dissolving like morning mist. In her dreams, she encountered another facet of her identity, a past life where she was a guardian of a sun-drenched meadow, dancing with the wind, her branches entwined with those of other trees, forming a vibrant tapestry of life. She remembered the warmth of the sun, the laughter of children who sought shade beneath her leaves, a connection to a world teeming with life and joy. These dreams gave Willow strength, a reminder that she had been part of this cyclical journey long before, and she could be again. One morning, as the first hints of spring began to stir, Willow awoke. A radiant warmth glowed from within, a gentle fire that signaled change. She felt her old self expanding, unlocking, opening up to release a brilliant transformation. Her branches unfurled like the wings of a butterfly, reaching out to embrace the world. Each new leaf was a jewel, a spectrum of vibrant colors that caught the light in a kaleidoscope of beauty. Her slender trunk had grown, becoming sturdier, more confident, a symbol of her newfound strength. The forest, alive with the sounds of awakening life, seemed to hum with approval, the birds singing a symphony of celebration. "Willow? Willow, is that you?" gasped Mrs. Oakley, her voice a blend of awe and joy. "You're simply stunning." Willow smiled, a smile that reached her very roots, now deeply entwined with the nourishing earth. She felt a profound joy, a peace that came from finally embracing her true self. The warm spring sun bathed her in light, and she spent the day basking, her jewel-toned leaves casting dappled shadows that danced across the forest floor. The shadows seemed to tell stories of old, of struggles and triumphs, weaving a tapestry of life that connected her to the very soul of the forest. As the days turned into weeks, Willow found herself engaging in new conversations with the forest creatures. She became a storyteller, sharing her journey of transformation with eager listeners. The birds perched on her branches, and even the wind seemed to pause to hear her tales of fear and courage, of resistance and acceptance. She spoke of the dreams that had carried her through the winter, of the visions that had shown her the strength hidden within. From that summer onward, Willow welcomed each autumn with open arms. No longer did she fear the cycle of change. Instead, she saw it as a cherished turning point, a moment of renewal and growth. She understood now that by surrendering to nature's cycles, she was fully inhabiting her truest essence. The forest, vibrant and alive, became her canvas, and she painted it with her radiant transformation. Nestled among splendid forest flowers, Willow's beauty was both humble and breathtaking. She had become a beacon of hope and inspiration, whispering to any sapling who would listen, "Embrace the journey of transformation, for it unlocks the most magnificent magic of all, becoming the truest version of yourself." And so Willow stood, a testament to the beauty of change, her branches a sanctuary for the birds, and her roots a steadfast anchor in the ever-turning world. The forest thrived around her, a symphony of life and renewal, and Willow, resplendent in her transformation, became a cherished legend. Her story carried on the winds to distant lands where it inspired even the most hesitant of souls to embrace the wondrous dance of life. The villagers, too, took notice of Willow's remarkable transformation. They began to gather beneath her branches, seeking solace and wisdom from the tree that had become a living embodiment of resilience. They brought their stories and dreams, their hopes and fears, and found comfort in the shade of her vibrant leaves. Willow listened, her heart swelling with compassion and understanding, and offered her silent strength to those in need. She became a confidant to many, a quiet presence that inspired reflection and growth. Her branches became a haven for storytellers, poets, and dreamers who found inspiration in her journey. The villagers wove tales of their own, stories of courage and change, of love and loss, and shared them beneath her boughs, creating a tapestry of human experience that enriched the forest's lore. As the seasons continued their eternal dance, Willow remained a central figure in the forest's tapestry. Her presence was a constant reminder of the beauty of change, of the strength that comes from embracing one's true self. The forest, with its myriad of life and stories, thrived around her, a testament to the cycles of nature and the magic of transformation. Willow's journey had become a beacon of hope, a symbol of the power of embracing the unknown and finding one's place in the world. And thus, the legend of Willow spread beyond the forest, reaching distant lands, where it inspired even the most hesitant of souls to embrace the wondrous dance of life. Her story, a timeless reminder of the beauty of change and the strength that lies within, became a cherished part of the world's tapestry, a testament to the magic of transformation and the journey to becoming one's true self. Story 3, title, The Whispering Glade. Under the serene canopy of the Whispering Glade, where the sunlight dripped like honey through the thick, verdant foliage, casting dapples of warmth onto the cool, emerald carpet of moss below, there lay a secret guarded by the forest for centuries. The air was perfumed with the intoxicating scent of blooming wildflowers, mingling with the earthy aroma of damp soil, creating a symphony of scents that danced on the gentle breeze. This secret was not written in dusty tomes nor spoken of in the nearby village of Timberbrook, where tales of the mysterious glade were whispered only by the brave souls who dared to wander too close. The glade was said to be enchanted, a hidden world nestled within the natural realm, where the trees themselves could speak in rustling symphonies, and the streams hummed gentle, ethereal melodies. It was a place where the ordinary laws of nature seemed to bend under the influence of an ancient magic that only the forest understood, a magic awaiting a soul pure enough to comprehend its language. In the heart of Timberbrook, amidst cobblestone paths and quaint thatched roofs, nestled in a quaint little cottage, surrounded by a riot of colorful flowers, lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known throughout the village for her kind heart and her insatiable curiosity. Her days were filled with explorations of the lush gardens surrounding her home, her fingers stained with the hues of petals she admired. She possessed a head full of dreams and a spirit as untamed as the wildflowers she cherished. Her grandmother, with whom she lived, often regaled her with stories of the Whispering Glade, tales woven with enchantment and mystery. These stories ignited a flame of curiosity in Lila's heart, a yearning to uncover the truth about the glade. Lila was not merely a dreamer. She had an innate ability to connect with the world around her. Animals, typically wary of humans, found solace in her presence, as though sensing her gentle spirit. The village children often gathered around her to hear her imaginative tales, spun from the depths of her vibrant imagination. Her eyes, a bright shade of emerald, seemed to capture the essence of the forest, reflecting its hidden depths and unspoken stories, hinting at an understanding beyond her years. One crisp autumn morning, as the first golden leaves began their graceful descent to the forest floor, Lila set out on a journey. Her heart fluttered with excitement and trepidation, for she had decided that today would be the day she would seek out the glade. Armed with nothing but her grandmother's tales and a small woven basket filled with bread and cheese, she made her way through the village, the early morning mist clinging to her like a silken shawl, and into the dense embrace of the forest. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the familiar sounds of the village faded, replaced by the symphony of nature. The rustling leaves whispered secrets to the wind, and the babbling brooks sang a gentle lullaby. Lila felt a sense of peace wash over her, an inviting sensation as if the forest itself welcomed her into its fold. The air was alive with the scent of pine needles and the crisp undertone of autumn, grounding her and heightening her senses. A soft breeze rustled through the trees, carrying with it the distant call of a nightingale, its song weaving through the forest like a thread of ancient magic. The forest seemed alive, vibrant, each leaf and twig a note in an intricate symphony. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, casting playful shadows across the forest floor, Lila paused to rest by a towering oak. Its ancient branches stretched out protectively, and she felt a strange connection to the tree, as though it recognized her presence. She closed her eyes, allowing the forest's rhythms to seep into her soul, imagining the lives of those who had passed through these woods before her, each leaving behind whispers of their own stories. As she rested, her thoughts wandered to her grandmother, whose stories had ignited Lila's adventurous spirit. She recalled the way her grandmother's eyes sparkled with mischief as she recounted tales of the glade, her voice a soft melody that filled the room with wonder. Those stories had been a refuge for Lila, a world of magic and possibility that called to her in the quiet moments of her life. Hours passed as Lila wandered through the forest, her eyes wide with wonder at the beauty around her. She marveled at the towering trees, their trunks gnarled and ancient, and at the carpet of moss that cushioned her steps. The air was crisp, filled with the earthy scent of damp leaves and rich soil. Just as she began to wonder if she would ever find the glade, she stumbled upon a clearing. There, nestled in the heart of the forest, was the Whispering Glade. It was more beautiful than Lila had ever imagined. The clearing was bathed in a golden light that seemed to emanate from the very air itself. The trees formed a perfect circle around the glade, their branches reaching skyward as if in prayer. In the center of the glade stood a small, crystal-clear pool, its surface as smooth as glass. Lila approached the pool, her heart pounding with excitement. As she knelt beside the water, she noticed something curious. Beneath the surface of the pool, a soft glow pulsed gently, like the rhythm of a beating heart. She reached out a tentative hand, and the moment her fingers touched the water, a ripple spread across the surface, distorting her reflection. Suddenly, the air around her vibrated with a gentle hum, a melody that seemed to come from the very heart of the glade. The trees swayed in harmony with the music, their leaves whispering secrets in a language Lila could almost understand. From the depths of the pool, a figure emerged. It was not a creature of flesh and bone, but a shimmering apparition of light and color. It took the form of a graceful deer, its eyes wise and knowing. Lila gazed in awe as the creature stepped onto the bank, its hooves disturbing the fallen leaves with a sound like gentle rain. "Fear not, young one," the creature spoke, its voice as soft as a summer breeze. "I am the guardian of the glade, and I have awaited your arrival." Lila's heart swelled with a mixture of fear and wonder. "What do you mean?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The guardian dipped its head, its antlers glinting in the sunlight. "This glade holds a magic that can only be unlocked by a heart pure and kind. You, Lila, have been chosen to be its keeper." "But why me?" Lila asked, her mind a whirl of questions. "You possess a gift," the guardian replied. "A gift of understanding and of seeing the world not as it is, but as it could be. This is the magic of the glade, a magic that allows one to see the hidden beauty in all things, to hear the whispers of the forest, and to protect its secrets." Lila felt a warmth spread through her chest, a gentle reassurance that she understood without words. She looked around the glade, at the trees and the pool and the sky above, and saw them anew, as if through a lens of magic. The forest was alive with a beauty she had never before noticed, a harmony she longed to embrace. The guardian stepped closer, its presence a comforting weight beside her. "There is a task you must undertake," it said, "a journey that will test your heart and strengthen your spirit. Will you accept this challenge?" Lila nodded, her resolve firm. "I will," she said, determination burning bright in her eyes. With a graceful nod, the guardian turned to face the forest. "Then follow me, young keeper, and let us begin." Together, they ventured deeper into the woods, where the trees grew thicker and the light dimmed. The forest seemed to shift around them, the paths winding in mysterious patterns. Yet Lila felt no fear, only a deep sense of purpose guiding her steps. As they traveled, the guardian shared the secrets of the forest, teaching Lila to listen to the language of the trees and the songs of the streams. She learned to see the world through eyes unclouded by doubt, to understand the delicate balance of life within the glade. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila and the guardian paused at the edge of a small meadow. Here, the air was filled with the scent of night-blooming jasmine, and the soft chirp of crickets provided a soothing soundtrack to their thoughts. Lila sat in contemplation, her mind swirling with newfound insights and the comforting presence of the guardian by her side. Days turned to weeks as they journeyed through the forest, each new discovery filling Lila with wonder. She learned to trust in the forest's wisdom, to follow the guidance of her heart. She faced many challenges along the way, but with the guardian's help, she overcame each one, growing stronger and wiser with every step. One particular day, as the duo traversed a narrow path flanked by towering ferns, Lila noticed a peculiar stone, half buried in the earth. It was inscribed with symbols she did not recognize, yet they seemed to shimmer with an inner light. "What is this?" she asked, pointing to the stone. The guardian paused, its gaze settling on the stone with a mix of reverence and nostalgia. "It is a marker," it explained, "left by the ancient keepers who once walked this path. Each symbol tells a story, a piece of history woven into the fabric of the glade." Lila traced her fingers over the cool surface of the stone, feeling the grooves of the symbols beneath her skin. She realized that the glade was not only a place of magic, but also a keeper of memories, each stone and tree a witness to the passage of time. One evening, as the duo rested beside a babbling brook, the guardian shared an old tale of the glade's origin. Long ago, it began, its voice a gentle murmur in the twilight. This forest was home to a community of beings who cherished the land and its magic. They lived in harmony with the creatures and plants, learning from them and teaching them in return. It was they who first discovered the heart of the forest and pledged to protect its secret. Lila listened intently, her heart swelling with a sense of belonging. "What happened to them?" she asked softly. "They became part of the forest," the guardian replied, its eyes reflecting the starlight. "Their spirits live on in the trees and streams, in every breath of wind and splash of water. The glade remembers them, as it will remember you." Lila felt a deep connection to these ancient keepers, a kinship that transcended time. She understood now that her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the glade, but also about honoring the legacy of those who had come before her. She vowed to protect the glade and its secrets, to ensure that its magic would endure for generations to come. One day, as they rested beside a bubbling brook, the guardian spoke again. "There is one final test you must face, a mystery hidden in the heart of the glade. Only by solving it can you truly become the keeper of its magic." Lila listened intently, her heart steady and calm. "What must I do?" The guardian's eyes shone with warmth and pride. "You must find the source of the glade's magic, a place known only as the heart of the forest. There you will discover the truth of your journey and the power that lies within you." With renewed determination, Lila set off once more, her steps light and sure. She followed the whispers of the trees, the gentle pull of the forest guiding her deeper into its embrace. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of walking, she arrived at a hidden grove. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, untouched by time or man. In the center of the grove stood a great tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches reaching high into the sky. Its bark was etched with patterns that glowed faintly, as if the tree held within it the light of the stars. Lila approached the tree, feeling the magic of the glade thrumming through her veins. She placed her hand upon the bark and closed her eyes, listening to the whispers of the forest. In that moment, she understood the truth. The magic of the glade was not in the trees or the streams or the creatures that dwelled there. It was in the connections between them, the harmony that united all living things. It was the same magic that lived within her, a gift of understanding and love. With this realization, a gentle warmth spread through Lila's chest, a sense of peace and belonging that filled her to the brim. She opened her eyes and saw the forest anew, its beauty magnified by the magic she now understood. The guardian appeared beside her, its eyes filled with pride. "You have done well, young keeper," it said. "The magic of the glade is yours to protect and cherish. Remember, it is a gift not just for you, but for all who seek to understand the world with an open heart." Lila nodded, her heart overflowing with gratitude. She knew that her journey was only just beginning, that there were still many secrets to uncover and wonders to behold. But she also knew that she was not alone, that the forest and its magic would always be with her, guiding her steps. With a final nod to the guardian, Lila turned and made her way back to Timberbrook, her heart light and her spirit renewed. She carried the magic of the glade with her, a gift to share with all who were willing to see the world through her eyes. As Lila returned to her village, she shared her newfound understanding with those around her, teaching them to see the beauty in all things, to listen to the whispers of the world, and to cherish the magic that lay hidden in every corner of the earth. Her tales inspired others to seek out the wonders of the forest, to embark on their own journeys of discovery and transformation. In time, Lila's story became a legend in Timberbrook, passed down from generation to generation, a beacon of hope and inspiration for all who heard it. The Whispering Glade remained a place of enchantment and mystery, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the magic that lies within each of us. And so, the story of the Whispering Glade comes to a close, but the magic it holds lives on in the hearts of those who believe in the power of understanding and love, a gentle reminder that the world is full of wonder, and that the greatest journeys are those that lead us back to ourselves. The end. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees sang gentle lullabies to the moon and the stars wove silver threads through the night, lay a small village named Willowbrook. The village was known for its quaint cottages with thatched roofs, cobblestone paths lined with lanterns that glowed with a soft amber light, and the warm, inviting scent of freshly baked bread and honeyed tea wafting through the air. The air here had a crispness that reminded one of autumn leaves and the comforting embrace of a woolen blanket, with a hint of pine and earth that spoke of the forest's eternal presence. The villagers of Willowbrook were a close-knit community, living harmoniously with the magical creatures that dwelled in the woods. Among them was a wise old fox named Oliver, known for his sharp wit and kind heart. Oliver lived in a cozy burrow beneath a sprawling oak tree, its branches sheltering him from the world. The oak was ancient, its bark a textured tapestry of time, and its leaves whispered secrets to the wind, secrets that only Oliver seemed to understand. His eyes, wise and gentle, were like amber pools reflecting the wisdom of ages, and his fur was a rich russet, streaked with silver like the light of 100 moonlit nights. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, a peculiar event began to unfold. Soft whispers spread through Willowbrook like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. Something was amiss. The usually serene village was abuzz with a mystery that needed unraveling. The sky, which was usually a serene canvas of twilight colors, seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for the night to reveal its secrets. It began with the lanterns. Every night, as the village settled into its peaceful slumber, the lanterns would flicker and dance, casting playful shadows on the cobblestones. But now, inexplicably, they had begun to dim and dull, leaving the paths shrouded in an unusual gloom. The villagers, puzzled and a little unnerved, turned to Oliver for counsel. The dimness seemed to carry a chill, as if the warmth of the lanterns had been siphoned away, leaving behind a spectral echo. An unsettling stillness settled over the village, as if the very heart of Willowbrook had paused in its steady rhythm. Gathered around the oak tree, their voices hushed and hopeful, they looked to the wise fox. Oliver, with his fur brushed by the cool night air, listened intently. His eyes, deep pools of understanding, scanned the faces of his friends. "Fear not," he said, his voice a melody of calm. "We shall uncover the cause of this curious change. Let us observe and seek the wisdom of the woods." With a nod, the villagers agreed, and Oliver set off on a gentle investigation. He wandered through the village, his paws patting softly on the stone, his keen eyes taking in every detail. He noticed the lanterns, their glass panes clouded as if veiled by an unseen mist, and the air, which carried a faint, unfamiliar fragrance of wild thyme and moonflowers. The scent lingered in the air like a forgotten song, tantalizingly familiar, yet elusive. It was a fragrance that seemed to pull at the edges of Oliver's memory, whispering of stories untold. Oliver knew he would need a partner to solve this puzzle, someone with a different perspective. He thought of Luna, a spirited young hare known for her inquisitive mind and swift feet. She often visited him with questions about the world and stories of adventure. Luna had a way of seeing things for what they were, her sharp eyes cutting through mystery like sunlight piercing fog. Surely she would leap at the chance to uncover the mystery. When Oliver found Luna, she was in her favorite meadow, the moonlight dancing on her soft, silvery fur. The meadow was a sea of wildflowers, their colors muted in the moon's gentle glow, their petals whispering secrets to the night. The breeze carried the soft hum of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl, that as if the meadow itself was alive with the gentle symphony of the night. "Luna," he called, his voice a gentle beckon, "would you join me on an evening's quest? The village needs our help." Luna's eyes sparkled with curiosity and excitement. Her spirit was bright, a beacon of hope in the dim night. "Of course, Oliver. What shall we do?" she asked eagerly, her voice full of youthful enthusiasm and a touch of mischief. The two companions began their exploration under the starlit sky, where the night was alive with the songs of crickets and the whispers of the wind. Luna, with her keen ears, listened beyond the usual sounds, seeking anything out of place. As they walked, she noticed the odd fragrance, stronger now, and pointed it out to Oliver. The scent seemed to swirl around them, a dance of floral notes and earthy undertones, like a melody half-remembered, tugging at the edges of their senses. "It's like the scent of the moonflowers, but it's not quite right," Luna observed, her nose twitching in thought. Her mind, ever curious, felt a thrill at the prospect of solving such an enigma. It was as if the scent held a hidden message, waiting to be deciphered. "Indeed," Oliver agreed, "and it leads us toward the heart of the forest." His voice was thoughtful, as if considering the secrets the forest might hold. Together, they ventured deeper into the whispering woods, where the trees stood like ancient sentinels, their branches intertwined like the threads of a grand tapestry woven by time itself. The trees here were older, their trunks thick with age and wisdom, their leaves murmuring secrets to those who could hear. The forest seemed to pulse with life, a living entity that cradled the secrets of ages past. As they ventured further, they came upon a glade bathed in silver moonlight, where the air shimmered with a gentle magic. The moon, a watchful guardian, cast a soft glow over the glade, illuminating its secrets with a light that seemed to come from another world. At the center of the glade stood a figure, a small, ethereal being with wings of gossamer and eyes that glimmered like dewdrops at dawn. It was Aiden, a woodland sprite known for his mischief, but also his deep connection to the forest. Aiden's presence was like the tinkling of bells, light and full of wonder, a reminder of the forest's playful spirit. "Aiden," Oliver called softly, "have you noticed anything unusual of late?" His voice was gentle, like a breeze carrying the scent of distant memories. The sprite turned, his wings fluttering with a soft chiming sound. His smile was mischievous, a reflection of his playful nature. "Ah, Oliver and Luna," he greeted them with a playful smile. "I might have had a little hand in the dimming lights, but it was not my intent to cause concern." Luna tilted her head, curiosity piqued. Her heart was open, ready to understand, not judge. "What do you mean, Aiden?" Her voice was soft, like the touch of a gentle breeze, filled with understanding. With a twinkle in his eye, Aiden explained, "I've been trying to weave a new kind of magic, one that blends the beauty of moonflowers with the glow of the lanterns. But it seems I misjudged the balance, and the magic veiled the lanterns instead of enhancing them. Oliver chuckled softly, a sound like the rustle of leaves in the wind. His laughter was warm, a comforting presence in the cool glade. A noble endeavor, Aiden, though perhaps a bit ambitious. His voice held a note of admiration for the sprite's creativity, a testament to the spirit of adventure that lived in all of them. Luna, ever the problem solver, pondered for a moment. Her mind worked like the gears of a clock, precise and purposeful. Maybe we can help. If we adjust the magic, find the right balance, we could make the lanterns glow even more beautifully. Her eyes shone with determination, a reflection of her unwavering spirit. Aiden nodded eagerly, his wings fluttering with excitement. Yes, I would love your help. Together, the trio worked under the moon's watchful gaze. The glade was silent, save for the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft hum of magic in the air. Oliver, with his wisdom, guided their steps. Luna, with her keen sense, felt the magic's pulse, and Aiden, with his sprite's touch, wove the strands of moonlight and flower essence with care. The night seemed to hold its breath, anticipating the magic that was to unfold. As the night wore on, they finally found the perfect harmony. The magic flowed like a gentle stream, clear and bright, restoring the lantern's glow and adding a soft, ethereal shimmer to the village paths. The lanterns now held a light that seemed to dance, a symphony of luminescence that sang to the heart. When the villagers awoke the next morning, they found Willowbrook transformed. The lanterns now shone with a gentle luminescence, casting a warm, inviting glow that wrapped the village in a comforting embrace. The mystery, once perplexing, had become a source of wonder and beauty. The village was alive with joy, each heart lightened by the magic that now danced in the air. Gathered once more beneath the great oak, the villagers thanked Oliver, Luna, and Aiden for their efforts. The wise fox, the curious hare, and the playful sprite had not only solved the mystery, but had brought the village closer together through their shared adventure. There was a new bond between them, woven through shared discovery and the magic of friendship. And so, life in Willowbrook continued, with the villagers knowing that no matter the strange occurrences that might arise, they had each other, the wisdom of the woods, and the magic of friendship to see them through. The village thrived, a community bound by shared history and the promise of many more adventures to come. As the sun set and the lanterns began their nightly glow, Oliver and Luna sat together beneath the oak, the world around them soft and serene. The air was filled with the scent of moonflowers, a fragrant reminder of their journey. "Thank you, Luna," Oliver said, his voice a warm, gentle murmur. "Your keen eyes and open heart were a gift to us all." Luna smiled, her heart full. Her journey had taught her much about herself and the world she loved. And thank you, Oliver, for believing in me. And with that, the village of Willowbrook settled into the night, the stars twinkling above, the whispers of the woods carrying the promise of dreams and the comfort of a mystery well solved. The night was a tapestry of light and shadow, a gentle reminder of the magic that lay in every corner of their world. In the days that followed, Luna found herself drawn to the forest more often, her curiosity piqued by the secrets it held. She discovered new paths, hidden glades, and the songs of creatures she'd never met before. Each encounter was a lesson, a story waiting to be shared. Her love for the woods grew, and with each step she felt her heart open wider, embracing the world and its wonders. Meanwhile, Oliver continued to guide the villagers, his wisdom a beacon of calm in times of uncertainty. He taught them to listen to the forest, to understand its rhythms, and to appreciate the delicate balance that held their world together. His friendship with Luna deepened, their bond a testament to the power of understanding and shared adventures. Even Aiden found himself changed by the experience. The sprite, once known for his playful mischief, discovered a newfound respect for the magic he wielded. He learned the value of balance and the joy of collaboration, his heart lightened by the camaraderie he found with Oliver and Luna. And in the heart of the forest, where the trees sang their ancient songs, the spirit of Willowbrook thrived, a community bound by the magic of friendship, the wisdom of the woods, and the promise of many more adventures to come. One day, as the village basked in the glow of their new lanterns, a new opportunity for adventure arose. A traveling minstrel named Alara, arrived in Willowbrook, her songs weaving tales of distant lands and forgotten lore. Her presence added a new vibrancy to the village, her music a bridge between worlds. Alara's songs spoke of a hidden grove deep within the whispering woods, a place where the stars themselves seemed to touch the earth, and where wishes whispered to the night wind might be heard by the universe. Oliver, intrigued by the minstrel's stories, saw in them a new opportunity for growth and understanding. He proposed a journey to find this grove, to learn its secrets, and perhaps uncover more of the forest's wisdom. Luna, with her ever-present curiosity, eagerly agreed, her spirit yearning for the unknown. The journey was planned, with Alara leading the way, her melodies guiding them deeper into the woods than any had ventured before. The path was one of wonder and discovery, each step unveiling new marvels, luminescent mushrooms that glowed like tiny stars and streams that sang gentle lullabies as they meandered through the undergrowth. As they traveled, Alara shared stories of her travels, tales of great cities and quiet hamlets, of the people she had met and the lessons she had learned. Her stories were like the threads of a tapestry, each one adding to the rich fabric of the world, and Oliver and Luna listened with rapt attention, their hearts and minds open to the vastness of possibility. Finally, they reached the grove, a place of serene beauty where the air shimmered with magic. The stars above were mirrored in a small, tranquil pond at the grove's center, their light dancing on the water's surface. It was a place of dreams, where the boundaries between the earth and sky seemed to blur, and the whispers of the night were audible to those who knew how to listen. Here in this sacred space, Oliver, Luna, and Alara found a quiet moment of reflection. They spoke softly of their hopes and dreams, their words carried by the gentle breeze. And as they did, a sense of peace and understanding settled over them, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things and the magic that lay within each heart. Their journey back to Willowbrook was filled with a quiet joy, their spirits lifted by the beauty they had witnessed and the bonds they had strengthened. The village welcomed them with open arms, eager to hear of their adventures and to share in the wonder of their discoveries. And so, the story of Willowbrook and its inhabitants continued, a tale of friendship, wisdom, and the endless possibilities that lay in the world beyond. Each day brought new challenges and joys, and together the villagers faced them all, united by the magic of their shared journey and the promise of many more adventures to come. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, the village of Willowbrook thrived, a beacon of light and harmony, a testament to the power of community and the enduring magic of the world. The trees continued to sing their gentle lullabies, the stars wove their silver threads through the night, and the spirits of the forest watched over them all, whispering secrets of the ages and the promise of dreams yet to be realized. As the seasons changed and the forest donned its autumnal hues, another layer of magic unfolded. The leaves turned to brilliant shades of gold and crimson, carpeting the forest floor with their rich tapestry. The air was crisp and invigorating, filled with the scents of ripe apples and cinnamon, a harbinger of the harvest festival soon to come. The villagers of Willowbrook prepared eagerly for the festival, gathering bountiful harvests of pumpkins and squash, their skins of vibrant orange and green, ready to be transformed into savory pies and hearty stews. The festival was a time of celebration, of giving thanks for the abundance the forest provided and the bonds that held the community together. In the midst of the preparations, a new challenge presented itself. The river that ran near the village, usually a gentle flow, had begun to rise, its waters threatening to overflow and disrupt the festival. Concern spread through the village like wildfire, and once again the villagers turned to Oliver for guidance. Oliver, ever the sage, called upon Luna and Aiden to join him in understanding the river's sudden change. Together, they journeyed to the riverbank, where the water's edge shimmered with a curious energy. The river, usually a placid mirror of the sky, now churned with an unfamiliar urgency, its depths holding secrets yet to be revealed. As they stood by the river, the sun's golden rays filtering through the canopy, Oliver noticed something unusual. A faint, iridescent sheen covered the river's surface, a magical residue that spoke of enchantment gone awry. Luna, with her sharp eyes, spotted something further upstream, a series of small whirlpools, their centers glowing with a soft blue light. Aiden, ever the sprite with a nose for mischief, recognized the touch of another sprite's magic. "It seems a playful sprite has been experimenting," he mused, his voice tinged with amusement and a hint of concern. Curiosity piqued. The trio followed the trail of magic upstream, each step bringing them closer to the source. The forest around them buzzed with anticipation, the trees swaying gently, as if whispering encouragement. As they neared the source, they heard the soft giggles of a young sprite, her voice a melody of innocence and wonder. At the river's bend, they found her, a sprite named Maisie, her wings a kaleidoscope of colors, her eyes wide with excitement. She was practicing her water magic, unaware of the chaos it had caused downstream. Her youthful exuberance was a reminder of the boundless curiosity that dwelled within the forest's heart. Oliver approached Maisie with gentle understanding, his voice a calming presence amidst the river's turmoil. "Maisie," he spoke softly, "your magic is beautiful, but it has unsettled the river. We need to restore balance." Maisie's eyes widened in realization, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "I didn't mean to cause trouble," she admitted, her voice a mix of apology and eagerness to make things right. With guidance from Oliver, Luna, and Aiden, Maisie learned to temper her magic, weaving it with the natural flow of the river. Together they crafted a spell of harmony, a delicate dance of water and magic that soothed the river's currents and restored its gentle flow. The villagers, who had gathered to watch the spectacle, erupted in cheers as the river returned to its peaceful state. The harvest festival could proceed as planned, a celebration of unity and the forest's bounty. Oliver, Luna, and Aiden, along with Maisie, were hailed as heroes, their bond strengthened by the shared experience. As the festival unfolded, the village was alive with music and laughter, the scent of roasted chestnuts and spiced cider filling the air. Lanterns hung from the trees, their warm glow illuminating the night, a testament to the magic that had been woven into the very fabric of Willowbrook. Alara, the minstrel, played her lute by the fireside, her songs a tapestry of joy and gratitude. The villagers danced beneath the stars, their hearts lightened by the magic of the festival and the bonds of friendship that had seen them through. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, the village of Willowbrook stood as a beacon of harmony and enchantment, a place where the magic of the forest and the spirit of community intertwined. The trees continued to sing their gentle lullabies, the stars wove their silver threads through the night, and the whispers of the woods carried the promise of dreams yet to be realized, a reminder that in Willowbrook, adventure and wonder were always just a heartbeat away. Once upon a time, in the heart of an ancient forest, where emerald canopies swayed gently above and dappled sunlight painted the forest floor with golden patterns, there existed a secret world. This world thrived with creatures whose lives were entwined with the very essence of the forest, echoing its rhythms and whispering its wisdom. In this enchanted place, the air was perfumed with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet serenade of wildflowers, which danced in the breeze like colorful ballet dancers. The forest was a tapestry of life, woven together with threads of vines that climbed towards the heavens and streams that sang softly as they wound their way through the underbrush. The gentle murmur of a nearby brook harmonized with the rustling leaves, creating a symphony orchestrated by the forest itself. The forest was more than a collection of trees and creatures. It was an ancient entity, breathing and alive, with a soul that pulsed through every leaf, stone, and stream. The creatures that called it home revered it, sensing its power and wisdom in every rustle of leaves and every bird's song. It was a place where time seemed to flow like the gentle streams, unhurried and eternal, preserving the delicate balance of life. The whispers of the forest carried tales of ancient times, stories of transformation and rebirth, of trials overcome and harmony restored. Among the forest's many inhabitants was a wise old tortoise named Elder Mossback. His shell was a mosaic of lichen and tiny ferns, and his eyes held the deep, knowing gaze of someone who'd witnessed countless seasons come and go. Elder Mossback was the keeper of the forest's stories and the guardian of its balance. He was a figure of quiet authority, respected by all for his wisdom and gentle spirit. His presence was a comforting beacon to those who sought guidance, and his slow, deliberate movements were a testament to his understanding of patience and perseverance. Elder Mossback's home was a cozy burrow beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree, a sanctuary where he often reflected on the stories he would share. The walls of his burrow were lined with soft moss and fragrant pine needles, creating an atmosphere of warmth and tranquility. It was here that he would retreat to ponder the mysteries of the forest, feeling the heartbeat of the earth beneath him. He often spent his evenings scribing stories in the soil with his claws, leaving behind a legacy of wisdom for those who would come after him. As Elder Mossback sat in his burrow one evening, he heard the faint laughter of the forest's younger inhabitants playing near the brook. Their innocence reminded him of the time when he was a young tortoise, curious and eager to explore the world around him. Back then, he had learned from his own mentor, an elder tortoise named Willow, who taught him the significance of each leaf and the language of the wind. It was through Willow that Elder Mossback discovered his calling as a storyteller and guardian of the forest's ancient secrets. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun rose to cast a warm glow over the sea of amber and rust-colored leaves, Elder Mossback embarked on his slow, deliberate journey to the gathering glade. This was a sacred meeting place, where the creatures of the forest congregated to share news, solve disputes, and listen to the ancient tales. The path to the glade was lined with towering ferns and delicate mushrooms, each step a reminder of the forest's boundless creativity and life. The earthy scent of fallen leaves filled the air, mingling with the crispness of the morning dew. As he moved along the well-worn path, the forest came alive with the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant call of an owl returning to its nest. The air was cool, tinged with the sharpness of approaching winter, but there was still a lingering warmth from the sun that wrapped around Elder Mossback like a comforting shawl. He paused occasionally, admiring the intricate patterns of frost that adorned the fallen leaves, each one a masterpiece of nature's artistry. The frost glistened like tiny jewels, capturing the first light of day and reflecting it in a dazzling array of colors. Upon reaching the gathering glade, Elder Mossback found a circle of attentive listeners already assembled. There were the lively squirrels, their fur puffed up against the chill, the delicate deer with their ears perked attentively, and even the wise old owl whose feathers were as soft and silent as the night sky. The glade itself was a natural amphitheater, with ancient trees standing sentinel around its perimeter, their branches forming a protective arch above the gathering. Shafts of sunlight pierced through the canopy, illuminating the glade in a gentle, golden light. Before beginning his tale, Elder Mossback took a moment to breathe in the atmosphere of the glade. He felt the presence of the ancient trees, as if they, too, were eager to hear the stories of their own past. These trees, old and wise, had witnessed countless gatherings and could recall the voices of storytellers long gone. Their roots stretched deep into the earth, intertwining with those of the other trees, a testament to the unity and strength of the forest. Elder Mossback settled into a patch of soft, damp earth at the center of the circle. "Friends," he began, his voice as gentle as the breeze whispering through the pines, "today I shall tell you of the seasons and the magic that binds our world together." The creatures leaned in closer, eager to hear his tale. "Long ago," Elder Mossback continued, "when the world was young, the seasons were not as they are now. They were wild and unpredictable, causing chaos and confusion." He paused, letting the sound of a nearby stream punctuate his words. It was then that the great spirits of the forest came together. They were ancient beings of immense wisdom, who understood that harmony must be restored for the forest to thrive. They bestowed upon each season its own magic, a gift to share with the world. The owl hooted softly, echoing the sentiment of awe that rippled through the gathering. "Spring," Elder Mossback explained, "brings renewal and the promise of new beginnings. Its magic is in the gentle rains that awaken the sleeping seeds, urging them to grow and flourish." The tortoise's eyes twinkled as he spoke of summer. "Summer's gift is warmth and abundance. It is the season of vibrant life and growth, when the sun caresses the earth and the days stretch long and leisurely." He continued, "Autumn, as you see around us now, is the season of transformation. Its magic lies in the rich tapestry of color, the harvest of fruits, and the preparation for the slumber of winter. The creatures of the forest nodded, their eyes reflecting the hues of the autumn leaves. And then comes winter, Elder Mossback said, his voice a soft murmur, a time of rest and reflection. Its magic blankets the forest in tranquility, allowing life to pause and gather strength for the cycle to begin anew. As Elder Mossback finished his tale, the forest seemed to hold its breath. The creatures were silent, lost in the wisdom of the story, understanding now the balance that the seasons brought to their world. But remember, Elder Mossback added, his gaze sweeping over his audience, the magic of the seasons is not just in their gifts, but in how we cherish and respect them. We must live in harmony with the forest, for it is our home, and we are its keepers. A gentle breeze rustled through the glade, carrying with it the scent of pine and the promise of winter. The creatures felt a renewed sense of purpose, bound by the understanding that they were part of something greater, a living, breathing tapestry of life. With the story concluded, the gathering slowly dispersed, each creature returning to its own corner of the forest. Elder Mossback, feeling the satisfaction of a tale well told, began his slow journey back to his cozy burrow beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree. As he moved through the forest, he felt the soft crunch of leaves underfoot and the cool embrace of shadows cast by towering trees. He took a moment to pause, looking up at the sky where wisps of cloud drifted lazily, and whispered a soft prayer of gratitude to the great spirits for the wisdom they had shared. As Elder Mossback approached his burrow, he encountered a young fox named Ember who had been absent from the gathering. Ember's eyes were bright with curiosity. "Elder Mossback," she called, her voice a melody of youthful excitement and wonder. "I missed the gathering today. Would you share the story with me?" Elder Mossback chuckled softly, nodding. "Of course, young Ember. Let's sit by the burrow entrance where the moonlight can guide our thoughts." They settled into a comfortable groove in the earth, the moon casting a gentle glow over them. As Elder Mossback recounted the tale once more, he noticed the way Ember's eyes sparkled with newfound understanding. In her, he saw the future of the forest, a guardian in the making, ready to learn and protect the legacy of their world. Once the tale was told, Ember remained silent for a moment, her mind weaving through the depths of the story. "Elder Mossback," she finally said, her voice tinged with determination, "how can I help? How can I ensure the forest thrives as you and the great spirits have guided?" The old tortoise smiled, his heart swelling with pride. "Ember," he replied, "by listening, learning, and sharing. The forest is a web of connections, each creature a vital thread. Understand your place within it, respect the rhythms of our world, and teach others to do the same." As she trotted away, Elder Mossback watched her disappear into the night, a warm glow of hope blossoming within him. He knew that Ember's journey was just beginning, but her eagerness and respect for the tales meant the forest's future was in compassionate hands. As Ember moved deeper into the forest, she encountered patches of wildflowers, their sweet fragrance a reminder of the spring to come. She paused by a stream, watching it shimmer under the moonlight, and realized how every element of the forest was interconnected. The water nourished the plants fed the creatures, and the creatures in turn protected the forest. She felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility, but also a deep joy, knowing she was part of a community that cherished and protected its home. Elder Mossback, with a heart full of stories yet to be told, retreated into his burrow, knowing that as long as the tales lived on, the magic of the forest would endure. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, a world of harmony and balance endured, nurtured by the stories of old and the gentle, kind-hearted creatures who called it home. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of rose and violet, a peaceful silence settled over the land. The forest, a sanctuary of life and magic, whispered its timeless secrets to the stars. In the days and nights that followed, Ember embraced her role as a guardian of the forest. She learned the songs of the birds, the paths of the deer, and the secrets of the trees. She shared stories with the younger creatures, instilling in them the respect and love for their home that Elder Mossback had kindled in her. Together, they wove new tales of courage and kindness, ensuring that the spirit of the forest lived on through every rustle of leaves and every whisper of the wind. Ember's curiosity led her to explore new parts of the forest, places she had only heard about in Elder Mossback's tales. One such place was the Crystal Cavern, hidden beneath the roots of the oldest willow tree. It was said that inside, crystals glowed with a light that mirrored the stars, and the cavern's echoes sang songs of ancient wisdom. Guided by the whispers of the wind, Ember found the entrance, a small opening hidden by cascading vines. Inside the cavern, the air was cool and filled with a gentle hum, as if the earth itself was singing. The crystals indeed glowed, casting vibrant colors across the walls. As Ember stood in awe, she felt a connection to the spirits of the forest, as if they were guiding her journey. She realized that her role was not just to protect the forest, but to uncover its secrets and ensure they were passed down to future generations. Inspired by her discovery, Ember returned to the glade, her heart filled with stories waiting to be told. She gathered the young creatures of the forest and recounted her adventure, encouraging them to explore and learn, to find their own connections to the forest's magic. The cycles of seasons continued, each one bringing its own lessons and stories, woven into the tapestry of the forest's history. Meanwhile, Elder Mossback found himself spending more time reflecting on the stories he had yet to tell. One evening, as the stars twinkled like distant lanterns in the sky, he decided to share a story of his own journey with the forest spirits with a small gathering of the forest's elders, who had come to recognize his wisdom. They listened intently, their eyes reflecting the flickering light of the fireflies that danced around them. Elders, Elder Mossback began, his voice filled with reverence. Long before I became the guardian of stories, I was a young tortoise much like Ember, eager, curious, and perhaps a bit impatient. My journey to understanding the depth of the forest's magic was not a solitary one. I was guided by the spirits of the forest and by the wisdom of those like Willow Shell who came before me. He paused, feeling the warmth of the earth beneath him, a reminder of the life he had nurtured and the stories he had shared. We are all part of this forest's great web of life, and each of us holds a piece of its endless story. Our duty is not only to preserve it, but to enrich it with our own experiences and wisdom. The elders nodded, their hearts ignited with the understanding that their roles as keepers of the forest's stories were as vital as the roots that anchored the trees. They too resolved to share their tales, ensuring that the wisdom of the forest would be an ever-growing tapestry of shared experiences and truths. And so, the ancient forest continued to thrive, its heart beating with the stories of those who cherished it, a testament to the enduring magic of nature and the bonds that unite all who dwell within. Through the wisdom of Elder Mossback and the curiosity of Ember, the forest's legacy was preserved, a reminder of the harmony and balance that could be found when one listened to the whispers of the world around them. As the stars twinkled above, the forest sang its timeless song, a symphony of life, love, and the eternal dance of the seasons. Story 6. In the heart of the Andromeda cluster, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds on a velvet tapestry, lay the quaint little planet of Veron. Veron was known not for its size or resources, but for the serene beauty of its shimmering lavender lakes and whispering evergreen forests. It was here that a most unusual meeting took place, one that would change the course of lives and forge an unbreakable bond. Drifting towards Veron on a gentle, cosmic breeze was a tiny spaceship, crafted from the silvery leaves of the Lunara tree and powered by the warm glow of starlight. Within this delicate vessel was an inhabitant from the moon of Solara, a gentle, luminous creature named Aura. Aura was a being of light, her form shifting softly like liquid moonbeams. Her mission was one of peace and understanding, to learn about the diverse worlds scattered across the cosmos. As Aura's ship descended gracefully through Veron's atmosphere, another visitor was making an entrance of a more boisterous nature. A robust, clanging craft, forged from the dense metals of the planet Harrock, landed with a vibrant thud. Emerging from this sturdy contraption was a being named Kor, a creature of stone and earth, whose skin glimmered with the hues of polished granite. Kor had ventured from his rocky homeland in search of new landscapes to explore, driven by a curiosity as vast as the chasms of his homeworld. The two travelers met quite by accident, as their paths converged at the edge of Veron's most enchanting feature, the Forest of Whispers. This curious woodland was known for its gentle breezes that carried soft, musical notes through the air, like a lullaby sung by the very trees themselves. Upon seeing each other for the first time, both Aura and Kor halted in surprise. Aura's luminance shimmered uncertainly, casting a gentle glow upon the forest floor. Kor, meanwhile, stood firm, his granite exterior glinting in the dappled sunlight. They had never encountered beings so unlike themselves, and their initial interaction was marked by misunderstanding. Aura, in her soft, ethereal voice, attempted to greet Kor. "Greetings, traveler of stone. May your path be gentle and your spirit light." Kor, unfamiliar with the subtleties of Aura's tones, mistook her greeting for a challenge. "I am strong as the mountains of Harrock," he rumbled, his voice echoing through the trees. "I need no gentleness to guide my way." Aura's light flickered with confusion, and for a moment it seemed that their meeting might end in discord. But the Forest of Whispers, with its ancient wisdom, had other plans. The winds picked up, carrying a melody that wrapped around the two travelers, soothing their misunderstandings with its gentle notes. As they listened, a change began to take place. Aura, her light now steady, reached out with a tendril of her luminous form. "Perhaps we can learn from each other," she suggested, her voice a soothing balm. "I have never been to Harrock, nor have I seen the strength of its mountains. Will you share your stories with me?" Kor, his rocky form softening at the edges, nodded slowly. "And I have never known the light of Solara. Maybe you can show me the beauty of your world." And so, with the forest's song as their guide, Aura and Kor embarked on a shared journey, exploring the wonders of Veron together. They wandered through fields of wildflowers that danced in the breeze, their petals a riot of colors that dazzled the senses. They climbed gentle hills from which they could see the vast expanse of lavender lakes shimmering under the warm embrace of the sun. With each step, they shared more of themselves. Aura spoke of the quiet, glowing nights of Solara, where the moonlight wove tales of dreams and hopes. Kor, in turn, described the thunderous storms of Harrock, where the skies would roar and the earth would sing in response. Their bond deepened as they faced challenges together. One afternoon, while exploring a hidden grove, a sudden storm swept through the forest, the winds howling like 1,000 voices. Aura, fragile in the blustery chaos, was nearly swept away, but Kor, steadfast and strong, sheltered her with his sturdy frame, anchoring her against the storm's fury. When the winds finally subsided, it was Aura's turn to offer support. As they navigated through a dense thicket, Kor found himself stuck amidst the tangled roots and vines. Aura, with her nimble light, wove through the maze, guiding Kor to freedom with her gentle glow. Through these shared trials, a profound understanding bloomed between them. They learned that true strength came not from their differences, but from the harmony they created in weaving their unique qualities together. As their journey on Veron drew to a close, Aura and Kor stood at the edge of the lavender lake, the setting sun painting the sky in hues of rose and gold. The waters mirrored the scene, creating an endless vista of warmth and beauty. Aura turned to Kor, her light a soft halo in the twilight. "I believe we have found something precious here," she said, a gentle warmth suffusing her words. Kor nodded, his granite face soft with a rare smile. "Yes, we have found friendship, one that bridges the stars themselves." With that, the two travelers prepared to return to their respective worlds, their hearts fuller, and their spirits lifted by the bond they had forged. They knew that though their paths might diverge, the connection they shared would remain, a quiet testament to the power of understanding and the true meaning of friendship. As they departed, the Forest of Whispers sang its gentle farewell, the notes carrying their story across the cosmos, a reminder that kindness and companionship could bloom in even the most unlikely of places. And so, under a sky dusted with stars, Aura and Kor left Veron, their souls touched by the magic of friendship, knowing that somewhere, in the vast expanse of the universe, they would always have a friend. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a world where magic danced through the air like glittering fireflies, there was a cozy little village, nestled among rolling hills and whispering trees. It was here that a young girl named Willow lived with her grandparents. herbalists who tended to the needs of both people and the wondrous creatures that called the forest home. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves swirled in warm shades of amber and crimson, something peculiar began to happen. The village well, which had reliably provided cool, fresh water for as long as anyone could remember, suddenly ran dry. No matter how many buckets were lowered, they always returned empty. Willow's grandmother, a wise and kind-hearted woman, sensed that something magical was afoot. With a twinkle in her eye, she beckoned Willow closer and whispered, "My dear, it seems we have a mystery on our hands. But fear not, for where there are questions, there are always answers waiting to be uncovered." Determined to solve this puzzling riddle, Willow set out into the forest, her curious gaze scanning the undergrowth for any clues. As she wandered deeper into the golden-dappled woods, she heard a faint giggling sound, like the tinkling of tiny bells. Peering through the foliage, she spotted a group of mischievous pixies darting among the branches, their gossamer wings leaving shimmering trails in their wake. "Excuse me, dear pixies," Willow called out politely. "Might you know what has happened to our village well?" The pixies paused mid-flight, exchanging impish glances before one of them fluttered down to perch on Willow's outstretched finger. "Well, well, well," the pixie chuckled. "It seems a merry prank has been played upon your village." With a sweep of its tiny hand, the pixie conjured a shimmering image, revealing a grumpy old troll stomping around the well, muttering disgruntled curses. "That grumpy fellow has plugged up the well's source, thinking it might bring him some peace and quiet," the pixie explained. "But fear not, little one. We know just the magical creature who can set things right." Willow's heart swelled with hope as the pixie led her deeper into the forest, weaving through ancient oak trees draped in moss and lichen. At last they came upon a sunlit glade where a magnificent stag stood, its antlers adorned with glowing blossoms that seemed to emit a soft, ethereal light. The pixie bowed respectfully to the stag and introduced Willow. "O wise and benevolent guardian of the forest, this young one seeks your aid in restoring the flow of water to her village well." The stag regarded Willow with gentle, knowing eyes, and in a voice that echoed like the whisper of leaves, it spoke. "Fear not, child. The troll's grumpy heart has clouded his judgment, but compassion can melt even the coldest of souls. Follow the path of kindness, and the answer shall reveal itself." With those sage words ringing in her ears, Willow thanked the stag and the pixies and retraced her steps back to the village. As she approached the well, she spotted the troll grumbling and muttering, his gnarled hands clenched in frustration. Instead of confronting the troll directly, Willow remembered the stag's advice and chose a kinder approach. She gathered wildflowers from the meadow, weaving them into a vibrant garland, and approached the troll with a warm smile. "Good day, sir," she said softly. "I couldn't help but notice your frustration. Perhaps this humble gift might brighten your spirits?" She offered the garland to the troll, who eyed it suspiciously at first. But as the sweet fragrance of the flowers wafted through the air, the troll's gruff expression softened, and a glimmer of delight flickered in his eyes. "Well now," he rumbled, "that's mighty kind of ye, lass." He accepted the garland and placed it atop his mossy head, a bashful grin spreading across his craggy features. Willow seized the opportunity and gently inquired, "Might I ask why you've stopped up our well? Surely there's a reason for your actions." The troll heaved a weary sigh and confessed, "Aye, lass, there is. Ye see, the constant noise and commotion from the village was giving me a mighty headache. I thought stopping up the well might make folks leave me be." Willow nodded in understanding, her heart brimming with empathy. "I can imagine how tiring all that noise must be," she said. "But perhaps there's a way for us to share the forest in harmony, without disrupting the water supply that sustains us all." With a few well-chosen words and a touch of childlike wisdom, Willow suggested that the villagers could be more mindful of the noise they made, respecting the tranquility of the forest. In return, the troll agreed to remove the obstruction from the well, restoring the flow of fresh water. As the first droplets began to trickle forth once more, the troll let out a hearty laugh, his gruff exterior melting away to reveal a heart of gold. "Well now, lass," he chuckled, "you've shown an old troll the power of kindness and understanding. Mayhap we can all learn a thing or two from ye." From that day forward, the villagers and the forest creatures lived in harmony, respecting each other's needs and sharing the wondrous magic that flowed through their enchanted realm. And whenever Willow looked upon the gently bubbling well, she was reminded of the transformative power of compassion and the surprising solutions that can arise when we open our hearts to understanding. Story 8. In a quaint village nestled amidst rolling green hills and bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, there stood a small, unassuming cottage. It was a cozy dwelling with a thatched roof and ivy climbing its stone walls, where a young girl named Clara lived with her grandmother. Clara was a curious soul, her eyes always wide with wonder, and her heart brimming with dreams of adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves rustled gently in the breeze, Clara's grandmother beckoned her to the attic, a place filled with forgotten treasures and the scent of old parchment. "It's time you discover something special," her grandmother whispered, her voice like the soft crackle of a warm fire. In the attic's dim light, Clara's eyes caught the glint of an unusual object, a delicate silver compass resting atop a dusty old trunk. Unlike ordinary compasses, this one had a shimmering face that seemed to dance with colors, and its needle spun with a gentle hum, pointing not north, but towards the horizon where the sun kissed the earth. "This is no ordinary compass," her grandmother explained, a twinkle in her eye. "It guides the heart, not the feet. It will lead you to where you truly belong." With a mix of excitement and trepidation, Clara took the compass in her hands. As she did, a warmth spread through her fingers, as if the compass itself was alive, eager to share its secrets. The next morning, Clara bid farewell to her grandmother, promising to return wiser and with tales of her journey. Following the compass's gentle pull, Clara ventured beyond the familiar paths of her village, her footsteps crunching softly on the fallen leaves. As she traveled, Clara met a series of charming companions. First was Oliver, a sprightly squirrel with fur the color of cinnamon and eyes like polished acorns. He was a chatterbox, always bustling with energy and enthusiasm. He guided Clara through the dense forest, showing her hidden paths and safe passages. "Remember," Oliver chittered, "not all paths are visible. Sometimes you must trust what you feel, not just what you see." Next, Clara encountered Luna, an elegant owl perched upon an ancient oak. Her feathers were as soft as moonlight, and her gaze was wise and knowing. Luna taught Clara the importance of patience and observation, urging her to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the night. "In the quiet," Luna hooted softly, "truth often reveals itself." Their journey led them to the edge of a vast, sparkling lake. The compass's needle spun wildly now, its hum resonating with the gentle lapping of the water. It was here that Clara faced her greatest challenge, a riddle hidden in the ripples of the lake, a puzzle only she could solve. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Clara sat quietly by the water's edge. She recalled Oliver's advice to trust her instincts and Luna's counsel to find truth in stillness. Closing her eyes, she listened to the rustling leaves, the gentle waves, and the rhythmic beating of her own heart. In that peaceful moment, clarity dawned. The answer to the riddle wasn't in words or logic, but in understanding her own desires and fears, in recognizing the courage within her heart. As she whispered the solution, the compass's needle stilled, pointing steadfastly across the lake. The water shimmered, and as if by magic, a path of stepping stones emerged, leading to a small island at the center. With her heart light and her spirit buoyant, Clara crossed the stones, each step a testament to her newfound wisdom and trust. On the island, Clara discovered an enchanting garden, vibrant with flowers of every color and scent. At its heart was a magnificent tree, its branches adorned with silver leaves that tinkled like wind chimes in the breeze. Beneath the tree lay a small chest, and within it, a collection of stories, tales of past adventurers who had followed their hearts, just as she had. Clara realized then that her journey was not just about finding a place, but about discovering her own strength and the beauty of connection with herself, her companions, and the world around her. She knew she would return home not just with stories, but with a deeper understanding of who she was and where she belonged. As Clara made her way back to the village, the compass still nestled in her pocket, she felt a profound sense of peace. Her companions, Oliver and Luna, accompanied her partway, promising to always be near whenever she needed them. When Clara finally returned to her grandmother's warm embrace, the village seemed more vibrant, the sunsets more brilliant, and the nights filled with the soft, comforting glow of friendship and newfound wisdom. And so, in the quiet of her room, beneath a blanket of stars, Clara drifted into a gentle sleep, her dreams filled with the soft echoes of adventure and the gentle hum of a silver compass that guided not just her journey, but her heart. Story 9. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed like gentle dancers in the wind, there lived a young woman named Cerise. She was known throughout the small village on the outskirts of the woods for her vibrant smile and her melodic laughter that seemed to dance on the breeze. Yet, despite her outward cheer, Cerise carried within her a reluctance to embrace change. She found comfort in the familiar rhythms of life, where each day mirrored the last, like a reflection in a still pond. Cerise lived in a quaint cottage covered in fragrant honeysuckle vines, their sweet scent inviting butterflies and bees to dance around her garden. Her world was a tapestry woven with the colors of routine, morning tea brewed in the same chipped teapot, the soft murmur of the brook lulling her to sleep at night, and the cozy glow of her hearth casting shadows on the walls as the evening deepened. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves began their kaleidoscopic transformation from green to gold, Cerise noticed a peculiar change in the woods. The air shimmered with a faint, iridescent light, as if the forest itself was wrapped in a gossamer veil. Curious, she ventured deeper into the trees, her boots crunching on the carpet of fallen leaves. The woods, usually so familiar, felt different, alive with a magic she couldn't quite place. It was then that she encountered the first of her magical companions. A small wise owl named Olwen perched on a low branch, his feathers a mosaic of browns and whites, eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. Change, he hooted softly, is the heartbeat of the world. To resist it is to miss the music of life. Cerise paused, considering his words. Though she longed for the comfort of the known, Olwen's gentle reminder stirred something within her, a curiosity, a yearning to understand the melody she feared she might be missing. As days turned to weeks, Cerise found herself returning to the woods more often, drawn by a pull she couldn't quite ignore. Each visit brought her face to face with different magical creatures, each offering their own insights. There was Lyra, a graceful deer with eyes like pools of moonlit water, who spoke of the beauty in letting go. The leaves must fall, Cerise, to make room for new growth. Embrace the change, and you shall bloom anew. And then there was Finn, a playful fox with a coat as fiery as the sunset. He taught her about the joy and spontaneity, leading her on merry chases through the woods, showing her paths she had never dared to explore. Life's surprises, he would say with a mischievous grin, are gifts wrapped in mystery. Unwrap them with courage. Through these enchanting encounters, Cerise began to see change not as a fearsome unknown, but as a friend guiding her toward new experiences. Her heart, once closed like a bud, began to open, unfurling petal by petal. She learned to dance to the rhythm of the seasons, to savor the sweetness of the unexpected. The villagers noticed the transformation in Cerise. Her laughter now carried a new depth, a richness that spoke of someone who had glimpsed the wonders beyond the horizon of certainty. Her courage inspired others to embrace their own journeys of change, to find comfort in the unfamiliar. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with strokes of lavender and rose, Cerise sat by her hearth, the fire crackling warmly. She reflected on her journey, the lessons whispered by the woods. She realized that true growth was not about clinging to what was, but embracing what could be. It was about trusting the gentle guidance of friends, both magical and mortal, who walked with her along the path of transformation. As she closed her eyes, the whispers of the woods echoed softly in her heart, a lullaby of newfound wisdom. She drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing that she was part of a beautiful dance, a dance of change, of growth, and of endless possibilities. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, where magic wove through the trees like a golden thread, Cerise discovered the beauty of personal transformation. Her story, a tapestry of courage, friendship, and discovery, became a beacon of hope for those who, like her, learned to listen to the song of change. Story 10. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between gently rolling hills and sprawling meadows, there lay a secret that whispered through the leaves. This was a place where the morning mist kissed the earth with a silvery sheen, where the air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the songs of birds filled the sky like a gentle symphony. At the heart of this idyllic realm stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Beneath its protective canopy, the villagers often gathered for celebrations and stories, for this tree was said to be the keeper of Willowbrook's oldest legends. One crisp autumn morning, a young girl named Lila found herself drawn to the oak, her footsteps crunching through the carpet of fallen leaves that adorned the ground like a patchwork quilt. Lila was a curious soul, her eyes bright with wonder and her heart open to the mysteries of the world. She wore a cloak of deep green, the color of the forest after a gentle rain, and her auburn hair danced around her face as the wind whispered secrets only she could hear. As Lila approached the great oak, she noticed something unusual, a shimmer in the air that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. Intrigued, she stepped closer, her fingers brushing the rough bark. To her astonishment, a small door appeared, carved seamlessly into the trunk, as if it had always been there, waiting for the right person to find it. Heart pounding with excitement, Lila gently pushed the door open and peered inside. The space beyond was not what she expected. Instead of darkness, she was greeted by a warm, inviting glow. Taking a deep breath, Lila stepped through the door and into a hidden world, a world that seemed to exist in the very heart of nature itself. The realm she entered was a tapestry of vibrant colors and ethereal beauty. Trees with leaves of gold and silver stretched upwards, their branches whispering ancient lullabies. Flowers bloomed in every shade imaginable, their petals soft as silk and fragrant as the sweetest perfume. A gentle brook meandered through the landscape, its waters clear as crystal, singing a melody that echoed the heartbeat of the earth. Lila wandered deeper into this enchanted world, her senses alight with wonder. She soon discovered she was not alone. From behind a cluster of lilac bushes, a creature emerged, a fox, its fur as white as freshly fallen snow, its eyes a deep, knowing blue. The fox approached with a graceful step, its gaze meeting Lila's with an intelligence that hinted at untold stories. "Welcome, Lila," the fox spoke, its voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "I am Finn, guardian of this realm. You have been chosen to receive the gift of the oak." Lila's heart swelled with a mixture of awe and curiosity. "The gift of the oak?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Finn nodded, the light catching the silver strands in his fur. "Yes, the gift that allows you to see beyond the ordinary, to find the beauty hidden in the world around you. But with this gift comes a journey, one that will change you in ways you cannot yet imagine." Lila felt a thrill at the prospect of adventure, tempered by a flicker of uncertainty. "What kind of journey?" she inquired, eager yet cautious. "The journey of understanding," Finn replied, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. "You must learn the ways of this world, the balance and harmony that sustain it. Only then can you truly see." And so, Lila's adventure began. With Finn as her guide, she traversed the magical landscape, each step revealing new wonders. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath her feet. She discovered that every living thing had a voice, a story woven into the grand tapestry of life. As the days passed, Lila grew more attuned to the world around her. She befriended the creatures of the forest, a wise old owl who shared tales of the stars, a playful otter who taught her the joy of laughter, and a family of deer who showed her the strength in unity. Through these friendships, Lila learned the importance of kindness, empathy, and respect for all living things. Yet as much as she delighted in her new surroundings, Lila couldn't shake a feeling of unease. There was something amiss, a shadow lurking at the edges of this paradise. She often noticed patches of wilting plants or heard the distant cries of distressed animals. It was as if a darkness was creeping in, threatening to unravel the harmony of the hidden world. Determined to uncover the source of this disturbance, Lila confided in Finn. "Something is wrong here," she said, her voice tinged with concern. "I can feel it in my bones." Finn nodded gravely. "You are perceptive, young one. There is indeed a shadow that seeks to disrupt the balance of our realm. It is a force driven by fear and greed, one that must be confronted with courage and wisdom." Lila's resolve hardened. I want to help. Tell me what I must do." "The answer lies deep within the Heartwood Grove," Finn explained, his gaze steady and reassuring. "There you will find the source of the darkness. But be warned, the journey is fraught with challenges that will test your heart and spirit." With Finn's guidance, Lila set out towards the Heartwood Grove, her determination burning bright. The path was treacherous, winding through dense forests and across rocky terrains. Yet, with each step, Lila found strength she never knew she possessed. Her bond with the natural world deepened, her senses sharpened by the trials she faced. The closer she drew to the Heartwood Grove, the more the landscape changed. The vibrant colors dimmed, replaced by shadows and whispers of despair. The air grew heavy, the once melodious songs of birds now tinged with sorrow. It was a stark contrast to the beauty Lila had come to know, a reminder of the fragility of the world she cherished. Finally, she reached the Heartwood Grove, a place of ancient power and profound silence. At its center stood the Heartwood tree, its bark etched with the stories of time, its branches reaching towards the sky like a plea for salvation. Beneath its shade, Lila could feel the pulse of the earth, a steady rhythm that resonated with her own heartbeat. As she approached the Heartwood tree, a figure emerged from the shadows, a dark silhouette against the muted landscape. It was a creature of smoke and shadow, its eyes cold and unfeeling, its presence a stark contrast to the warmth of the world Lila had come to love. The creature spoke, its voice a chilling echo. "Why do you seek to disrupt my plans? This world is ripe for the taking, its beauty a mere illusion." Lila stood her ground, her heart steady and her voice strong. "This world is not yours to take. It belongs to all who live in harmony with it. Your presence here is a blight, a poison that must be cleansed." The shadow creature laughed, a sound devoid of joy. "And how do you propose to stop me, child? With your words and your dreams?" Lila took a deep breath, drawing strength from the earth beneath her feet, the sky above her, and the friends who believed in her. "I may be small, but I am not alone. This world will stand against you, united by love and light." With those words, a glow began to emanate from the Heartwood tree, a warm golden light that spread through the grove like a sunrise chasing away the night. The creatures of the forest emerged from their hiding places, their voices joining in a chorus of defiance. Together, they stood with Lila, their unity a shield against the encroaching darkness. The shadow creature recoiled, its form flickering like a dying flame. It lashed out, but its power was no match for the strength of the collective will that opposed it. Bit by bit, the darkness began to dissolve, its hold on the grove slipping away like sand through fingers. As the last remnants of shadow faded into the ether, the light from the Heartwood tree intensified, bathing the grove in a warm, golden glow. The vibrant colors returned, the air once again filled with the sweet scent of flowers and the joyful songs of birds. Lila felt a profound sense of peace wash over her, her heart swelling with gratitude for the world she had helped to save. She turned to Finn, who stood by her side, his eyes filled with pride and warmth. "You have done well, Lila," Finn said, his voice a gentle caress. "You have restored the balance and shown that even the smallest among us can make a great difference." Lila smiled, her spirit lifted by the knowledge that she had made a meaningful impact. "I couldn't have done it without the help of my friends," she replied, her gaze sweeping over the creatures who had joined her in the fight. Finn nodded, a twinkle of wisdom in his eyes. "That is the true gift of the oak, the understanding that we are all connected, bound by the threads of love and friendship." With the darkness vanquished and the harmony restored, Lila knew it was time to return to her own world. She bid farewell to Finn and her friends, her heart full of the lessons she had learned and the memories she would cherish forever. As she stepped back through the door in the oak tree, the hidden world faded behind her, leaving her standing once more in the village of Willowbrook. The sun was setting, casting a golden glow over the landscape, and the air was filled with the comforting sounds of the evening. Lila took a deep breath, feeling the cool breeze on her skin, the scent of the earth, and the warmth of the setting sun. She knew that she would carry the magic of the hidden world with her always, a secret treasure that would guide her through the challenges of life. With a heart full of newfound wisdom and a spirit emboldened by her journey, Lila made her way home. her steps light and her soul at peace. The village of Willowbrook welcomed her back with open arms, its people unaware of the adventure she had undertaken, but grateful for the warmth and light that seemed to follow her wherever she went. And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Lila settled into her bed, her dreams filled with the wonders of the hidden world and the promise of new adventures to come. She drifted off to sleep with a smile on her lips, comforted by the knowledge that no matter what challenges lay ahead, she would face them with courage, love, and the strength of the friendships she had forged. In the end, the hidden world within the oak tree became a part of her forever, a reminder that even the smallest of us can change the course of fate, and that the true magic of life lies in the connections we make and the love we share. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the village of Willowbrook, Lila's heart glowed with the light of 1,000 stars, lighting the way to a future filled with endless possibilities. Story 11. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the edge of a vast, whispering forest, there lived a gentle soul named Anwen. She was known among the villagers for her kind heart and the twinkle of curiosity in her eyes that never seemed to fade. Anwen's home was a small cottage with a thatched roof and ivy-laden walls, surrounded by a garden that sang with colors during the day and whispered stories at night. Her days were spent in the company of books, herbs, and the occasional call of a curious bird that perched on her windowsill, sharing tales of the world beyond. One chilly autumn morning, as the leaves danced to the ground in hues of gold and crimson, Anwen received a peculiar letter. The parchment was old, its edges frayed, and the ink shimmered like the surface of a moonlit lake. It was a letter from her grandmother, a woman Anwen had never met, as she had disappeared into the forest many years ago. The letter spoke of a magical object, a pendant known as the Heart of the Forest, that had the power to reveal hidden truths and open doors to worlds unseen. My dear Anwen, the letter began, by the time you read this, I may have ventured far beyond the paths known to most. The heart of the forest is yours to seek, should you choose. It lies where the sun meets the earth, and the whispers of the woods guide your steps. With it, you may see the unseen and find what you seek. Intrigued and filled with a sense of longing she couldn't quite place, Anwen decided to embark on a journey into the forest, a place both enchanting and mysterious. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of warm tea, her favorite book filled with tales of old, and a small lantern to light her way should the shadows of evening catch her. As she stepped into the forest, the world around her shifted. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the light filtered through the canopy, casting an emerald glow upon the path. The forest seemed alive, each tree a sentinel with secrets untold, each rustle a whisper of the past and future entwined. Anwen walked with a steady pace, her heart beating in rhythm with the pulse of the forest, feeling a connection to this place that was both new and deeply familiar. As she ventured deeper, the path began to twist and turn, leading her to a clearing where the sun bathed the ground in warmth. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky as if reaching for the stars. At its roots lay a small, glimmering pool, its surface smooth as glass, reflecting the world with a clarity that seemed otherworldly. Anwen felt drawn to the pool, kneeling beside it as the letter's words echoed in her mind. The water seemed to sing, a melody of time and space, and as she gazed into its depths, she saw a vision. The image of a pendant, nestled among the roots of the great oak, glimmered like a beacon of hope and mystery. Her heart raced, and a sense of purpose filled her soul. This was the heart of the forest, the key to the hidden world she sought. Carefully, Anwen reached into the water. Her fingers brushed against something cool and smooth, and as she lifted it from the depths, the pendant shimmered in the sunlight, a delicate piece of art, wrought from silver and emerald, shaped like a leaf caught in the wind. She placed it around her neck, feeling a warmth spread through her body as if the forest itself had embraced her. With the pendant came a newfound awareness. The forest around her transformed, revealing a world hidden beneath the veil of everyday sight. Tiny creatures, once invisible, danced in the air, their wings like shards of rainbows. The trees whispered secrets, their voices a chorus of wisdom and history. Anwen felt the presence of her grandmother, a comforting warmth that guided her steps as she ventured further into the mystery. The pendant not only revealed the unseen, but also opened a pathway to a hidden world within the forest, a place where the ordinary laws of nature gave way to the extraordinary. This world was a tapestry of wonders, a meadow where flowers sang with the voices of the wind, a stream that flowed with liquid starlight, and creatures of legend that roamed freely, their eyes aglow with ancient knowledge. Anwen found herself in a grove where the air buzzed with magic, the ground carpeted with moss that sighed with her every step. Here, she met a fox with fur the color of autumn leaves, its eyes wise and kind. The fox spoke, not with words but with thoughts and feelings that flowed into Anwen's mind like a gentle stream. "Welcome, seeker of truths," the fox said, its voice like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "You have found the heart of the forest, and with it a journey awaits. But first, you must understand the balance of this world, for it is both fragile and profound." Anwen listened intently, her heart open to the wisdom of the fox. She learned of the delicate harmony that sustained this hidden realm, a balance between light and shadow, creation and decay. Her role, the fox explained, was not just to observe, but to become a part of this balance, to learn and grow with the world around her. With each passing day, Anwen explored the wonders of the hidden world, guided by the fox and the whispers of the forest. She learned to listen to the songs of the trees, to understand the language of the wind, and to see the beauty in the smallest of things, a dew-kissed leaf, a spider's web glistening in the morning light, the gentle curve of a petal as it danced in the breeze. As Anwen's understanding deepened, so too did her connection to the forest. She discovered that the heart of the forest was not just a key to this hidden world, but a reflection of her own heart, her own capacity for love, wisdom, and growth. With each step, she shed the layers of doubt and fear, embracing the light within her that shone as brightly as the pendant around her neck. One day, as she wandered through a sun-dappled glade, Anwen encountered a group of creatures gathered beneath the boughs of a great willow. There a young fawn lay, its leg caught in a tangle of brambles. The creatures, a collection of birds, rabbits, and squirrels, were trying to help, their efforts valiant but in vain. Anwen approached gently, her presence calming the creatures. She knelt beside the fawn, and with a soft voice began to untangle the brambles with care. The fawn's eyes, wide with fear, slowly softened as Anwen worked, her touch gentle and reassuring. With a final tug, the brambles released their hold, and the fawn stood shakily, its eyes filled with gratitude. The creatures gathered around, their joy a palpable energy that filled the glade. Anwen felt a warmth spread through her chest, a lightness that transcended words. In that moment, she understood the true power of the heart of the forest. Not just the ability to see the unseen, but to heal, to bring harmony where there was discord, to be a part of the world in the most profound way. As the days turned to weeks, Anwen's journey through the hidden world transformed her in ways she had never imagined. She learned that true magic lay not in the pendant around her neck, but in the connections she forged, the love she shared, and the wisdom she gained. The forest became her home, its mysteries a constant source of wonder and joy. But as with all journeys, there came a time for Anwen to return to her village. She left the hidden world with a heart full of gratitude, her spirit enriched by the experiences she had gained. The fox walked beside her to the edge of the forest, its presence a comforting reminder of the bond they shared. "Remember, dear Anwen," the fox said, its eyes meeting hers with a warmth that spoke of friendship and understanding. "The heart of the forest is within you, always. Carry its light with you, wherever your path may lead." With a final farewell, Anwen stepped back into the village, the familiar sights and sounds welcoming her home. But she was no longer the same. Her journey had changed her, opened her heart to the beauty and wonder of the world, and taught her the value of kindness, wisdom, and friendship. The villagers noticed the change in Anwen, the light that seemed to radiate from her very being, the peace that enveloped her like a warm embrace. She shared her stories, her knowledge, and her love with those around her, inspiring others to seek their own paths of discovery and growth. And so, Anwen's life became a tapestry of light and shadow, woven with the threads of the hidden world she had come to know and love. Her cottage remained a haven of warmth and wisdom, a place where whispers of the forest could still be heard, where the light of the heart shone brightly, guiding her steps and those of the friends she cherished. And in the heart of the forest, beneath the ancient oak and the shimmering pool, the magic of the hidden world continued to sing, a melody of time and space, a reminder of the wonders that lay beyond the veil of everyday sight. And the heart of the forest, now and forever a part of Anwen, continued to shine, a beacon of love, wisdom, and hope for all who dared to seek it. And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, Anwen sat by her window, the pendant resting warm against her heart, and whispered a silent thank you to the forest and its mysteries. She knew that the journey never truly ended, for there were always new paths to explore, new wonders to discover, and new friendships to cherish. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the magic of the world she had come to love. Story 12. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and a shimmering sapphire lake, there was a little cottage with a thatched roof and a garden filled with wildflowers that danced with the breeze. Inside the cottage lived a young girl named Leora, whose heart was as gentle as the spring rain and whose curiosity sparkled brighter than the morning sun. Leora had always felt a peculiar connection to the world around her, sensing whispers in the rustling leaves and secrets in the babbling brook. Her days were spent exploring the lush meadows and whispering woods, accompanied by her loyal companion, a wise and old gray cat named Thistle. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Leora discovered something extraordinary. In a meadow she had visited countless times, she noticed a peculiar glow emanating from beneath a cluster of wild violets. Intrigued, she knelt down and gently parted the petals to reveal a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was unlike anything she had seen before, with delicate patterns swirling like tendrils of smoke across its surface. With Thistle purring softly by her side, Leora carefully opened the box. Inside, nestled in a bed of soft moss, was a crystal orb that glimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. As she touched it, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her fingers, and the world around her seemed to shimmer momentarily. "Do you feel that, Thistle?" Leora whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. The cat blinked slowly, his eyes reflecting the orb's glow, as if acknowledging the magic that had just been awakened. Leora decided to consult the village's elder, a kind-hearted woman named Maeve, who was known for her wisdom and knowledge of the mystical and arcane. Maeve lived at the edge of the village, in a house surrounded by ancient trees whose branches wove a tapestry of shadows and light. As Leora approached Maeve's home, she heard the gentle clinking of wind chimes and the soft murmur of a nearby brook. Maeve greeted her with a warm smile, her eyes twinkling with kindness. "What brings you to my door, dear Leora?" Maeve asked, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. Leora showed Maeve the orb and recounted the story of its discovery. Maeve listened intently, her fingers tracing the patterns on the box. "This is indeed a rare find," she said thoughtfully. "This orb is known as the Heart of the Meadow. It is said to possess the ability to reveal hidden worlds and bring forth the magic that lies dormant in nature." "But how do I use it?" Leora asked, her curiosity piqued. Maeve chuckled softly. "The magic will unfold when you open your heart to it. Trust in the journey it takes you on, and remember that the greatest magic lies in the bonds we form and the kindness we show." With Maeve's words echoing in her mind, Leora returned home, eager to discover the secrets of the orb. That night, as the moon cast a silvery glow over her room, she held the orb in her hands and closed her eyes. The warmth spread through her, and when she opened her eyes, she found herself standing in a place that was both familiar and wondrously new. She was still in the meadow, but everything seemed more vibrant, more alive. The flowers glistened with dew that sparkled like diamonds, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle. In the distance, she saw a path winding through the trees, illuminated by tiny dancing lights. With Thistle padding softly beside her, Leora followed the path into the forest. The trees were taller and grander than she remembered, their leaves whispering secrets as she passed. The path led her to a clearing where a gentle waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool, surrounded by ferns and violets. Sitting by the water's edge was a creature unlike any Leora had ever seen. It was a small, delicate being with wings that shimmered like a dragonfly's and eyes that sparkled with mischief and wisdom. "Welcome, Leora," the creature said, its voice melodic and warm. "I am Ori, guardian of this hidden realm." Leora felt a sense of awe and excitement. "I found this orb," she began, holding it out. "It led me here." Ori nodded, a playful smile dancing on its lips. "The heart of the meadow chose you, dear one. It sees the kindness in your heart and the strength in your spirit. This world is a reflection of the magic within you." As Leora spent time in the hidden realm, she discovered wonders beyond her wildest dreams. She learned to listen to the songs of the trees, to understand the language of the brook, and to dance with the fireflies that lit up the night. But the greatest gift was the friendships she formed. Alongside Ori, she met other creatures of the forest, a wise old owl named Bramble, who shared tales of ancient times, a family of foxes who taught her the art of stealth and play, and a gentle deer named Phelan, whose grace and strength inspired her. Each day brought new adventures and challenges, but no matter how daunting the task, Leora approached it with courage and kindness. She learned to weave the magic of the hidden world into her own, finding joy in the smallest of things and strength in the bonds she shared. One day, as she sat by the waterfall with Ori, Leora spoke of her life in the village and the people she loved. "I wish they could see this world and know the magic that lies within and around us," she said wistfully. Ori's eyes twinkled with understanding. "The magic you have found here is not confined to this realm, Leora. It lives in your heart, and through you, it touches the lives of those around you." Leora pondered these words, and as the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the forest, she felt a sense of peace and purpose. She realized that the journey had changed her, helping her see the world and herself in a new light. With a heart full of gratitude and love, Leora bid farewell to her friends in the hidden realm, promising to return. As she stepped back into her own world, she felt the warmth of the orb in her pocket, a reminder of the magic that lay within her reach. From that day on, Leora shared her adventures and the lessons she learned with the villagers, inspiring them to see the beauty in the world and to embrace the magic of kindness and connection. She tended her garden with newfound joy, knowing that each flower and every creature held a story waiting to be told. And so, as the years passed, Leora's cottage became a place of wonder and warmth, where laughter and love bloomed as abundantly as the wildflowers that danced in the meadow. The magic of the hidden world lived on in the hearts of those who listened and believed, a timeless melody that sang of friendship, courage, and the boundless beauty of the world around them. As the days turned into seasons and the seasons into years, Leora remained a cherished part of the village, her heart forever intertwined with the magic she had discovered. Her life was a testament to the power of kindness and the strength found in friendship, and her story was passed down from generation to generation, a gentle reminder of the wonders that lay hidden in plain sight. And so, as the sun set over the emerald hills and the lake shimmered with the colors of twilight, a sense of peace and contentment filled the air. The world was aglow with possibilities, and the magic of Leora's journey continued to inspire all who heard her tale, a beacon of hope and love in a world full of wonder. Story 13. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang soft lullabies to the moon and the air was always scented with the sweet fragrance of wildflowers, there was a small village named Luminara. Luminara was known for its serene beauty and the gentle magic that seemed to weave through every cobblestone and canopy. The villagers lived in harmony with the enchanted forest, and every evening the glow of lanterns would mingle with the twinkling stars, creating a tapestry of light and shadow that danced across the homes. One evening, as the last rays of the sun dipped beneath the horizon, a peculiar event began to unfold. It was first noticed by young Finn, a curious boy with a heart full of wonder and a mind always eager for adventure. As he settled into bed, a soft, silvery glow seeped through his window, casting intricate patterns on his walls. It was unlike the usual moonlight that bathed the village. It shimmered with an otherworldly gleam. Intrigued, Finn tiptoed to the window and peered out. To his amazement, the glow seemed to emanate from the heart of the whispering woods. It pulsed gently, as if the forest itself was breathing in a slow, rhythmic pattern. Unable to quell his curiosity, Finn decided to seek the wisdom of wise old Marin, the village's storyteller and keeper of ancient lore. Marin lived in a quaint, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the woods. His home was a treasure trove of old books, curious trinkets, and the comforting scent of herbal tea. As Finn entered, the gentle crackling of the fireplace and the warm embrace of Marin's welcoming smile made him feel instantly at home. "Marin," Finn began, his voice a mixture of excitement and bewilderment, "there's a strange light in the forest tonight. It's different from anything I've ever seen." Marin's eyes twinkled with interest as he poured a steaming cup of chamomile tea for Finn. "Ah, the forest holds many secrets, young Finn," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "But worry not, for the whispering woods are kind to those who seek with a pure heart." Together, they decided to venture into the woods the following night, when the mysterious glow would surely return. Marin assured Finn that they'd be joined by an old friend, a guardian of the forest known as Glim, a gentle creature with wings that shimmered like moonlit water. As the night fell again, Finn and Marin made their way through the paths dappled with moonlight. The forest was alive with the soft rustle of leaves and the occasional hoot of an owl. Soon, Glim joined them, her presence heralded by a soft tinkling sound like the gentle chime of distant bells. Glim's eyes, deep pools of wisdom, regarded them warmly. "Welcome, friends," she greeted in a voice as delicate as a breeze through chimes. "I have felt the forest's pulse change too, and together we shall uncover its tale." Guided by Glim's gentle light, they followed the silvery glow deeper into the woods. The air grew sweeter, filled with the scent of blooming night jasmines. As they walked, Finn noticed small, intricate patterns on the ground, as if drawn by an unseen hand. Marin knelt to examine them, his fingers tracing the delicate designs. "These are the markings of the moon blossoms," Marin explained. "Rare flowers that bloom under the full moon, yet they are known to appear only once every century." Glim nodded, her wings fluttering softly. "Indeed, but something has stirred them from their slumber early. We must find the source of this enchantment." As they ventured further, they stumbled upon a clearing bathed in the ethereal glow. At its center stood a circle of moon blossoms, their petals unfurled, glowing with a gentle light. In their midst lay a small, intricately carved stone, pulsating softly with every heartbeat of the forest. Marin approached the stone with reverence. "This is a moonstone," he whispered, "an ancient relic that channels the magic of the moon. But how it found its way here, I cannot say." Finn, his eyes wide with wonder, noticed the patterns on the stone matched those of the moon blossoms. "Could it be calling to the flowers?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Glim smiled, a soft, knowing look in her eyes. "It seems the moonstone has awakened, longing for the company of the moon blossoms. Perhaps it is a reminder of the beauty that blooms when the world comes together in harmony." Marin nodded thoughtfully. "The forest has gifted us a rare glimpse into its magic. We must honor it by ensuring the moonstone finds its place once more." As they pondered, Finn had an idea. "What if we create a new home for the moonstone, where it can watch over the blossoms and share its light with the village?" Glim's wings shimmered with approval. "A wise suggestion, young Finn. Let us craft a garden where the moonstone and moon blossoms can dwell together." With newfound purpose, they carefully gathered the moon blossoms, their glow lighting the way back to the village. The villagers, drawn by the commotion, greeted them with awe and curiosity. Together, they worked to create a serene garden at the village's heart, a sanctuary for the moonstone and its companion blossoms. As the moonstone was placed gently among the flowers, a gentle wave of light washed over Luminara, filling every corner with warmth and tranquility. The village glowed softly in the night, a beacon of unity and magic. Finn, Marin, and Glim watched with contentment as the villagers basked in the gentle light. The mysterious occurrences had brought them closer, reminding them of the wonder that lies in the unknown and the beauty of coming together. That night, as Finn lay in bed, the soft glow of the moon blossoms filtered through his window, wrapping him in a cocoon of warmth and peace. He drifted into dreams filled with shimmering wings and whispered stories, knowing that the forest's magic was now a part of him, and he a part of it. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, the village of Luminara continued to thrive, its nights forever illuminated by the gentle glow of friendship and the timeless magic of the moon. Story 14. In the heart of the ancient forest of whispering pines, where the trees stood tall like wise old sentinels, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine needles and wildflowers, there existed a hidden world known only to those who truly listened. This world was not visible to the hurried eye or the busy mind, but rather it unfolded like a delicate tapestry to those who walked the forest with an open heart. It was in this enchanting place that a young girl named Anwen lived with her grandmother, nestled in a quaint cottage at the forest's edge. The cottage was a charming abode, with a thatched roof that seemed to blend with the forest canopy, and walls adorned with vines of ivy and morning glories. Inside, the cottage was a sanctuary of warmth and comfort. The hearth, with its crackling fire, cast a gentle glow upon the walls, and the shelves were filled with books, each promising adventures beyond imagination. Anwen was a curious soul, with eyes the color of the forest leaves in spring, and a mind that danced with dreams as vibrant as the wildflowers in the meadow. Her grandmother, known affectionately by all as Granny Willow, was a woman of wisdom and gentle humor. Her stories of the forest and the hidden world within it were the foundation of Anwen's dreams. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and gold, Granny Willow beckoned Anwen to her side. They sat by the hearth, the fire's warmth wrapping around them like a soft blanket. "Anwen, my dear," Granny Willow began, her voice a soothing melody, "there is something I wish to share with you. It is a tale of a magical object and a journey that changed everything for our family." Anwen's eyes widened with anticipation as she snuggled closer. "Tell me, Granny, please," she urged, her voice filled with wonder. Granny Willow smiled and reached for a small, intricately carved wooden box that sat on the mantel. She opened it to reveal a shimmering, iridescent feather. It was unlike any feather Anwen had ever seen, with colors that seemed to shift and change like the light through a stained glass window. "This," Granny Willow said, holding the feather gently, "is the feather of serendipity. It is said to possess the power to reveal hidden paths and open the way to the world within the forest." Anwen's heart fluttered with excitement. "How did you come by it, Granny?" she asked, her voice a whisper of awe. Granny Willow's eyes twinkled with the light of memory. "It is a gift from a dear friend, a friend who taught me that friendship can defy all expectations and bridge even the greatest divides." And so, Granny Willow began her tale, weaving a story that flowed like a gentle stream, carrying Anwen into a world of magic and mystery. Long ago, when Granny Willow was but a girl, much like Anwen, she lived in the same cottage by the forest's edge. Her days were filled with exploration and wonder, and her nights with dreams of the hidden world her grandmother spoke of. One day, while wandering the forest trails, Granny Willow, then simply Willow, came upon a small clearing bathed in sunlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching toward the sky. At its base, nestled amongst the roots, lay a peculiar object, a tiny door, no taller than her knee, adorned with intricate carvings of woodland creatures and twining vines. Curiosity sparked within her, and with a gentle touch she opened the door. To her astonishment, it revealed a passageway that glowed with a soft, inviting light. Without hesitation, Willow stepped through, leaving behind the familiar world for a realm she had only dreamed of. The passage led her to a land of breathtaking beauty and wonder. The trees here were taller and more majestic, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. Streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through meadows of flowers that danced in the breeze, their colors more vibrant than any she had seen before. As she wandered this hidden world, Willow encountered creatures both fantastical and familiar. Butterflies with wings like stained glass fluttered by, and tiny, luminescent sprites flittered among the flowers, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. And it was here, in this magical realm, that Willow met the one who would become her dearest friend. In a grove of willow trees, there was a dragon, but not the fearsome kind of legend. This dragon was small, scarcely larger than a house cat, with scales that shimmered like opals and eyes as bright as the summer sky. His name was Elwyn, and he possessed the gift of understanding the language of the forest. At first, Willow was taken aback, for she had never seen a dragon before. But Elwyn, with a gentle nod, spoke in a voice that was both kind and wise. "Do not fear me, young one. I have been waiting for you." Willow, feeling a sense of calm wash over her, replied, "Waiting for me? How could you know I would come?" Elwyn chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of leaves. "The forest has its ways, and it speaks to those who listen. I have seen you in my dreams, a friend in need of guidance and a heart willing to discover." From that day on, Willow and Elwyn were inseparable. They explored the hidden world together, learning its secrets and uncovering its mysteries. Elwyn taught Willow to listen to the forest's whispers and follow its guidance, while Willow shared tales of her world, her dreams, and her hopes. As their friendship blossomed, Elwyn entrusted Willow with the feather of serendipity, a gift from the heart of the forest itself. "This feather," he explained, "will guide you when you are lost and reveal paths unseen." With the feather in hand, Willow felt a sense of purpose she had never known. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the hidden world, but also about discovering herself and the bonds of friendship that transcended all barriers. As Granny Willow's tale unfolded, Anwen listened with rapt attention, her imagination painting vivid scenes of the hidden world and the dragon named Elwyn. The fire crackled softly, and the shadows danced upon the walls, creating a cocoon of warmth and magic. "Granny," Anwen whispered, her voice filled with awe, "did you ever see Elwyn again?" Granny Willow nodded, her eyes reflecting the light of the fire. "Indeed I did. For many years, Elwyn and I shared countless adventures, and our friendship grew stronger with each passing day. He taught me that true friendship knows no bounds, and it is a lesson I carry with me still." Anwen's heart swelled with admiration for her grandmother and the courage it took to embark on such a journey. "Do you think I might find the hidden world, Granny?" she asked, her voice a blend of hope and wonder. Granny Willow smiled, her expression one of gentle encouragement. "The hidden world is always there, my dear, waiting for those who seek it with an open heart. And remember, the feather of serendipity is yours now. It will guide you, just as it guided me." With that, Granny Willow placed the feather in Anwen's hand, its iridescent colors shimmering in the firelight. Anwen felt a tingle of warmth and possibility course through her, as if the feather held the promise of adventures yet to come. As the fire's glow began to fade, and the night settled in around them, Anwen curled up in her grandmother's embrace, her heart filled with dreams of hidden worlds, magical friendships, and journeys yet to be taken. The days that followed were filled with anticipation and a sense of wonder that colored even the most ordinary moments. Anwen carried the feather of serendipity with her wherever she went, feeling its gentle presence, like a whisper of encouragement. One crisp morning, as the sun's rays filtered through the forest canopy, Anwen decided to set out on her own journey, to discover the hidden world her grandmother had spoken of. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a flask of water, a slice of warm bread, and a notebook to record her discoveries. With the feather tucked safely in her pocket, she ventured into the heart of the forest. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the soft murmur of the wind, a symphony of nature that filled Anwen's ears and heart. She walked with purpose, her footsteps light and sure, guided by a sense of curiosity and the feather's gentle pull. As she wandered deeper into the forest, Anwen noticed subtle changes in her surroundings. The air seemed to shimmer with a golden light, and the trees, though familiar, appeared to stand taller and more majestic than before. The sounds of the forest were richer, each note resonating with a clarity she hadn't noticed until now. It was then that Anwen came upon a clearing, much like the one her grandmother had described. At its center stood an ancient oak tree, its branches reaching skyward like arms in a joyful embrace. Beneath its roots lay a small, intricately carved door, just as her grandmother had recounted. With a deep breath, Anwen opened the door and stepped through, her heart beating with excitement and wonder. She felt a gentle tug, as if the feather in her pocket was guiding her forward, leading her into the hidden world of the forest. The realm she entered was a place of breathtaking beauty, just as her grandmother had described. The colors were vibrant and alive, the air filled with the scent of wildflowers and the sound of distant laughter. Anwen walked with wide-eyed wonder, taking in the sights and sounds that surrounded her. As she explored this magical world, Anwen encountered creatures she had only imagined in her dreams. Butterflies with wings like stained glass fluttered by, casting rainbows of color upon her path. Tiny, luminescent sprites flitted among the flowers, their laughter a melody that filled the air. It was in this enchanting setting that Anwen met someone who would become an unexpected friend and guide. By a crystal-clear stream, she encountered a fox with fur as red as autumn leaves and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. His name was Bramble, and he possessed the gift of understanding the language of the forest. Bramble approached Anwen with a gentle nod, his eyes filled with warmth and curiosity. "Welcome, young traveler," he greeted her, his voice a soothing cadence. "The forest has spoken of you, and I am here to guide you on your journey." Anwen felt a sense of calm wash over her, much like her grandmother had described. "Thank you, Bramble," she replied, her voice filled with gratitude. "I seek to understand the hidden world and discover what lies beyond the familiar." Bramble nodded, his eyes twinkling with understanding. "The hidden world is a place of magic and mystery, where the heart guides the way. Let us explore together, and perhaps we shall both learn something new." And so, Anwen and Bramble began their journey through the hidden world, walking side by side as they uncovered its secrets and embraced its wonders. Bramble shared tales of the forest and its inhabitants, while Anwen spoke of her world, her dreams, and the lessons her grandmother had taught her. As they wandered, Anwen learned to listen to the whispers of the forest, to follow the paths that unfolded before her, and to trust in the guidance of the feather of serendipity. She discovered that the hidden world was not just a place, but a state of being, a way of seeing and understanding the interconnectedness of all things. With each step, Anwen felt herself growing, evolving, and transforming. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the hidden world, but also about discovering herself and the bonds of friendship that transcended all boundaries. As the sun began to set, casting a warm, golden glow upon the hidden world, Anwen and Bramble found themselves back at the clearing where their journey had begun. The ancient oak tree stood as a sentinel, its branches swaying gently in the evening breeze. Anwen turned to Bramble, her heart filled with a sense of fulfillment and gratitude. "Thank you, Bramble, for guiding me and sharing this journey with me. I have learned so much about the forest and about myself." Bramble smiled, his eyes reflecting the warmth of the setting sun. "It is I who should thank you, Anwen, for you have reminded me of the joy of discovery and the power of friendship. The forest is richer for having you walk its paths." With a final nod of farewell, Anwen stepped through the door and back into her world, her heart filled with the magic and wonder of the hidden world. The feather of serendipity lay warm in her pocket, a reminder of the journey she had taken and the friendships she had forged. As she made her way home, Anwen felt a sense of peace and contentment, knowing that the hidden world was always there, waiting for those who sought it with an open heart. She knew that she would carry the lessons of her journey with her always, sharing them with others and inspiring them to discover the hidden magic within and around them. When Anwen returned to the cottage, she found Granny Willow waiting by the hearth, the fire casting its warm glow upon the walls. Anwen's heart swelled with love and gratitude as she shared the story of her journey, the hidden world, and her new friend Bramble. Granny Willow listened with a smile, her eyes filled with pride and understanding. "You have discovered a great truth, my dear Anwen," she said softly. "The hidden world is not just a place, but a part of us all. It is where we find the magic in the ordinary and the extraordinary in the everyday." As the fire crackled softly and the night settled in around them, Anwen curled up beside her grandmother, her heart filled with dreams of hidden worlds, magical friendships, and journeys yet to be taken. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest of whispering pines, where the trees stood tall and the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine needles and wildflowers, Anwen found her place in the world, a place where the magic of friendship and the wonder of discovery would forever light her path. Story 15. In the quaint village of Misty Hollow, nestled deep within the emerald embrace of the whispering woods, life was as gentle as the babbling brook that meandered through the town. The air was perpetually laced with the sweet scent of wild honey and lavender, carried on the soft breezes that danced through the glades. The village, with its cobblestone paths and thatched-roof cottages, was a place where stories and dreams seemed to intertwine with everyday life. At the heart of Misty Hollow stood a small, cozy bookshop. It was an old building, its wooden beams creaking softly like an elder sharing age-old secrets. The shop was run by a kindly woman named Marigold, whose silver hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall of moonlight. Her eyes sparkled with the wisdom of countless tales, and her smile was as warm as the hearth fire that burned brightly in the shop's stone fireplace. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in shades of amber and gold, Marigold noticed something peculiar. A gentle mist had begun to curl through the village streets, more than the usual morning fog. It was thicker, almost as if it had a mind of its own, obscuring the familiar landscape in an otherworldly shroud. The mist seemed to whisper, not with words, but with the soft rustling of secrets waiting to be uncovered. Curious, Marigold stepped outside, her shawl wrapped snugly around her shoulders. She was joined by Oliver, a wise old owl who had taken up residence in the oak tree beside the bookshop. Oliver had been Marigold's friend and confidant for many years, his golden eyes as knowing as the ancient stars. "Do you feel it too, Oliver?" Marigold asked, her voice barely above a whisper, not wanting to disturb the tranquility of the morning. Oliver blinked slowly, his feathers ruffling with thought. "Indeed, Marigold, this mist is not of the ordinary kind. It carries with it a mystery, one that we must unravel with care." With a nod of agreement, Marigold decided to seek the counsel of the village's elder, a wise gnome named Thistlethorn. He lived on the outskirts of Misty Hollow, in a cozy burrow beneath the roots of a sprawling chestnut tree. The path to his home was lined with glowing mushrooms and twinkling fairy lights, casting a gentle luminescence upon the earth. As Marigold and Oliver approached, Thistlethorn appeared at his door, sensing their arrival. His beard, like a frosty thistle, bobbed with each step, and his eyes twinkled behind spectacles perched precariously upon his small nose. "Ah, Marigold and Oliver," he greeted, his voice as comforting as a soft blanket on a chilly night. "What brings you to my humble doorstep?" Marigold explained the unusual mist that had enveloped the village and her curiosity about its origins. Thistlethorn listened intently, stroking his beard with a thoughtful hum. "This mist, you see, is woven from the dreams of the whispering woods," Thistlethorn explained, his voice carrying the weight of ancient knowledge. "It is said to appear when the forest wishes to share a truth that must be sought with an open heart." Intrigued, Marigold realized that the forest itself was reaching out, perhaps trying to tell them something important. With Thistlethorn's wisdom as their guide, they ventured deeper into the woods, the mist swirling around them like a gentle embrace. The whispering woods was alive with the symphony of nature, birds singing lullabies, leaves rustling secrets, and the distant hoot of an owl. As they walked, Marigold noticed delicate patterns forming in the mist, shapes that seemed to dance and shift with the breeze. Oliver, perched upon Marigold's shoulder, observed keenly. "Look closely, Marigold. The mist is painting a picture, a puzzle for us to solve." With careful steps they followed the mist's patterns, which led them to a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. In its center stood a ring of ancient stones, their surfaces etched with runes that glimmered faintly. "This is the Circle of Echoes," Thistlethorn whispered reverently. "It is a place where the past speaks to those who listen." As they approached, the mist began to part, revealing a vision within the circle. It was a scene from long ago, a gathering of creatures from the forest, convening under the light of a full moon. Among them was a majestic stag with antlers that glowed like silver branches, standing as the guardian of the forest's secrets. Marigold felt a gentle tug at her heart, as if the forest was urging her to understand. "The forest wants us to remember," she murmured softly. Thistlethorn nodded. "Indeed, the forest is reminding us of the harmony that once existed, a harmony that must be preserved." With newfound clarity, they realized that the mist was a gentle reminder from the forest, a call for the villagers to live in balance with nature, to appreciate the delicate web of life that connected them all. Thanking the forest and its guardian, Marigold, Oliver, and Thistlethorn made their way back to Misty Hollow. As they emerged from the woods, the mist began to dissipate, leaving the village bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. Back at the bookshop, Marigold gathered the villagers to share the tale of the forest's message. Her words, like a gentle breeze, carried the lesson of harmony and respect, weaving a sense of unity through the hearts of all who listened. From that day on, Misty Hollow flourished anew. The villagers worked together to tend the forest, planting trees and nurturing the land with love and care. The mist, now only a fond memory, had served its purpose, bringing the community closer and teaching them the importance of living in harmony with the world around them. And so, under the watchful gaze of the forest's guardian, Misty Hollow thrived, a testament to the wisdom of nature and the power of friendship. As the stars twinkled above, Marigold closed her bookshop for the night, her heart full of peace and gratitude. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting a warm glow that danced across the walls. Outside, the whisper of the woods sang a lullaby, a gentle promise that all was well in the world. And as the village drifted into slumber, wrapped in the embrace of dreams, the forest watched over them, a silent guardian of the night. Story 16. In the quiet, mist-laden village of Elderglen, nestled at the edge of a dense, whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Leora. Elderglen was a place where time seemed to hold its breath, suspended in an eternal twilight of gentle winds and rustling leaves. The village was known for its peculiar charm, where fireflies danced like stars every evening, and the brook sang a melodic lullaby that echoed through the cobblestone streets. Leora was a curious soul, her heart brimming with wonder and imagination. Her days were spent exploring the winding paths of the forest, collecting stones and peculiar leaves, and listening to the tales spun by the village elders about mysterious creatures and magical happenings. Yet, of all the tales she had heard, the one that intrigued her most was about the enchanted lantern, a magical object said to reveal hidden worlds and grant the wisdom of the ages to those who sought it with a pure heart. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun dipped its first rays over the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Leora decided that the time had come for her own adventure. She packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and a flask of sweetened tea, kissed her mother goodbye, and set her feet on the path leading deep into the forest. The forest of Elderglen was a symphony of life, its canopy a mosaic of greens and golds that filtered the sunlight into dappled patterns on the leaf-strewn ground. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and the earthy aroma of moss-covered stones. As Leora walked, the crunch of leaves beneath her feet seemed to harmonize with the gentle babbling of the brook that meandered alongside the path. It was not long before she came upon a clearing where the brook widened into a pool, its surface a mirror reflecting the sky. Here, the stone form of a small, ancient bridge arched gracefully over the water. Leora paused, feeling a shiver of anticipation. The bridge was said to be the threshold to the hidden world where the enchanted lantern lay. Taking a deep breath, Leora stepped onto the bridge. The air seemed to hum with energy, and as she reached the other side, she found herself in a place that was both familiar and wondrously new. The trees here were taller, their trunks entwined with vines bearing flowers of every imaginable color. The air was filled with the song of unseen birds, and the light was different, as if the sun itself had taken on a softer, more golden hue. As she ventured further, Leora stumbled upon an unexpected sight. A young fox, its fur a vibrant russet, sunning itself on a warm rock. The fox opened one eye lazily, regarded her with a look that seemed almost knowing, and then, to Leora's surprise, spoke in a voice that was both gentle and wise. "Greetings, young traveler," said the fox, stretching languidly. "What brings you to the realm of the enchanted lantern?" Startled but thrilled, Leora replied, "I seek the lantern, for I have heard it grants wisdom and reveals hidden worlds. But I am not quite sure where to begin my search." The fox chuckled softly, a sound like the rustle of leaves in a summer breeze. "Ah, the lantern is not found by those who search for it with their eyes alone. It reveals itself to those who seek with their hearts open and their minds clear." Intrigued, Leora settled down beside the fox, eager to learn more. "Can you guide me, wise one?" The fox smiled, a glint of mischief in its eyes. "I can offer you a riddle, young seeker. Solve it, and the path to the lantern shall reveal itself to you." Leora listened intently as the fox recited the riddle. "In a place where shadows dance and dreams take flight, find the feather that gleams with celestial light. In its quill lies the map to the treasure you seek, a guide for the heart that is humble and meek." With a flick of its tail, the fox rose and trotted into the underbrush, leaving Leora to ponder the riddle. She sat by the brook, her mind swirling with thoughts. Shadows that dance, dreams that take flight. The words echoed in her mind, conjuring images of moonlit nights and twinkling stars. As afternoon gave way to evening, Leora watched as the sky dimmed into a deep indigo speckled with the first stars of night. It was then, as she gazed at the heavens, that she realized the answer lay not in the forest or with the fox, but in the sky itself. The stars, with their eternal dance, were the key. Determined, Leora rose and followed the path until she reached a glade where the trees parted, revealing a perfect view of the night sky. Here she waited, watching as the constellations wheeled overhead like a celestial ballet. It was just past midnight when she saw it, a feather, shimmering with a light that seemed to come from within, drifting down from the sky like a falling star. It landed softly at her feet, its quill aglow with a gentle luminescence. Leora picked up the feather, awestruck by its beauty. As she held it, she felt a warmth spreading through her fingers, up her arm, and into her heart, a warmth that spoke of ancient wisdom and gentle guidance. The feather, she realized, was the map the fox had spoken of. But it was not a map of lines and symbols. Rather, it was a map of feeling and intuition. The path to the lantern lay within her, guided by her own hopes and dreams. Clutching the feather, Leora set off once more, her heart light and her spirit buoyant. The forest seemed to welcome her now, the trees swaying in time with her footsteps, the stars above twinkling in encouragement. It was just before dawn when Leora found herself at the edge of a great meadow, bathed in the soft glow of the coming day. In the center of the meadow stood a small stone pagoda, its roof covered in emerald moss, and inside, resting upon a pedestal of granite, was the enchanted lantern. The lantern was a thing of beauty, its surface etched with intricate designs that seemed to shift and change in the light. As Leora approached, the lantern flickered to life, casting a warm golden glow that filled the meadow with a sense of peace and serenity. In that moment, Leora understood that the lantern's magic was not in granting wishes or bestowing power, but in its ability to illuminate the truth within oneself. It was a mirror to the soul, revealing the strengths and wisdom that lay hidden within. Leora took a deep breath and closed her eyes, allowing the lantern's light to wash over her. She felt its warmth seep into her being, uncovering her fears, her hopes, and her dreams. It showed her that the journey she had undertaken was not just a path through the forest, but a journey of self-discovery and growth. As the first rays of the sun touched the meadow, Leora opened her eyes, feeling a profound sense of peace and clarity. She knew now that the true magic lay not in the lantern itself, but in the journey she had taken and the lessons she had learned along the way. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora made her way back to Elderglen, carrying the wisdom of the lantern within her. The villagers welcomed her return with open arms, eager to hear of her adventure and the wonders she had seen. From that day on, Leora shared her tale with all who would listen, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of discovery. And though the enchanted lantern remained a mystery to many, its light continued to shine in the hearts of those who sought it with an open heart and a willing spirit. And so, in the quiet village of Elderglen, where fireflies danced like stars and the brook sang its eternal song, the story of Leora and the enchanted lantern became a cherished tale, passed down through generations, a reminder that the greatest treasures are often found not in the destination, but in the journey itself. Story 17. Once upon a time, in a serene village nestled between emerald hills and a tranquil river, there lived a gentle soul named Nora. Nora was known for her kindness, yet she often felt out of place, like a sapling yearning for sunlight in a dense forest. Though her heart danced with the rhythm of dreams, she struggled with the notion of change. Its uncertainty loomed over her like a distant storm cloud. Nora's village was a tapestry of vibrant colors, where cobblestone paths wound through fields of wildflowers, and quaint cottages with thatched roofs stood like old friends against the evening sky. Each season transformed the landscape in ways that enchanted the heart. The spring with its blush of cherry blossoms, the summer with golden fields swaying in the breeze, the autumn with a symphony of rustling leaves, and the winter with its blankets of pristine snow. Yet, despite the beauty around her, Nora felt tethered by the routine of everyday life. Her heart whispered of adventures and possibilities, but her feet remained firmly planted in familiar soil. She yearned for change, but feared its arrival. One crisp autumn morning, while gathering herbs by the riverbank, Nora noticed an unusual shimmer in the water. Curious, she leaned closer and saw a small, iridescent fish with scales that glistened like polished gemstones. The fish, much to her surprise, spoke in a gentle voice. "Dear Nora, I am a guardian of transformation. If you seek change, you must embrace it as a friend, not a foe." Startled yet intrigued, Nora listened as the fish continued. "The world around you mirrors your innermost thoughts and desires. When you open your heart to change, magic will unfold." Pondering these words, Nora returned to her cottage, where the scent of lavender and chamomile greeted her like an embrace. She spoke of the encounter to her friends, wise old Agatha, who knew the secrets of the stars, jovial Theo, whose laughter was as infectious as spring rain, and gentle Lila, whose paintings captured the soul of the village. Agatha peered over her spectacles and said, "Change is the universe's way of nudging us toward our true selves. Embrace it, for it holds the key to your growth." Theo, with a twinkle in his eye, added, "Life is like a river, Nora. It flows and bends, carving new paths as it goes. Trust in its journey." Lila, with a brush in hand, painted a picture of a butterfly emerging from a chrysalis. "Transformation is beautiful, Nora. It may seem daunting, but it leads to the discovery of your wings." Encouraged by her friends, Nora decided to let go of her fears. She began to notice the subtle magic in everyday moments. The way sunlight danced on dew-kissed petals, the soothing murmur of the river, and the comforting rustle of leaves in the evening breeze. With each passing day, her heart opened a little more to the possibilities before her. One evening, as twilight draped a velvet cloak over the village, Nora returned to the riverbank. The little fish awaited her, its scales shimmering in the moonlight. "You have learned to embrace change, dear Nora," it said. "Now, let me show you the magic you've awakened." With a gentle splash, the fish leapt into the air, transforming into a magnificent phoenix, its feathers ablaze with the colors of dawn. It soared above, casting a warm, golden light over the land. As Nora watched in awe, she felt a tingling sensation, as if her own spirit was taking flight. In that moment, Nora understood the true nature of change. It was not something to be feared, but a gift of growth and discovery. She felt a profound sense of peace, knowing that she was part of a greater tapestry, woven with threads of magic and wonder. From that day on, Nora embraced the rhythm of life with open arms. She wandered the hills and valleys, her heart a compass leading her to new experiences and friendships. With each step, she discovered the beauty within herself and the world around her. And so, in the gentle embrace of the village and its magical river, Nora found her place in the world, a place where change was not a shadow, but a light guiding her home. And from that moment, she knew that the magic of transformation was always within her, waiting to unfold like the petals of a flower reaching for the sun. The village, with its quiet charms and kind-hearted people, cradled this newfound understanding, and Nora's story became a gentle reminder to all who lived there that true growth comes from embracing the beauty of change and the magic of discovering oneself. The end. Story 18. Once upon a time, in the heart of an ancient forest, a place where towering trees whispered secrets and streams sang lullabies, there lived a wise old owl named Thistle. Perched high in his oak tree, Thistle had seen many years pass, each season bringing its own unique hues and melodies to the forest. His feathers, soft as moonlight, shimmered in the dappled sunlight that filtered through the leaves, and his eyes, deep and knowing, held the stories of generations. In this enchanted forest, the creatures of the wood lived in harmony, each playing their part in the delicate balance of nature. The forest floor was a tapestry of emerald moss and wildflowers, with vibrant mushrooms sprouting like little umbrellas after a gentle rain. The air was filled with the sweet, earthy scent of pine needles and the crisp, cool undertone of the nearby brook. Among the inhabitants was a curious little fox named Fern. Fern's coat was the color of autumn leaves, a warm russet that blended perfectly with the forest floor in fall. She had grown up listening to Thistle's tales, her ears perked with fascination as she learned about the magic of the forest and the importance of keeping the balance. One crisp morning, as the sun began to peek over the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, Fern awoke to a peculiar sound. It was a gentle humming, like the soft strumming of a harp, carried on the breeze from the direction of the glen. Intrigued, Fern set off to discover the source of this enchanting melody. As she trotted through the forest, the ground beneath her paws was soft and springy, and the air buzzed with the vibrant energy of new beginnings. Along the way, she was joined by her friend, a young squirrel named Pippin. Pippin's bushy tail flicked with excitement as he bounded from branch to branch, his tiny paws barely making a sound on the bark. "Do you hear that, Fern?" Pippin chattered, his eyes wide with wonder. "It's as if the forest itself is singing." Fern nodded, her heart swelling with anticipation. "I think it's coming from the glen. Let's hurry." As they approached the glen, the air grew warmer and the sound grew louder, wrapping around them like a comforting blanket. The glen was a magical place, where a small waterfall tumbled over smooth stones into a crystal-clear pool, sending a fine mist into the air that sparkled in the sunlight like a million tiny diamonds. Perched on a moss-covered rock by the pool was the source of the melody, a group of ethereal creatures known as the wind spirits. These delicate beings were rarely seen by the creatures of the forest, as they usually danced through the treetops, weaving the winds of change with their song. Their forms were like the gossamer threads of a spider's web, shimmering with every color of the rainbow. Fern and Pippin watched in awe as the wind spirits sang their song, a harmonious blend of notes that seemed to resonate with the very soul of the forest. The song was a celebration of spring, a time when life was renewed, and the world was painted anew in vibrant greens and blossoming flowers. As the song faded into the gentle rustle of leaves, Fern stepped forward, her voice filled with admiration. "Your song is beautiful. It fills the forest with such joy and life." The leader of the wind spirits, a being with eyes as bright as the morning sun, turned to Fern and Pippin with a gentle smile. "Thank you, little ones. Our song is a gift to the forest, a reminder of the cycle of life and the harmony that binds us all." Pippin, always eager to learn, tilted his head curiously. "What do you mean by the harmony that binds us?" The wind spirit's voice was like a soft breeze, carrying wisdom with every word. "The forest thrives when all its creatures, great and small, live in balance with each other and with nature. Each season brings its own magic, its own challenges, and together we must ensure that the balance is maintained." Fern nodded, the wisdom of the wind spirits echoing the teachings of Thistle. "We've learned from Thistle that every creature has a role to play, and that by working together we can overcome any challenge." The wind spirit nodded, their eyes twinkling like stars. "Indeed, wise Thistle speaks the truth. Remember, little ones, that even the smallest actions can have a great impact. A single drop of water can create ripples that spread across an entire pond." With these words lingering in their hearts, Fern and Pippin thanked the wind spirits and began their journey back through the forest, the song of the wind spirits still echoing in their minds like a gentle lullaby. As they walked, they noticed how the forest seemed even more alive than before. Birds flitted between the trees, their songs mingling with the rustle of leaves. Flowers unfurled their petals to the sun, painting the landscape with splashes of color. Fern and Pippin understood now, more than ever, the importance of their roles in maintaining the balance. Over the following weeks, Fern and Pippin shared the wisdom of the wind spirits with their friends. They spoke of the importance of working together, of respecting the delicate balance of the forest, and of cherishing the magic that each season brought. And so, as spring gave way to the golden warmth of summer, the creatures of the forest continued to live in harmony, their lives intertwined like the roots of the ancient trees. They faced each challenge with wisdom and friendship, their hearts united by the song of the wind spirits and the timeless wisdom of the forest. As the sun set each evening, casting a warm glow over the forest, Thistle would watch over his beloved home, his heart filled with pride. He knew that the next generation was ready, that they had learned the lessons of the past, and that they would carry the magic and harmony of the forest into the future. And so, under the watchful eyes of the moon and stars, the forest thrived, a testament to the power of nature and the enduring bonds of friendship. Story 19. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering silver lake, there lived a gentle young girl named Marin. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of someone who believed the world brimmed with untold wonders. Marin lived with her grandmother, a kindly woman known to the villagers as the Keeper of Stories. Their cozy cottage was filled with the comforting aroma of lavender and honey, and its walls were lined with books that whispered secrets of faraway lands and magical tales. One crisp morning, as the sun began to paint the sky with hues of gold and blush, Marin ventured to the attic to search for her grandmother's old quilt to fend off the chill. The attic was a treasure trove of forgotten trinkets and memories, each item a remnant of days gone by. As she rummaged through the dusty boxes, Marin's hand brushed against something smooth and cool. Curiosity piqued, she pulled out a peculiar object, a silver locket with intricate engravings that seemed to shimmer and dance in the soft light streaming through the attic window. Marin felt an inexplicable pull towards the locket. As she opened it, she found not a photograph or a keepsake, but a tiny, swirling mist of colors, like a fragment of the dawn sky captured within. At that moment, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she heard a soft, melodic voice, a voice that seemed to come from within the locket itself. "Dear Marin," the voice sang, "I am the keeper of hidden truths. With your kind heart and open mind, you can uncover the wonders of the unseen." Bewildered yet entranced, Marin tucked the locket around her neck, feeling its comforting weight against her chest. She hurried downstairs to her grandmother, who was brewing a pot of chamomile tea, the steam rising in fragrant spirals. "Grandmother," Marin began, her voice a mix of excitement and awe, "I found this locket in the attic. It spoke to me." Her grandmother's eyes twinkled with a mixture of surprise and understanding. "Ah, the locket of whispers," she murmured. "It is said to reveal the hidden truths of the world to those who listen with both their heart and mind." With her grandmother's encouragement, Marin embarked on a journey to uncover the locket's secrets. Her first stop was the village's ancient oak, its branches sprawling like welcoming arms. Beneath its shade, Marin encountered a wise old owl named Olwen, whose feathers were as soft as whispers and whose eyes held the wisdom of centuries. "Olwen," Marin asked, her voice gentle and respectful, "do you know of the locket of whispers and its secrets?" Olwen hooted softly, his eyes crinkling kindly. "Indeed, young Marin, the locket reveals the truths of the heart. To understand its magic, you must first understand yourself and the world around you." With Olwen's guidance, Marin learned to listen beyond words, to hear the language of the rustling leaves and the murmuring brook. Each day she discovered new wonders, a symphony in the wind, a dance in the raindrops, and with each discovery the locket glowed warmly, as if in approval. But soon, Marin faced a challenge that tested her newfound wisdom. The village was threatened by a great shadow, a dense fog that crept over the hills, obscuring paths and veiling the lake in a shroud of uncertainty. The villagers were fearful, unsure how to dispel the gloom. Marin, with the locket resting against her heart, knew that the answer lay not in fighting the fog with force, but in understanding its nature. She sought counsel from Erwin, the gentle deer who roamed the forest and knew the secrets of the land. Erwin's eyes were pools of calm, and her voice was like a soft lullaby. "The fog," Erwin explained, "is a veil of doubt and fear. To lift it, you must bring light, light of understanding and friendship." With this insight, Marin gathered the villagers by the lakeside, their faces illuminated by lanterns. She spoke of the beauty that lay hidden beneath the fog, of the strength found in unity and hope. As her words wrapped around them like a warm embrace, the fog began to lift, revealing the familiar landscape bathed in moonlight. The villagers rejoiced, their fears dissipating like morning mist. They celebrated with songs and dance, grateful for Marin's wisdom and the light she had brought to their hearts. As the night wore on and the stars twinkled like scattered gems across the sky, Marin sat by the lake, the locket resting warmly against her chest. She knew that the journey had changed her, not by revealing magical powers, but by opening her eyes to the wonders within and around her. And so, with the gentle lapping of the lake and the soft rustle of the leaves as her lullaby, Marin drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing that the world held endless secrets waiting to be discovered by those who dared to listen and believe. And from that day on, the village thrived, wrapped in the warmth of understanding and the gentle glow of the locket of whispers, its secrets known to the heart of a kind-hearted girl named Marin. Story 20. Once upon a time, in a galaxy where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds on velvet, there existed a small, vibrant planet called Luminara. The skies of Luminara were always painted in hues of lavender and gold, and the air was thick with the sweet scent of blooming starflowers. On this planet lived a gentle creature known as Niv. Niv was a Luminaran, a being with skin that shimmered like moonlight and eyes that glowed softly in the dark. His people were known for their wisdom and their deep love for the natural world around them. Niv spent his days tending to the starflower fields and his nights studying the patterns of the stars, dreaming of the worlds beyond his own. One evening, as the last rays of the setting sun cast long shadows across the fields, Niv's peaceful world was interrupted by a strange, metallic sound, a sound that did not belong to the gentle rhythm of life on Luminara. Curious and a little apprehensive, Niv followed the noise to its source. There, nestled awkwardly among the starflowers, was a peculiar object he had never seen before, a small spacecraft, battered and worn. As he approached, the hatch creaked open with a hesitant groan, and out stepped an equally peculiar creature. The newcomer was a Zorbian, a species known for their mechanical expertise and quick, analytical minds. She was small and sturdy, with a body covered in scales that shimmered like polished silver. Her name was Zala, and she had been traveling the stars in search of knowledge when an unexpected meteor storm forced her to crash land on Luminara. Their first encounter was fraught with misunderstanding. Niv, unfamiliar with technology, was wary of Zala's mechanical contraptions, while Zala, accustomed to the precision of machines, found the wild beauty of Luminara overwhelming and chaotic. Communication was difficult at first, as Zala's speech was clipped and precise, while Niv's language flowed like a gentle stream full of metaphors and music. Despite their initial differences, the two strangers found themselves in need of each other. Zala's spacecraft required repairs, but the materials she needed could only be found deep within the heart of the Luminaran forest, a place known for its enchanting beauty, but also for its labyrinthine paths. Niv, on the other hand, had never ventured so far from the comforts of his home and needed Zala's navigation skills. And so, with a shared purpose, Niv and Zala set off into the forest. The path was thick with the scent of pine and soft underfoot with layers of fallen leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. As they walked, the two companions began to learn from one another. Niv taught Zala the rhythms of Luminara, pointing out the different calls of the forest creatures and the subtle changes in the breeze that signaled shifts in the weather. In return, Zala shared her knowledge of the stars, mapping constellations with her precise instruments and recounting tales of distant galaxies. Their journey was not without challenges. One evening, as they made camp beside a gently babbling brook, a sudden storm rolled in, drenching them in a torrential downpour. Niv, who understood the forest like an old friend, quickly found shelter beneath the broad leaves of a giant moss tree. But it was Zala who used her technological prowess to construct a makeshift shelter that kept them warm and dry throughout the night. As the days turned into weeks, Niv and Zala grew closer, their initial misunderstandings giving way to a deep and abiding friendship. They discovered that despite their differences, they shared a common curiosity and a desire to learn from the world around them. They laughed together, shared stories of their homes, and supported each other through the challenges they faced. One day, as they approached the heart of the forest, they encountered a formidable barrier, a river swollen with rain, its waters rushing furiously. Niv, who had always feared deep water, hesitated at the riverbank. Zala, sensing his trepidation, offered words of encouragement. "We can do this together," she said, her voice steady and reassuring. Taking a deep breath, Niv nodded, trusting in their partnership. Working together, they crafted a raft from fallen branches and vines, and with Zala's precise calculations and Niv's steady hand, they crossed the river safely. It was a moment of triumph that strengthened their bond, a testament to what they could achieve when they combined their strengths. Finally, they reached the center of the forest, where the rare minerals Zala needed could be found. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, where the ground sparkled with crystals, and the air was alive with the hum of energy. As Zala collected the materials, Niv watched in awe, grateful for the journey that had brought them here. With their mission accomplished, they returned to Zala's spacecraft. Under the soft glow of the moon, Zala worked tirelessly, her hands moving deftly over the controls. Niv watched, his heart full of emotions he couldn't quite name. In their time together, he had learned the language of friendship, a language that transcended words and spoke directly to the heart. When the spacecraft was finally repaired and ready for departure, Zala turned to Niv, her eyes bright with gratitude. "Thank you," she said, her voice warm with sincerity, "for everything." Niv smiled, a gentle, knowing smile. "Our paths were meant to cross," he replied softly, "and though our journeys may take us far, the friendship we found will always remain." As the dawn broke over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Zala's spacecraft lifted gently from the ground. Niv watched until it disappeared among the stars, feeling a sense of peace and fulfillment. And so, in the heart of the galaxy, amid the twinkling stars and the whispering winds, the unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond forged through understanding, strengthened by shared challenges, and enduring through time and distance. It was a lesson they would carry with them always, a gentle reminder of the magic that lies in the connections we make and the journeys we share. Story 21. Once upon a time, in a tranquil valley nestled between ancient oak trees and rolling meadows, there lived a young girl named Arya. Her world was a simple one, filled with the laughter of friends and the gentle embrace of her loving family. Yet deep within her heart, a yearning stirred, a curiosity about her roots and the legacy that flowed through her veins. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves danced in the twilight breeze, Arya's grandmother beckoned her to sit by the crackling hearth. With a tender smile, she began to weave a tale as old as the stars themselves. "My child," she whispered, her voice like a soothing balm, "our family carries a sacred tradition, passed down from generation to generation, like a flickering flame that must never be extinguished." Arya's eyes widened with wonder as her grandmother unveiled an intricate wooden box, its surface adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to come alive in the firelight. Within this box lies a treasure beyond measure, a talisman that holds the essence of our ancestors' wisdom and the secrets of our heritage. With trembling hands, Arya opened the box, and her breath caught in her throat. Nestled within was a delicate pendant, its amber stone aglow with an ancient warmth. As she traced its intricate patterns with her fingertips, she felt a profound connection, as if the very essence of her ancestors flowed through her veins. Over the following days, her grandmother shared the stories and traditions that had been passed down through the ages. She spoke of their people's deep reverence for nature, their respect for the cycles of life, and their unwavering belief in the power of love and kindness to heal even the deepest wounds. With each tale, Arya felt a sense of belonging that she had never known before. The lessons of her ancestors resonated within her, like echoes from a distant past that held profound relevance in the present. She learned of the sacred rituals that honored the changing seasons, the importance of cherishing the earth and all its creatures, and the wisdom of seeking harmony in all aspects of life. As the seasons turned and the world around her blossomed into vibrant hues, Arya found herself drawn to the ancient oak trees that stood as sentinels in the valley. She would sit beneath their branches, the pendant resting against her heart, and feel a profound sense of peace and connection to the natural world. In those quiet moments, she could almost hear the whispers of her ancestors, their voices carried on the gentle breeze, reminding her of the profound beauty and resilience of life. She understood that the legacy she carried was not merely a relic of the past, but a living, breathing tradition that had sustained her people through countless challenges and triumphs. As the years passed, Arya became the keeper of her family's traditions, sharing the stories and rituals with the younger generations. And whenever she looked upon the amber pendant, she was reminded of the unbreakable bond that connected her to her ancestors, a legacy that transcended time and space, forever intertwined with the rhythms of the natural world. In the soft glow of the embers as night fell upon the valley, Arya would smile contentedly, knowing that the flame of her heritage burned brightly within her, a beacon of wisdom and belonging that would guide her through the ever-changing tapestry of life. Story 22. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest where sunlight danced through the leaves, lay the quaint village of Willow. Known for its cobblestone paths and cottages with thatched roofs, the village was embraced by the gentle hum of nature. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the melodic song of the robins was a daily serenade to its residents. In this serene village, a peculiar mystery began to unfold. Every morning, as the first light of dawn brushed the sky with shades of pink and gold, the villagers discovered that their well-tended gardens had been visited by an unseen guest. Flowers were rearranged in intricate patterns, and vegetables were stacked into small pyramids, as if some whimsical artist had played in the night. The villagers were puzzled but not frightened, for the rearrangements were always gentle and left everything in better condition than before. However, curiosity buzzed like the honeybees in the meadows, and so they gathered at the village square under the old oak tree to discuss the nightly happenings. Among the villagers was a kind-hearted and curious young girl named Lila. She was known for her sharp eyes and even sharper mind. With her chestnut curls and twinkling green eyes, she approached the mystery with a sense of wonder and excitement. "I believe," she said thoughtfully, "that these changes are not random, but intentional. We need to discover who or what is behind this gentle mischief." Her words were met with nods of agreement, and a plan was hatched. That evening, Lila and a few of her friends decided to stay awake and keep watch. Armed with lanterns casting warm pools of light, they nestled under the canopy of the village's oldest tree, their eyes wide with anticipation. As the night deepened, a soft mist rolled in, wrapping the village in a silvery veil. The air was cool and carried the faint scent of wild mint. Just as Lila's eyelids grew heavy, a rustling sound caught her attention. She nudged her friends gently, and together they peered into the darkness. To their amazement, they saw a procession of small creatures, no taller than a loaf of bread, moving gracefully between the garden beds. Their skins shimmered like moonlight on water, and their eyes sparkled with a mischievous yet benevolent glow. These were the nymphlings, gentle guardians of the forest, known only in bedtime stories and whispered legends. Lila's heart skipped with joy as she realized that the nymphlings were behind the nightly garden artistry. She watched as they rearranged the petals and leaves with nimble fingers, their movements like a dance. "Why do they do this?" her friend whispered, his voice barely a breath. Lila pondered for a moment, her mind weaving the threads of understanding like a tapestry. "Perhaps," she replied softly, "they are trying to tell us something, just as the forest speaks through rustling leaves and babbling brooks." The following day, Lila shared her discovery with the villagers, who listened with rapt attention. It was clear that the nymphlings meant no harm, and so the villagers decided to offer a gesture of friendship. That evening, they left small bowls of honey and baskets of fresh fruits at the edge of their gardens as tokens of gratitude. The next morning, the gifts had vanished, and in their place, the gardens bloomed more vibrantly than ever before. The villagers were delighted and felt a deeper connection to the magical world around them. The nymphlings continued their visits, but now the villagers welcomed their nightly artistry, interpreting the patterns as messages of harmony and balance. As the seasons changed, Willowbrook thrived under the gentle care of its unseen friends. The mystery that began with curiosity ended with an enduring friendship, reminding everyone of the beauty in noticing the little things and the magic in the world around them. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, the village of Willowbrook remained a place where mystery and enchantment lived side by side, cradled in the gentle embrace of nature's wonder. As the sun set and the stars blinked awake, Lila and her friends would often sit under the old oak tree, weaving stories of their own, filled with laughter and the soft glow of shared secrets. And as the village drifted into slumber, a soft voice seemed to whisper through the leaves, "There is magic all around if only you choose to see." Story 23. In a quaint village nestled among the rolling hills and lush meadows of the countryside, where the air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming lavender and the gentle hum of bees, there lived a young woman named Marin. Her hair was as dark as the night sky, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity and a longing to uncover the mysteries of the world around her. Marin had always felt a peculiar connection to the land, as if the whispering winds carried secrets meant only for her. She was raised by her grandmother, a wise woman whose stories of old filled their cozy cottage with warmth and wonder. Their home, built of weathered stones and thatched with golden straw, stood at the edge of a serene forest, where sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting playful shadows on the ground. One evening, as the sky blushed with hues of pink and orange, Marin sat at her grandmother's feet by the crackling fire. The comforting scent of herbal tea mingled with the smoky aroma of the hearth. Her grandmother, with her delicate, wrinkled hands, gently placed a small, intricately carved wooden box in Marin's lap. The box was adorned with symbols of the moon and stars, etched with care and precision. "This, my dear," her grandmother began, her voice as soothing as the gentle rustle of leaves, "is a treasure from our ancestors, passed down through generations. It holds the key to our family's past and the legacy we carry in our hearts." Marin traced her fingers over the carvings, feeling a tingle of anticipation. "What is inside?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Her grandmother smiled, her eyes twinkling with wisdom. "Open it and see." With a deep breath, Marin lifted the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft silken cloth, lay a delicate locket, its surface glimmering with an otherworldly sheen. The locket was shaped like a teardrop, with a tiny clasp that seemed to guard its secrets fiercely. "Inside this locket," her grandmother explained, "is a fragment of a star, a gift from the sky. It symbolizes the bond we share with the universe and the magic that flows through our veins." Marin's heart swelled with a sense of wonder. She fastened the locket around her neck, feeling its cool touch against her skin. Her grandmother's stories of their ancestors, who were said to have been guided by the stars, now seemed to take on a new significance. "To understand our present, we must look to the past," her grandmother continued, her voice a gentle melody. "Our lineage is rich with tales of wisdom, courage, and kindness. The locket will lead you on a journey to uncover these stories and find your place within them." That night, Marin lay in bed, the locket resting over her heart, its soft glow casting a gentle light in the darkness. She closed her eyes, and soon she was drifting into a dream. In her dream, Marin found herself standing in a vast, verdant meadow, the grass swaying in a gentle breeze. The air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers, and the sky above was a brilliant tapestry of stars. One star in particular shone brighter than the rest, its light calling to her. As she reached out, the star descended, transforming into a shimmering pathway of light. Marin followed the path, her bare feet brushing against the dewy grass, as the melody of an ancient song echoed in the gentle night air. The path led her to a majestic tree, its branches stretching wide, laden with blossoms that glowed with a soft silver light. Beneath the tree sat a circle of figures, each one cloaked in robes that shimmered like the night sky. They were her ancestors, their faces kind and welcoming. "Welcome." "Marin," spoke the eldest among them, her voice like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "We have waited for you." Marin approached, her heart filled with a sense of belonging. "I wish to learn," she said, her voice steady and filled with purpose. The ancestors nodded, and one by one they shared their stories. Tales of bravery and compassion, of unity and love, unfolded before Marin like a tapestry woven with threads of gold. Each story held a lesson, a piece of wisdom that resonated with her soul. As the night wore on, Marin felt herself grow lighter, as if a weight she hadn't known she carried was being lifted. The stories of her ancestors filled her with strength and clarity, a deep understanding of who she was and where she came from. When the last story had been told, the eldest ancestor spoke again. "Remember, Marin, that you are never alone. Our legacy lives within you, guiding your steps and lighting your path." With a gentle nod, the ancestors began to fade, their forms blending with the starlit sky. Marin stood beneath the great tree, the locket warm against her chest, and felt a profound peace settle over her. As she awoke the next morning, the first rays of dawn spilling through her window, Marin knew in her heart that she had found her place in the world. The locket, a symbol of her heritage, glinted softly in the morning light, a reminder of the journey she had begun. From that day forward, Marin carried the stories of her ancestors with her, their lessons weaving into her own life like the threads of a tapestry. She walked the land with a newfound grace, her heart open to the wonders of the world and the legacy she was destined to carry forward. And so, in the quiet village by the edge of the forest, where the hills rolled gently and the meadows bloomed with life, Marin found her roots, her heritage, a guiding star leading her toward a future filled with promise and light. Story 24, Whispers of the Everwood. Once upon a time, nestled within the rolling hills of the verdant valley, there lay the quaint village of Misty Hollow. The village was surrounded by an ancient forest known as the Everwood, a place whispered about in hushed tones for its enchanting beauty and mystical secrets. The villagers often spoke of the forest with a blend of awe and trepidation, for it was said to house a hidden world, one where time danced differently, and magic wove through the air like the softest of silks. In this charming village, where the evening sun painted the cobblestones with hues of amber and gold, lived a young girl named Lyra. With hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes like the twilight sky, Lyra was known for her boundless curiosity and gentle spirit. She was loved by all, but most dearly by her grandmother, Esme, who had raised her since she was a little girl. Esme often spoke of the forest in tales that wrapped around Lyra's imagination like a warm shawl. She described the towering emerald canopy, the carpet of moss that cushioned every footstep, and the way the light danced through the leaves, creating patterns like lace upon the forest floor. But most intriguing to Lyra were the stories of the Whispering Stones, a circle of ancient rocks hidden deep within the Everwood, said to hold the secrets of the forest and grant wisdom to those with pure hearts. One cool autumn evening, as the wind carried the scent of pine and the crackles of the fireplace sang softly in the background, Esme shared a story that would set Lyra on a path she never expected. She spoke of a time long ago when a traveler with a heart full of questions sought the Whispering Stones. This traveler, through kindness and keen insight, was granted a gift, the ability to understand the whispers of the forest, to hear its stories and see beyond the veil of the ordinary. As she listened, Lyra's heart fluttered with a sense of longing and purpose. She felt a calling, like the gentle pull of the tide, to seek out these stones and hear the forest's secrets for herself. The thought filled her with a quiet resolve, one that lingered in her dreams that night and awoke with her in the morning. The next day dawned with a sky brushed in pastel hues, promising a perfect day for an adventure. Lyra packed her small satchel with some bread, cheese, and a flask of warm tea, kissed her grandmother goodbye, and set off toward the Everwood. As she approached the edge of the forest, she paused, taking in the sight that had always filled her with wonder. The trees stood tall and proud, their leaves whispering softly in the breeze, as if beckoning her to enter. With a deep breath, Lyra stepped onto the mossy path, feeling the cool, soft earth beneath her feet. The forest enveloped her in a cocoon of tranquility, its air rich with the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced along the trail. As she walked deeper into the woods, the sounds of the village faded, replaced by the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant calls of birds. Lyra wandered for hours, guided by the forest's subtle whispers, until she stumbled upon a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood the Whispering Stones, their ancient surfaces covered in delicate moss and intricate carvings worn by time. They stood like sentinels, silent yet alive with the stories of the ages. Approaching the stones with a heart full of reverence, Lyra sat amidst them and closed her eyes, letting the forest's whispers wash over her. As she sat in stillness, a gentle warmth spread through her, a sensation like sunlight on her skin. It was then she heard it, a soft, melodious voice, like the rustling of leaves in the wind. "Welcome, Lyra," the voice murmured, resonating deep within her. "You have come seeking wisdom, and wisdom you shall find. But first, you must complete a journey, one that will change you as much as the world around you." Lyra's eyes fluttered open, her heart filled with a sense of wonder and anticipation. "What journey must I take?" she asked softly. "The journey of the heart," the voice replied, echoing through the clearing. "Seek out the unseen, listen to the unheard, and find the harmony within discord. Only then will the forest reveal its secrets to you." With those words, the voice faded, leaving Lyra with a feeling of both awe and determination. She knew her path lay before her, but it was one she would have to discover as she journeyed deeper into the heart of the Everwood. Days turned into weeks as Lyra explored the forest, guided by the gentle whispers of the trees and the stories they shared. Along her journey, she met many of the forest's inhabitants, each with their own tales of wisdom and wonder. There was Bramble, the wise old fox who taught her the art of patience, and Willow, the gentle deer who showed her the beauty of stillness. But the most surprising encounter came one misty morning as Lyra wandered through a grove of ancient oaks. There she stumbled upon a young boy, no older than herself, with eyes as green as the forest and hair like spun gold. He was perched upon a fallen tree, playing a flute that sang with the voice of the wind. Startled but intrigued, Lyra approached him with a smile. "Hello," she greeted softly, her voice mingling with the flute's melody. "I'm Lyra. What brings you to the Everwood?" The boy paused in his playing, meeting her gaze with a look of gentle curiosity. "I am Finn," he replied with a smile that warmed her heart. "I've come to listen to the forest's songs and to learn its stories. And you, Lyra, what brings you here?" Lyra shared her quest with Finn, her words laced with the wonder and determination that had guided her thus far. Finn listened intently, nodding with understanding. "The forest has many secrets," he said thoughtfully. "Perhaps we can journey together. Two hearts seeking wisdom are better than one, don't you think?" Touched by his kindness, Lyra agreed, and so began a friendship as deep and enduring as the roots of the Everwood itself. Together, they traveled through the forest, their laughter mingling with the wind and their footsteps a dance upon the earth. They learned from each other, shared their dreams and fears, and found strength in their companionship. As the seasons turned, the forest revealed its wonders to Lyra and Finn. They discovered hidden glades where wildflowers bloomed in riotous colors, and secret streams that sang of ancient times. They listened to the stories of the stones and the songs of the birds, each whisper a piece of the tapestry that was the Everwood's heart. But it was not only the forest that changed them. Through their journey, Lyra and Finn learned to see with new eyes, to hear with open hearts, and to find beauty in the smallest of things. They discovered that wisdom was not just in the knowing, but in the understanding, in the kindness shared and the love freely given. One crisp autumn day, as the leaves turned to gold and crimson, Lyra found herself once again at the circle of whispering stones. This time she was not alone. Beside her stood Finn, his presence a comforting warmth in the cool air. Together they sat amidst the stones, their hearts open and at peace. As they closed their eyes, the forest's whispers enveloped them once more, a gentle symphony of voices that spoke of the journey they had taken. "You have listened well, dear ones," the voice murmured, filled with a warmth that wrapped around them like a familiar embrace. "The wisdom you sought was not just in the forest, but in yourselves, in the bond you have forged and the love you have shared." Lyra and Finn opened their eyes, their hearts filled with a quiet joy and understanding. They had found what they were seeking, not just in the forest, but within themselves and each other. The journey had changed them, had taught them to see the world with eyes of compassion and to listen with hearts of kindness. With a sense of gratitude and peace, they rose, knowing their journey was not at its end, but at a new beginning. The Everwood would always be a part of them, its stories and secrets forever woven into the tapestry of their lives. Together they turned to leave, their footsteps light upon the earth, knowing that the forest had given them a gift far greater than they had ever imagined. As they walked hand in hand, the forest whispered its farewell, a gentle melody that sang of friendship and love, of journeys taken and wisdom found. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of twilight, and the stars began to twinkle like diamonds in the velvet night. And so, with hearts full of joy and eyes alight with the wonder of the world, Lyra and Finn stepped into the future, knowing that wherever their paths might lead, they would always carry the whispers of the Everwood within them, a song of love and wisdom that would guide them through all the days of their lives. Thus ends the tale of Lyra and Finn, of the Everwood and its ancient whispers, a story of friendship and discovery, of journeys taken and wisdom found. A tale that, like the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind, speaks to the heart and lingers in the soul, a reminder that the greatest journeys are those of the heart, and the deepest wisdom is found in love and kindness shared. Story 25. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed gently to an unheard symphony, and the moonlight danced upon the leaves, lay a quaint little village named Lullaby Hollow. This was a place where magic was as common as the morning dew, and the villagers lived in harmony with the enchanted creatures that roamed freely. One such creature was a wise old owl named Hooten, who resided in the ancient oak tree at the edge of the village. Hooten was not only a keeper of secrets, but also a mentor to the villagers, always ready to offer wisdom wrapped in riddles. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the air filled with the sweet scent of fallen leaves, an unusual event began to unfold in Lullaby Hollow. The villagers noticed that their lanterns, which usually glowed warmly through the night, were flickering and dimming mysteriously. This strange occurrence puzzled everyone, for the lanterns were enchanted by the gentle wizards of the village to burn brightly until dawn. The villagers decided to gather in the cozy meeting hall, a place where stories were shared and problems were solved. The hall was a warm haven, with a crackling fireplace casting a golden glow upon the wooden beams and the smell of spiced cider wafting through the air. Amidst the murmurs of concern, a soft-spoken villager named Tamsin stood up. Tamsin was known for her keen observation and gentle demeanor. "Perhaps we should seek the guidance of Hooten," she suggested, her voice carrying a calm certainty that eased the worried minds around her. With the villagers' agreement, Tamsin set off towards the ancient oak, her path illuminated by the silvery light of the moon. The cool night air whispered through the branches, and the crunch of leaves underfoot kept her company until she reached the base of Hooten's tree. "Hooten, wise friend, we seek your help," Tamsin called softly, her voice mingling with the rustling leaves. The old owl opened his eyes, which gleamed like polished amber in the moonlight. "Ah, Tamsin, seeker of truth," Hooten hooted, his voice as comforting as a lullaby. "What mystery has the night woven for us?" Tamsin explained the flickering lanterns, and Hooten nodded thoughtfully. "The answer lies not in the darkness, but in what the darkness reveals," he said cryptically. Pondering Hooten's words, Tamsin returned to the village, her mind alight with possibilities. She gathered a few trusted friends, including her curious younger brother Finn, and her neighbor, a kind-hearted herbalist named Lyra, who often brewed potions that brought warmth to both hearts and homes. Together, they decided to observe the lanterns closely, hoping to uncover what the darkness might reveal. As they sat quietly in the village square, the night unfolded around them, serene and full of secrets. It was Finn who first noticed something unusual. "Look there," he whispered, pointing to a shadow that danced just beyond the circle of light cast by the lanterns. The group watched intently as a small, luminous creature flitted into view. It was a firefly, its light pulsing in time with the flickering lanterns. But this was no ordinary firefly. Its glow was vibrant and mesmerizing, leaving trails of shimmering light in its wake. Lyra leaned in, her voice soft with wonder. "Perhaps these fireflies are drawn to the magic of our lanterns, and their playfulness is causing the flickering." Tamsin remembered Hooten's words about what the darkness reveals and smiled. "I think you're right, Lyra. The fireflies are enchanted, just like our lanterns. They're not causing harm, they're simply playing in the light." The group watched the fireflies dance, and realized that the flickering was a gentle reminder of the unseen connections between the magic of the village and the wonder of the natural world. With this newfound understanding, Tamsin and her friends returned to the meeting hall to share their discovery. The villagers listened with interest, and a warm murmur of appreciation filled the room. The flickering lanterns were no longer a mystery to fear, but a delightful spectacle to cherish. In the days that followed, the villagers embraced the fireflies' visits, welcoming their twinkling dance as a nightly celebration of nature's magic. Hooten, perched in his oak tree, watched over the village with a knowing smile, pleased that yet another mystery had brought the villagers closer together. And so, under the watchful eyes of the moon and the gentle guidance of wise creatures, Lullaby Hollow continued to thrive, a place where magic and friendship illuminated even the darkest nights. Story 26. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Larkspur, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a small, unassuming cottage. Its walls were draped in ivy, and its windows glowed warmly in the twilight, as if inviting the evening stars to peek inside. This was the home of a gentle clockmaker named Jasper, whose life was as steady and rhythmic as the ticking of the clocks he so lovingly crafted. Jasper was known throughout the village for his kind heart and gentle spirit. His clocks were not just instruments of time, but pieces of art, each one unique, with intricate carvings and melodies that seemed to capture the essence of forgotten dreams. Yet there was one clock that remained unfinished, its face blank, its hands still. It was an heirloom passed down through generations, said to hold a secret of immeasurable worth, one that could only be unlocked when the clock was complete. Every evening, Jasper would sit by the fireplace, the warmth of the crackling flames casting a golden glow over the room. He'd gaze at the unfinished clock, pondering its mystery. Despite his skill, he couldn't decipher the missing piece it required. But this night was different, for a peculiar visitor was about to change everything. As the moon rose high, bathing the village in silvery light, a soft rustling emerged from the shadows outside Jasper's cottage. It was not the wind, nor the rustle of leaves, but the gentle patter of paws. Into the warm circle of light cast by Jasper's window stepped a creature more wondrous than any he had ever imagined. A fox, with fur of shimmering silver and eyes that sparkled like the deepest night sky. The fox gazed at Jasper with an understanding far beyond that of any ordinary animal. There was a wisdom in its eyes, a knowing that seemed to reach across time itself. Jasper, sensing something extraordinary, opened the door and beckoned the fox inside. It padded softly across the threshold, its presence both comforting and enigmatic. "Welcome, friend," Jasper said, his voice as soft as the evening breeze. "What brings you to my humble home?" The fox, though it could not speak in words, seemed to communicate through its gaze. As it settled by the hearth, it nodded toward the unfinished clock. Jasper followed its gaze, feeling a gentle nudge of encouragement. Perhaps, he thought, this visitor held the key to the mystery that had eluded him for so long. With the fox by his side, Jasper set to work. The room filled with the soft sound of ticking and the scent of polished wood as his hands moved deftly over the clock. The fox watched intently, its eyes never leaving the clockmaker's face. Hours slipped by, unnoticed, as the two companions worked together in harmonious silence. As dawn began to paint the sky with hues of rose and gold, Jasper felt a change, a gentle shift, as if the very air around them held its breath. His hands, guided by intuition and something more, placed the final piece into the clock. With a soft chime, the clock began to tick, its hands moving with a life of their own. But this was no ordinary ticking. As the hands circled the clock's face, the room filled with a gentle melody, a song that seemed to echo from the heart of the universe. It was a tune of forgotten times, of dreams woven into the fabric of the stars. Jasper and the fox listened, their hearts beating in time with the melody, each note resonating with a truth long hidden. Then, with a shimmer of stardust, the room transformed. The walls of the cottage faded, replaced by a lush forest glade bathed in soft moonlight. Jasper found himself standing beneath a canopy of ancient trees, their branches swaying gently in the night breeze. The air was filled with the scent of blooming jasmine and the distant song of a nightingale. Beside him, the fox stood, its eyes reflecting the silver light of the moon. It nodded toward a path that wound through the trees, beckoning Jasper to follow. With a heart full of wonder, Jasper took a step forward, knowing that this journey would change him forever. The path led them deeper into the heart of the forest, where the world seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. Jasper walked with the fox by his side, feeling a sense of peace and purpose that he had never known before. The forest was alive with magic, each leaf whispering secrets of ages past, each shadow hiding a story waiting to be told. As they walked, Jasper noticed something extraordinary. The trees were not just trees, but guardians of a hidden realm, their bark etched with runes that glowed softly in the moonlight. He could almost hear the heartbeat of the forest, a rhythmic pulse that mirrored the ticking of the clock he had completed. The journey was not without its challenges. There were moments when the path seemed to vanish, swallowed by the shadows of the forest. But each time, the fox would pause, its eyes meeting Jasper's, offering reassurance and guidance. Together, they found their way, their bond growing stronger with every step. Finally, they reached a clearing where a serene lake mirrored the sky above, its surface a tapestry of stars. In the center of the lake stood a small island, and upon it a grand, ancient tree whose branches stretched toward the heavens. The air was filled with a gentle hum, a vibration that resonated with the soul. The fox led Jasper to the water's edge, where a small boat awaited them, crafted from the wood of the forest itself. As they glided across the lake, Jasper felt a sense of awe and reverence. Here, in this hidden world, he felt the presence of something greater, a connection to the universe itself. Upon reaching the island, Jasper stepped onto the soft grass, a feeling of belonging washing over him. The fox bounded ahead, its silver fur shimmering in the starlight. Jasper followed, drawn to the ancient tree that seemed to pulse with life. As he approached, he noticed a door carved into the tree's trunk, its surface adorned with intricate patterns that danced in the moonlight. The fox nudged Jasper gently, encouraging him to open it. With a deep breath, Jasper placed his hand upon the door, feeling the warmth of the tree beneath his fingertips. The door swung open silently, revealing a hidden chamber bathed in soft golden light. Inside, Jasper found a room filled with treasures beyond imagining, books filled with the wisdom of the ages, crystals that glowed with a light of their own, and a mirror that reflected not his physical form, but the essence of his soul. In the center of the chamber stood a pedestal, and upon it a small, intricately carved box. Jasper approached, his heart filled with a sense of destiny. The fox sat beside him, its eyes filled with encouragement and trust. As Jasper opened the box, a melody filled the air, the same tune that had echoed from the clock. Within the box lay a small, delicate key, its surface adorned with runes that glowed softly in the light. Jasper understood that this was the key to the mystery, the final piece of the puzzle that had eluded him for so long. With the key in hand, Jasper felt a surge of understanding, a deep connection to the world around him. He realized that the journey had been not just a quest for knowledge, but a journey of the heart and soul. The forest, the fox, and the clock were all part of a greater tapestry, one that wove together the threads of time and space, dreams and reality. As he turned to leave the chamber, Jasper felt a sense of peace and fulfillment. The fox walked beside him, its presence a reminder of the power of friendship and trust. Together, they made their way back across the lake, the stars guiding them home. When Jasper returned to his cottage, he found the world unchanged, yet different. The clock stood on the mantel, its hands ticking gently, a reminder of the journey he had undertaken. The fox, its mission complete, gazed at Jasper with a look of contentment before slipping silently into the night. Jasper knew that the mystery of the clock was not just about time, but about life itself. The connections we forge, the dreams we pursue, and the adventures that change us. And as he settled into his favorite chair by the fire, he felt a deep sense of gratitude for the journey he had taken and the friend who had guided him along the way. And so, with the gentle ticking of the clock and the soft glow of the fire, Jasper drifted into a peaceful sleep, his dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the melody of the stars. And in the quiet of the night, the clock continued to tick, a timeless reminder of the beauty and wonder of the world. Story 27. Once upon a time, in the heart of an ancient forest where the trees whispered secrets in the wind and the river sang lullabies to the stones, there lived a community of creatures, each one a vital thread in the tapestry of life. This forest was no ordinary place. It was a realm where the lines between the tangible and the mystical gently blurred, creating a haven of harmony and wonder. The sun spilled golden light through the dense canopy, weaving patterns of warmth on the forest floor where soft mosses and wildflowers flourished. The air was perfumed with the scent of pine and damp earth, creating a sense of peace that embraced all who entered. Here, the whispers of the ancient trees spoke of times long past, while the rustle of leaves carried tales yet to unfold. Among the forest's inhabitants was a wise old tortoise named Alder, whose shell bore the marks of countless seasons. Alder's eyes, gentle and knowing, reflected the wisdom of the ages. His slow, deliberate movements were a testament to the patience and endurance that had carried him through many a year. Alder was the keeper of stories, the sage to whom all creatures turned when the balance of their world seemed uncertain. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest donned its cloak of amber and gold, a soft fog drifted through the trees, wrapping the world in a gossamer veil. The creatures of the forest gathered at the foot of an ancient oak where Alder awaited them, perched atop a cushion of fallen leaves. The air was cool and still, filled with the promise of change. "Friends," Alder began, his voice a soothing rumble that resonated with the earth itself, "the time has come for us to speak of the shifting seasons and the magic they bring. For each cycle of the sun and moon weaves a new thread into the fabric of our existence." The creatures listened intently, from the tiny field mice with their bright, curious eyes to the majestic deer whose antlers reached towards the sky. Among them was a young squirrel named Fern, her bushy tail twitching with excitement. Fern was known for her boundless curiosity and her ability to find joy in the smallest of things. "Tell us, Alder," Fern chirped, her voice eager, "how do the seasons change the magic of our home?" Alder chuckled softly, the sound like the rustling of old parchment. "Ah, dear Fern, each season gifts us its own kind of enchantment. Spring breathes life anew, painting our world with vibrant hues and filling the air with the sweet melody of returning birds. Summer, with its long days and warm breezes, teaches us the joy of abundance and the strength of community. Autumn, as you see now, wraps us in a tapestry of colors, reminding us of the beauty in letting go. And winter, quiet and still, offers us a time for reflection and rest beneath a blanket of snow." As Alder spoke, the creatures closed their eyes, imagining the vivid colors and sensations he described. They could almost feel the gentle caress of a spring breeze, the golden warmth of the summer sun, the crisp crunch of autumn leaves underfoot, and the serene hush of a winter's night. "But, dear Alder," ventured a wise old owl perched in the branches above, "what of the balance? How do we maintain harmony as the seasons turn?" Alder nodded, acknowledging the owl's thoughtful question. "Balance," he said, "is the heart of our forest's magic. It is the dance of elements, earth, water, air, and fire, that sustains us. We must honor each season's gifts while being mindful of our actions. We take only what we need, leaving enough for our brothers and sisters of the wild. We listen to the whispers of the trees and the songs of the river, for they guide us in our journey." Fern, ever inquisitive, tilted her head. "And what of the storms and winds that come with the changing seasons? Are they part of this balance too?" "Indeed, they are," Alder replied, his eyes twinkling with understanding. "Storms cleanse the air and nourish the soil, while the winds carry seeds to new beginnings. Even in their ferocity, they are reminders of nature's power and our place within it. We must learn to dance with the storms, to bend like the willow, and find shelter in each other's strength." The creatures nodded, absorbing Alder's wisdom. Around them, the forest seemed to hum with a quiet energy, as if acknowledging the truth of his words. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm glow that bathed the gathering in a soft, golden light. As the day began to yield to the gentle embrace of twilight, Fern scampered closer to Alder, her heart filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Alder," she said softly, "for sharing your stories and your wisdom. I will carry them with me, like acorns in my winter stash." Alder smiled, his expression one of deep affection. "And so you should, dear Fern. For the stories of our forest are the roots that anchor us, the stars that guide us, and the fire that warms us on the coldest nights. With these words, the creatures slowly dispersed, each one returning to their burrows, nests, and dens, their hearts lighter and their spirits renewed. As night descended, the forest was enveloped in a serene darkness, punctuated by the twinkling of fireflies and the distant call of a nightingale. The world seemed to hold its breath, suspended between the end of one day and the promise of the next. And in the heart of the forest, beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient trees, a quiet understanding blossomed among the creatures, a commitment to cherish their home and to nurture the delicate balance that sustained them all. And so, as the stars twinkled overhead and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled in the arms of a magic as old as time itself. And in that magical place, where reality and dreams intertwined, the creatures of the forest found solace, comforted by the promise of another day filled with wonder and harmony. Story 28. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the leaves sang songs only the wind understood, there lived a young girl named Maribel. The village of Willowbrook was a place where every cobblestone street carried the warmth of community, and every home glowed with the soft light of lanterns as evening descended. It was here that stories of magic often swept through the crackling fireside conversations, passed down from one generation to the next like cherished heirlooms. Maribel was known for her curious nature and kind heart, her eyes always wide with wonder at the tales the elders shared. But among all the stories, one captured her imagination more than any other, the tale of the moonflower. It was said to be a magical blossom, hidden deep within the whispering woods, that bloomed under the silver glow of a full moon, and possessed the power to grant a single heartfelt wish. On the eve of her 13th birthday, Maribel found herself unable to sleep, the thought of the moonflower weaving through her dreams like a silken thread. That night, the moon hung high and full, casting its luminous glow over the world, and Maribel knew the time had come to seek the flower. She slipped quietly from her home, her cloak wrapped tightly around her small frame to guard against the crisp night air. The whispering woods were alive with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft hoot of an owl perched somewhere unseen. Each step Maribel took was cushioned by the mossy carpet beneath her feet, and the air was fragrant with the earthy scent of ancient trees. She felt a sense of anticipation, as if the woods themselves were whispering secrets just beyond her hearing. Maribel's journey led her deeper into the forest, where the light of the moon painted the path in silvery hues. She followed a series of sparkling stones that seemed to guide her way, their surfaces glimmering like stars fallen to earth. It was then she heard a gentle voice, like the tinkling of wind chimes, and turned to see a tiny figure perched atop a mushroom cap. It was a sprite, no taller than Maribel's hand, with wings that shimmered like gossamer in the moonlight. "Hello, Maribel," the sprite chimed, her voice as sweet as a lullaby. "I am Leora, guardian of the moonflower." Maribel's heart leaped with excitement, and she curtsied politely. "Hello, Leora, I've come to find the moonflower. Can you help me?" Leora flitted closer, her eyes twinkling like stars. "The moonflower is not easily found, for it blooms in a hidden glade known only to those who truly seek it. But you must be cautious, for the forest is full of wonders and challenges." With a nod, Maribel accepted Leora's guidance, and together they ventured further into the woods. As they walked, the sprite shared stories of the forest's hidden world, of creatures that danced in moonbeams and streams that sang their own melodies. Maribel listened with rapt attention, her heart swelling with the beauty of it all. Their path soon led them to a clearing where the air was filled with the soft hum of crickets and the gentle splash of a nearby brook. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Beneath its boughs, the ground was carpeted with tiny blue flowers that glowed faintly in the dark, like a sea of fallen stars. "This is the Glade of Whispers," Leora explained, her voice a mere breath above the breeze. "Here, the moonflower shall bloom." Maribel gazed around in wonder, her eyes taking in the serene beauty of the glade. She knelt by the brook, cupping her hands to drink the cool, refreshing water, and felt a sense of peace settle over her. It was as if the forest itself was cradling her in its embrace, assuring her she was where she was meant to be. As the minutes passed, the moonlight intensified, bathing the clearing in a silver glow. Maribel watched in awe as slowly a single bud unfurled at the base of the ancient oak. The moonflower emerged, its petals shimmering like fine silk, each one a delicate shade of blue that deepened towards the center. "It's beautiful," Maribel breathed, reaching out to touch the flower's soft petals. In that moment, she felt a warmth spread through her chest, a connection to the forest and its timeless magic. Leora hovered beside her, her expression serene. "Now, Maribel, you must make your wish. But remember, the moonflower grants only those wishes born of true need and pure heart." Maribel closed her eyes, her mind racing with possibilities. She thought of her village, of the people she loved, and of her own dreams and hopes. And then, with a clarity that surprised her, she made her wish, not for herself, but for the happiness and health of her family and friends, for the prosperity of Willowbrook, and for the forest that had shown her such wonders. When she opened her eyes, the moonflower glowed brightly, its light filling the clearing before slowly fading back into the night. A gentle breeze stirred the air, carrying with it the scent of blossoms and the promise of fulfilled wishes. "You have chosen wisely, Maribel," Leora said softly, her smile radiant. "Your wish will bring joy and harmony, not just to those you love, but to the forest as well." With her heart full and a sense of fulfillment she hadn't known she was seeking, Maribel thanked Leora and began the journey back home, the sprite's presence a comforting glow beside her. As they walked, Maribel realized that the forest had taught her something invaluable, that the greatest magic of all lay not in grand gestures, but in the simple, everyday acts of kindness and love. By the time she returned to Willowbrook, the first light of dawn was painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Maribel slipped quietly back into her home, her heart light and her spirit renewed. She fell asleep with a smile, knowing the forest's magic would always be with her. And so, as the village awoke to a new day, Maribel's wish began to weave itself into the lives of those she cherished. The villagers found their burdens lighter, their days brighter, and their bonds stronger. All the while, the whispering woods stood watch over them, a silent guardian of their happiness. In the days that followed, Maribel often returned to the forest, her heart open to its wonders and its wisdom. She would sit beneath the ancient oak, listening to the whispers of the leaves and the songs of the stream, content in the knowledge that she was part of something greater than herself. And though the moonflower's bloom was fleeting, its magic lingered long after, a reminder that the truest wishes are those that come from the heart, and that the greatest adventures are those that lead us back to the simple beauty of home. Story 29. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbend, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a young girl named Karis. The village was known for its lush green meadows and the gentle stream that sang its way through the heart of the land. The air was always filled with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the skies adorned with the soft hues of dawn and dusk. Karis, with her auburn curls and curious eyes, was beloved by all. However, she carried a quiet burden. She found herself uneasy with the changes that life often brought. She cherished the familiar paths and the predictable rhythm of her days, fearing the unknown that lay beyond the borders of her comfort. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the village, Karis sat by the edge of the whispering woods. The trees, tall and ancient, seemed to murmur secrets to the wind. It was then that she noticed something unusual, a flicker of light dancing amidst the shadows. Drawn by the mysterious glow, Karis ventured into the woods. Her steps were tentative, but the light pulled her forward with a gentle insistence. As she moved deeper into the heart of the forest, the air grew warmer, and the earthy scent of fallen leaves enveloped her like an embrace. Finally, she reached a small clearing where a shimmering pool lay nestled among the trees. The water sparkled under the moonlight, casting ethereal reflections that seemed to dance with life. Standing by the pool was an old man with a long, silvery beard and eyes that twinkled like stars. "Welcome, dear one," he said in a voice that was both deep and soothing. "I am Alden, the guardian of these woods. Karis felt a warmth spread through her, as if the very forest was wrapping her in its arms. "I've never seen this place before," she whispered, awestruck by the serene beauty around her. "This pool," Alden explained, gesturing to the water, "is a mirror of the soul. It reflects not only what is seen, but what is felt. It shows the journey of the heart." Intrigued yet apprehensive, Karis peered into the pool. At first, she saw her own reflection, a familiar face staring back. But then, as if a veil had been lifted, the image shifted. She saw herself, older and wiser, standing in the midst of a vibrant meadow filled with flowers of every hue. Around her were friends, faces both known and unknown, their laughter ringing through the air like music. Alden's voice broke the silence. "Change is like the seasons, inevitable and necessary. Just as the earth transforms from the chill of winter to the warmth of spring, so too must we grow and evolve." Karis watched as her reflection transformed again, this time showing her comforting a friend, offering a hand to a stranger, and sharing stories by a fire. She realized that each change, though daunting, brought new connections and deeper understanding. "How do I embrace it?" she asked, her voice a mixture of hope and vulnerability. Alden smiled gently. "With courage and kindness. Surround yourself with those who lift you, and remember that even the smallest step forward is a victory." As the night wore on, Karis sat with Alden, sharing stories and laughter, feeling the weight of her fears slowly lift. By the time the first light of dawn peeked through the canopy, she felt a newfound lightness in her heart. With a grateful nod to Alden, she turned to leave. The path through the woods seemed less intimidating now, the forest alive with the promise of discovery. Back in the village, Karis found comfort in the familiar sights and sounds. But now she carried within her the knowledge that change was not something to fear, but to embrace. She began to explore new hobbies, met travelers passing through the village, and listened to their tales of distant lands. Her friends noticed the change in her, a brightness in her eyes, a spring in her step. Inspired by her journey, they too began to seek new adventures, and the village of Willowbend blossomed with a renewed sense of wonder and community. And so, Karis learned that personal growth was a magical transformation, one that mirrored the beauty and complexity of the world around her. For in every change, there was a chance to learn, to connect, and to become who she was truly meant to be. And as the seasons turned, the village thrived, a testament to the power of embracing the unknown with an open heart. And Karis, with her newfound wisdom, continued to walk her path, ever ready for the next adventure, knowing she had the strength within and the love of her friends to guide her. And so the story of Karis and her journey of transformation became a cherished tale in Willowbend, a gentle reminder that through change we discover our true selves, and in doing so, find our place in the world. Story: Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a sleepy village surrounded by rolling green hills, there stood a quaint little shop known as Whimsy Wonders. Its windows glimmered with the soft glow of lanterns, casting a warm, inviting light on the cobblestone path outside. The shop was a treasure trove of peculiar trinkets and mysterious artifacts, each whispering tales of distant lands and forgotten times. It was here that young Thomas, a gentle soul with a curious heart, found himself drawn one crisp autumn afternoon. The air was fragrant with the scent of fallen leaves and a hint of cinnamon from the bakery next door. Thomas could hear the soft rustle of leaves as a gentle breeze danced through the trees, and he pulled his woolen scarf a little tighter around his neck. As he entered the shop, a tinkling bell announced his arrival, and he was greeted by the comforting aroma of aged wood and parchment. Behind the counter stood Nora, the kindly shopkeeper with hair like silver moonlight and eyes that twinkled with the wisdom of many years. She smiled warmly at Thomas, her hands busy polishing a delicate crystal globe that seemed to shimmer with a light of its own. "Good afternoon, Thomas," she greeted him in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "What wonders do you seek today?" Thomas smiled back, his eyes wandering over the shelves cluttered with oddities. "I'm not quite sure, Nora. I suppose I'm looking for something special." Nora nodded knowingly, setting aside the globe. Sometimes the most special things find us when we least expect it. As if on cue, a soft glimmer from the corner of the shop caught Thomas's eye. He wandered over and discovered an unassuming brass key resting on a velvet cushion. It was small and intricate, with delicate engravings that seemed to shift under the light. The key felt warm to the touch, almost as if it held a life of its own. Curiosity piqued, Thomas asked, "What does this key open, Nora?" The shopkeeper joined him, her expression thoughtful. "Ah, that is a mystery even to me. It's said to reveal its purpose only to the one destined to use it. Perhaps it's meant for you." Feeling a tug of excitement, Thomas decided to purchase the key, tucking it safely into the pocket of his coat. He thanked Nora and stepped back out into the gentle embrace of the afternoon, the key's weight a comforting reminder of possibilities yet to be discovered. As Thomas wandered through the village, he felt a growing sense of anticipation. The key seemed to hum softly against his side, urging him onward. His feet led him to a part of the village he rarely visited, where the houses were older and the streets quieter, kissed by the shadows of towering oaks and elms. It was there, hidden away behind a thicket of wild roses, that Thomas stumbled upon an ancient, weather-beaten door set into the stone wall of an abandoned garden. Vines curled around its edges, and the wood bore the marks of time, yet the lock gleamed as though freshly polished. With a trembling hand, Thomas withdrew the brass key and held it up to the lock. It fit perfectly, turning with a satisfying click. The door creaked open, revealing a hidden path lined with glowing lanterns that flickered to life as he stepped through. The garden beyond was a wonderland, untouched by the passage of time. Flowers of every hue carpeted the ground, their delicate fragrance filling the air. A gentle stream gurgled nearby, its waters sparkling like liquid crystal. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the soft earth. As Thomas explored this enchanted place, he heard a soft rustling in the undergrowth. Out stepped a peculiar creature, no taller than a rabbit, with fur as soft as moss and eyes that shone like polished amber. It regarded Thomas with a curious tilt of its head. "Greetings, traveler," the creature said in a voice that was both musical and kind. "I am Lila, guardian of this garden. What brings you here?" Thomas knelt to meet Lila's gaze, feeling an inexplicable warmth in her presence. "I found a key," he explained, "and it led me here. This place is magical." Lila nodded, her whiskers twitching with amusement. "Indeed it is. This garden is a place of healing and discovery, where those who enter may find what they need most." Thomas pondered her words, his heart full of questions. "And what do I need?" Lila chuckled softly, a sound like leaves rustling in a gentle breeze. "That is for you to discover. But know this, wisdom often comes when we learn to listen to the world and to ourselves." With that, Lila bounded off, leaving Thomas to explore the garden at his own pace. He wandered through the vibrant blooms, pausing at the stream to watch its gentle flow. As he listened to the melody of the water, he began to reflect on his life, on the things that brought him joy and those that weighed upon his heart. Time seemed to slip away in the garden, each moment filled with peace and clarity. Thomas realized that he often rushed through life, missing the beauty in the small, quiet things. The garden, with its tranquil charm, taught him the value of patience and presence. When the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of gold and rose, Thomas knew it was time to leave. He retraced his steps to the old door, the key still warm in his pocket, a reminder of the magic he had discovered. As he stepped back into the village, he felt a profound change within him. The world seemed brighter, each moment more precious. He returned to Whimsy Wonders, eager to share his adventure with Nora. The shop was bathed in the soft glow of evening, the lanterns casting gentle shadows on the walls. Nora listened intently as Thomas recounted his journey, her eyes twinkling with delight. "It seems the key found its rightful owner," she said with a smile. "And you, dear Thomas, have found something truly special within yourself." Thomas nodded, feeling a deep sense of gratitude. "Thank you, Nora, for everything." As he left the shop, the village settling into the quiet hush of night, Thomas felt a comforting sense of belonging. He knew that life was full of hidden doors and magical moments, waiting to be discovered by those willing to seek them. And so, with the key tucked safely in his pocket and a newfound wisdom in his heart, Thomas returned home, the stars above twinkling like 1,000 tiny lanterns guiding his way. As he drifted into a peaceful slumber, he dreamt of the enchanted garden and the gentle guardian who had shown him the way, knowing that the magic of that place would always be a part of him, whispering its secrets in the quiet moments of life. And so, dear ones, may you too find the hidden doors and magical keys in your own journeys, and may they lead you to places of wonder and wisdom. Sleep well, and let your dreams be filled with enchantment and joy. Story 31. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of a vast, whispering forest, there lay a cottage so old that its stones seemed woven with the very roots of the earth. Smoke curled lazily from its chimney, and the scent of freshly baked bread mingled with the cool, crisp air of dawn. Inside this cottage lived a gentle old woman named Maris, known for her kindness and wisdom, which she shared freely with anyone who sought her advice. Maris had a secret, though, a secret that few knew and even fewer understood. Beneath the aged floorboards of her cozy abode, hidden away in a small, dusty chest, lay a magical object of extraordinary beauty, a silver locket inscribed with intricate, swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the flickering candlelight. This locket, bestowed upon Maris by her grandmother, possessed a singular, wondrous ability. It could reveal the hidden worlds within the natural environment, worlds unseen by ordinary eyes. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves whispered tales of change and the sun spilled golden light across the village, a young boy named Finn visited Maris. With curious eyes and a heart full of wonder, Finn was known for his boundless imagination and insatiable desire to explore the mysteries of the world. He often visited Maris, eager to listen to her stories of far-off lands and magical creatures. That morning, Finn arrived with a question that had been tugging at his thoughts. "Maris," he began, his voice earnest and filled with youthful curiosity, "I've heard tales of hidden worlds within the forest. Do you think they're true?" Maris smiled, her eyes twinkling with secrets untold. "Ah, Finn, the forest holds many mysteries, more than any of us could ever know. But sometimes, if you listen closely and open your heart, you might just find a glimpse of those hidden worlds." Intrigued, Finn pressed further. "Have you ever seen such a world?" Maris hesitated for a moment, then nodded slowly. "I have, young Finn, and perhaps, if you are willing and your heart is true, you might see them too." With that, she rose from her chair, her movements graceful despite her years, and retrieved the silver locket from its hidden place beneath the floorboards. Finn's eyes widened as Maris placed the locket in his hands. It was surprisingly warm, as if infused with the gentle warmth of the sun itself. "This locket," Maris explained, "can reveal the unseen, but remember, it is not just the eyes that see, it is the heart." Finn listened intently, his fingers tracing the intricate patterns on the locket's surface. "What must I do?" he asked, his voice a blend of excitement and reverence. "Venture into the forest," Maris instructed, "where the shadows are deep and the light dances through the leaves. Find a place where the world feels different, where the air hums with a melody only you can hear. There, open the locket and let your heart guide your eyes." With that, Finn thanked Maris and set off toward the forest, the locket nestled securely in his pocket. The path was familiar, yet today it felt different, as if the forest itself was aware of his quest. The trees whispered secrets to one another, their branches swaying in a gentle, rhythmic dance. As Finn ventured deeper, the forest seemed to close in around him, the air thick with an enchanting sense of mystery. He walked until he reached a clearing he had never seen before. The light here was different, softer, as if filtered through a veil of magic. The air was filled with the gentle hum of life, and Finn knew this was the place. With a deep breath, he took the locket from his pocket and opened it. A soft, silvery light spilled forth, illuminating the clearing with an ethereal glow. Suddenly, the world around Finn shifted and shimmered, revealing a hidden realm of breathtaking beauty. Tall, iridescent trees stretched toward the sky, their leaves shimmering like precious jewels. Flowers of every color imaginable bloomed in abundance, their petals whispering secrets to the gentle breeze. And there, amidst this wonder, danced creatures of pure magic, tiny, glowing beings that flitted through the air with the grace of 1,000 dreams. Finn watched in awe, his heart swelling with joy and wonder. The hidden world was more beautiful than he could have imagined, a place where the ordinary rules of nature seemed to dissolve, replaced by a symphony of magic and harmony. As Finn explored this enchanting realm, he heard a soft voice, like the gentle rustle of leaves. "Welcome, young traveler," it said. Turning, Finn saw a creature unlike any he had ever encountered, a luminous being with eyes like starlit pools and a smile that radiated warmth and kindness. "Who are you?" Finn asked, his voice filled with awe. "I am Lyra," the being replied, her voice a melody that resonated with the very essence of the forest. "Guardian of this hidden world. Few have seen it, and fewer still have been welcomed." Finn felt a sense of belonging, as if he had been searching for this place all his life. "Why am I here?" he asked. "Because your heart is pure, and your spirit seeks understanding," Lyra replied. "This world is a reflection of the harmony that exists between nature and magic. It is a place of balance, where all beings live in unity." As Finn listened, he realized that the hidden world was not just a place of magic, but a lesson in itself, a reminder of the beauty that lies in harmony and understanding. He spent what felt like hours in that ethereal realm, learning from Lyra and the other beings, absorbing the peace and wisdom they shared. Eventually, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in shades of twilight, Finn knew it was time to return. With a heart full of gratitude, he thanked Lyra and the magical creatures for their kindness and wisdom. Before he left, Lyra handed him a small, glowing seed. "Plant this in your world," she said. "It will serve as a reminder of what you have learned here, and a promise of the magic that exists in every heart." Finn nodded, accepting the gift with reverence. As he stepped back into the familiar forest, the hidden world faded from view, leaving only the memory of its beauty and the lessons it had imparted. When Finn returned to the village, Maris was waiting for him, her eyes filled with warmth and understanding. "Did you find what you were seeking?" she asked, her voice gentle. "I did," Finn replied, his heart overflowing with the magic of the hidden world. "Thank you, Maris, for trusting me with the locket." Maris smiled, her heart filled with pride and joy. "Remember, Finn, the true magic lies not in the locket, but in the heart that seeks and sees." In the days that followed, Finn planted the glowing seed in a quiet corner of the village. From it grew a magnificent tree, unlike any other, a tree that shimmered with the colors of the hidden world, a testament to the magic and harmony that exists within and around us. And so, the village became a place where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced together in harmony. The tree stood as a gentle reminder of the beauty that lies in understanding and unity, a beacon of hope for all who sought to see the world with open hearts. As for Finn, he grew to become a wise and compassionate leader, always guided by the lessons of the hidden world. And though he never returned to that magical realm, he carried its spirit within him, a quiet, luminous force that touched all who crossed his path. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars and the whispering leaves, the village thrived, a place where magic and reality intertwined, bound by the strength of an open heart and the wisdom of a gentle spirit. Story 32. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled amidst the rolling hills and ancient forests, there lived a young girl named Arya. Though her life seemed ordinary, she harbored a secret that was both wondrous and burdensome: the ability to communicate with the very trees that surrounded her home. From an early age, Arya could hear the gentle whispers of the leaves, feel the deep heartbeats of the mighty oaks, and sense the joy that radiated from the blossoming flowers. She reveled in this connection, spending countless hours exploring the verdant realms, her bare feet caressing the soft moss as she conversed with her arboreal friends. Yet, as she grew older, Arya realized that her gift was not shared by others. Her attempts to explain the world she experienced were met with confusion and skepticism, leaving her feeling isolated and misunderstood. The weight of this secret grew heavier with each passing year, and she longed for a way to bridge the divide between her reality and that of her fellow villagers. One fateful day, as Arya sat beneath the sheltering boughs of an ancient willow, she heard a faint whisper carried on the gentle breeze. It was a call, a summons from the heart of the forest itself, beckoning her to embark on a journey that would forever change her life. With a mixture of trepidation and excitement, Arya followed the call, her steps guided by the rustling leaves and the soft murmurs of the trees. She trekked deeper into the forest than she had ever ventured before, her senses heightened by the rich tapestry of scents, sounds, and textures that surrounded her. After what felt like an eternity, Arya emerged into a breathtaking clearing, bathed in a warm, golden light that seemed to emanate from the very earth itself. In the center of this ethereal glade stood a magnificent oak tree, its branches reaching towards the heavens like twisted arms frozen in a graceful dance. As Arya approached the tree, she felt a presence unlike anything she had experienced before, a consciousness that stretched far beyond the confines of the forest, a wisdom as ancient as the earth itself. And in that moment, a voice resonated within her mind, gentle yet powerful, welcoming her to the hidden realm of the Sylvan Guardians. Arya learned that she was not alone in her gift. There existed a secret society of individuals who could commune with the natural world, tasked with protecting the delicate balance between the realms of nature and humanity. For centuries, they had watched over the forests, acting as intermediaries between the two worlds, ensuring that the cycles of life remained unbroken. With a mixture of awe and disbelief, Arya embarked on a journey unlike any she could have imagined. Under the guidance of the Sylvan elders, she learned to harness her abilities, delving deeper into the ancient wisdom that flowed through the veins of the natural world. As she progressed, Arya's perception shifted, and she began to see the intricate web of life that bound all living things together. She witnessed the symbiotic relationships between the towering trees and the smallest of creatures, the delicate dance of pollinators, and the silent language of the fungi that knitted the forest floor. But her journey was not without its challenges. Arya encountered forces that sought to disrupt the balance, greedy individuals who saw the forests as nothing more than a resource to be exploited. She witnessed the devastating effects of deforestation and the pain felt by the trees as their ancient brethren were felled. In these moments of darkness, Arya found strength in the friendships she forged with her fellow guardians, a diverse group of individuals from all walks of life, united by their shared connection to the natural world. Together they stood as a bulwark against those who threatened the sanctity of the forests, their collective voices echoing through the trees like a symphony of defiance. As the years passed, Arya's transformation was profound. She had blossomed from a young girl burdened by her gift into a powerful and compassionate guardian, her every action guided by the wisdom she had gleaned from the ancient forests. And in her moments of quiet reflection, Arya would return to that sacred glade, basking in the warmth of the golden light and communing with the ancient oak that had first welcomed her into this hidden world. She would listen to the whispers of the trees, their voices a tapestry of joy, sorrow, and unwavering resilience, and she would smile, knowing that her journey had only just begun. For in the embrace of the forests, Arya had found her true calling, to be a bridge between the realms of nature and humanity, to protect the delicate balance that sustained all life, and to ensure that the ancient wisdom of the trees would never be forgotten. Story 33. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a curious young woman named Clara. Her days were spent tending to her small garden and helping her grandmother, who was the village's beloved storyteller. Clara loved the stories her grandmother told, tales of enchanted forests and talking animals. But what intrigued her most were the stories of magical objects hidden in plain sight. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the cool breeze, Clara was tidying the attic when she stumbled upon an old, dusty mirror. Its frame was intricately carved with vines and flowers, worn by time but still beautiful. As Clara wiped the dust away, she noticed something peculiar. The reflection in the mirror seemed clearer and more vibrant than the room itself, as if the mirror belonged to a world more vivid than her own. Curiosity piqued. Clara leaned in closer, her breath fogging the glass. Suddenly she noticed her reflection smiling back at her warmly, even though her own lips were still. Startled yet intrigued, she reached out to touch the glass. It was surprisingly warm, and as her fingers brushed against it, the mirror shimmered like a pond in the moonlight. In that very moment, a soft voice echoed in the attic, gentle and melodic. "Welcome, seeker of wonders," it said. Clara stepped back, her heart pounding, but the voice continued, soothing and calm. "Do not be afraid. I am the mirror of whimsy, and I have chosen you to embark on a journey of discovery. Clara's eyes widened with wonder. A journey? Where to? She asked, her voice a mix of excitement and trepidation. To the realm where dreams are born and secrets unfold, the mirror replied. But first, you must find the key that unlocks the path. It lies within your own heart, for it is through kindness and courage that the way will be revealed. With these words, the mirror's reflection shifted, revealing a lush forest path bathed in golden sunlight. Clara knew she had to follow it, and so, gathering her courage, she stepped forward. To her amazement, the mirror's surface parted like a curtain, and she found herself standing at the edge of the very forest she had seen. The air was fragrant with the scent of pine and earth, and Clara felt a sense of peace wash over her. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the trees whispered secrets in the wind, and the ground beneath her feet seemed to hum with a gentle energy. Soon, Clara met her first helper, a wise old owl perched on a low branch. His feathers were flecked with silver, and his eyes shone like twin moons. "Greetings, traveler," he hooted softly. "I am Oliver, keeper of knowledge. I shall guide you to the next step of your journey." Clara smiled and nodded, grateful for the company. "Thank you, Oliver," she said. "What must I do?" Oliver spread his wings, and with a graceful swoop, he led Clara to a clearing where the sunlight danced upon a brook. "Here, you must listen," he advised, "for the waters hold tales that only the patient can hear." Clara sat by the brook, letting the cool water run over her fingers as she listened intently. At first, she could hear nothing but the gentle babble of the stream, but as she quieted her mind, she began to discern soft voices, telling stories of courage and compassion, of challenges met with wisdom and hearts full of love. She listened until the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. Clara realized that the stories were not just about others, they were reflections of her own heart's potential. With newfound understanding, she thanked Oliver and continued on her path. As twilight descended, Clara came across a fox with fur like fire and eyes that sparkled with mischief. "Ah, a traveler with a kind heart," the fox said with a grin. "I am Finn, the weaver of dreams. To proceed, you must help me untangle a riddle woven from starlight." Clara chuckled, charmed by Finn's lively spirit. "I would be glad to try," she replied. Finn presented her with a riddle that spoke of the bonds of friendship and the strength found in unity. Clara pondered it, drawing upon the stories she'd heard by the brook. She realized the answer lay in the simple truth that true strength comes not from standing alone, but from the connections we cherish with others. With a nod of approval, Finn led Clara to the edge of the forest, where the path opened into a vast meadow under a sky full of stars. There, the final challenge awaited, a great stone arch, ancient and majestic, standing sentinel over the meadow. "To pass through," Finn explained, "you must embrace the magic within you, a magic born of love and the courage to be true to yourself." Clara closed her eyes, feeling the warmth of her grandmother's stories and the strength of her newfound friends. She thought of the wisdom she had gathered and the kindness she had shared, and she felt a gentle light blossom within her heart. With her heart aglow, Clara stepped forward. The arch shimmered, and as she passed beneath it, the meadow transformed into a place of wondrous beauty, a realm where dreams danced on the breeze, and the sky was an endless tapestry of colors. The mirror of whimsy appeared before her, reflecting not just her image, but the journey she had undertaken. "You have found the key, Clara," it said softly. "The key is your own heart, and it has unlocked the path to endless wonder." Filled with a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara returned home, her heart forever changed by the journey. She carried with her the stories of the forest, the wisdom of Oliver, and the playful spirit of Finn, knowing she would share them with her grandmother and the village. And so, every evening by the crackling fire, Clara wove tales of her adventures, stories that enchanted the hearts of those who listened. For she had learned that the greatest magic of all was not in objects or distant realms, but in the love and kindness that dwelled within each of us. As the village nestled into slumber, the stars twinkled above, promising more dreams and adventures to come. And Clara, now a storyteller in her own right, smiled as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, her heart a mirror reflecting the wonder of the world. Story 34, title, The Whispering Pebbles. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of a sprawling ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Lila. The villagers often spoke of the forest with a mixture of reverence and caution, for it was said to be the home of mysterious creatures and forgotten magic. Lila, with her curious spirit and kind heart, found the forest enchanting rather than intimidating. Her imagination often wandered through its shaded pathways, filling her with dreams of hidden wonders. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky in shades of amber and gold, Lila decided to explore a part of the forest she had never ventured into before. Her boots crunched gently over the fallen leaves, and the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth. The forest seemed to hum with a quiet, welcoming energy, as if it knew her well and was eager to share its secrets. As Lila meandered deeper into the woods, she stumbled upon a clearing bathed in soft, dappled sunlight. At the center of this clearing was an old, twisted tree, its branches stretching wide as if embracing the sky. Beneath the tree lay a bed of pebbles, glistening like tiny stars scattered across the forest floor. Intrigued, Lila knelt down to examine them more closely. Each pebble was unique, their surfaces smooth and cool to the touch. As her fingers brushed over them, a peculiar sensation tingled through her fingertips. It was as if the pebbles were whispering, sharing tales of ages past. Among them, one pebble stood out. It shimmered with an iridescent glow, changing colors in the light like a prism. Drawn to its beauty, Lila picked it up, feeling a gentle warmth emanate from it. As soon as she held the pebble, the world around her seemed to shift ever so slightly. The forest, still and serene, felt more alive, as if every leaf and twig was somehow connected to her through this small, magical stone. Lila realized she held something extraordinary, a pebble that whispered secrets of the forest and beyond. With the pebble nestled in her palm, Lila continued her exploration, eager to learn more. Her path led her to a babbling brook, its waters clear and cool. She sat by the water's edge, dipping her toes in and listening to the melody of the stream. As she sat there, she noticed a small, delicate creature emerge from behind a rock, a tiny, luminescent creature with wings like a dragonfly, but with the gentle features of a woodland sprite. The sprite approached cautiously, its eyes wide with curiosity. "Hello," it chirped in a voice that tinkled like bells. "You have found the Pebble of Whispers." Lila smiled warmly, her heart swelling with wonder. "Yes, I did. It's beautiful," she replied softly. "The pebble is a gift," the sprite explained, fluttering closer. "It connects you to the heart of the forest. With it, you can hear our stories and share in our wisdom." Lila's eyes sparkled with excitement as she listened. "Will you share your stories with me?" she asked, her voice filled with hope. The sprite nodded, its wings shimmering in the sunlight. "But first, you must promise to protect the pebble and use its power with kindness and respect," Lila promised, her heart glowing with sincerity. And so began her journey of discovery, a journey that would take her deeper into the mysteries of the forest and beyond. As the days turned into weeks, Lila returned to the forest whenever she could, always with the pebble in hand. Each visit brought new encounters and stories from the forest's inhabitants. She met wise old owls who shared tales of the stars, playful foxes with stories of mischief, and gentle deer who spoke of the changing seasons. Through these stories, Lila learned valuable lessons about patience, courage, and the interconnectedness of all living things. The forest, with its myriad voices, became her teacher and her friend. One day, as she wandered through the forest, Lila noticed a change in the air. The vibrant colors of autumn were fading, replaced by the stark beauty of winter. The forest was preparing for its long slumber, and Lila knew her visits would soon be limited by the snow. Determined to make the most of her time, she ventured further than she ever had before, guided by the gentle whispers of the pebble. As she walked, she heard a soft, plaintive sound, a cry for help. The pebble pulsed warmly in her palm, urging her forward. Following the sound, Lila discovered a small fox, its paw caught in a hunter's trap. The fox's eyes were filled with fear and pain, and Lila's heart ached with empathy. She knelt beside the fox, speaking softly to soothe its fear. Gently, she worked to release the trap, her hands steady and sure. The fox whimpered as the trap finally gave way, freeing its injured paw. Lila carefully wrapped the paw with a cloth from her satchel, her touch gentle and reassuring. "You're safe now," she murmured, her voice a balm to the frightened creature. The fox looked up at her, its eyes bright with gratitude. With a soft yip, it nuzzled her hand, a silent promise of friendship. Lila smiled, feeling a deep connection with the fox, a bond forged through kindness and compassion. As the days grew colder, Lila's visits to the forest became less frequent, but her heart remained connected to the woodland and its inhabitants. She cherished the pebble and the lessons it had taught her, knowing that its magic had changed her life in ways she never could have imagined. Winter settled over the village, wrapping the world in a blanket of white. Lila spent her days by the fire, recalling the stories of the forest and dreaming of the day when she could return. The pebble, now resting on her windowsill, continued to whisper its gentle secrets, a constant reminder of the wonders that awaited her. With each passing season, Lila grew wiser and more attuned to the world around her. The pebble had not only opened her eyes to the magic of the forest, but it also taught her to see the beauty in everyday life. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, the songs of the birds, and the stories hidden in the stars. As spring unfurled its vibrant colors, Lila returned to the forest, her heart brimming with anticipation. The world was alive with new growth, and the forest welcomed her with open arms. Her friend the fox greeted her with playful barks, leading her to the heart of the woods where her adventures had begun. The old tree still stood proudly in the clearing, its branches a canopy of green. Lila sat beneath it, the pebble warm in her hand, and closed her eyes, listening to the symphony of the forest. The voices of her friends surrounded her, each one a note in the melody of life. In that moment, Lila understood the true magic of the pebble. It was not just a connection to the forest, but a bridge to the world. It taught her that every creature, every leaf, and every pebble held a story worth hearing, a story of life, love, and the bonds that tie us all together. And so, with a heart full of gratitude, Lila continued her journey, guided by the whispers of the pebble and the wisdom of the forest. Her adventures were far from over, for there were always new stories to hear and new friends to meet. But she knew, no matter where her path led her, she would carry the magic of the forest with her always, a gentle whisper that would guide her through the world with kindness, courage, and love. Story 35. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a lush, whispering forest, there was a quaint village known as Thistlebrook. This village was unlike any other, for it thrived on the edge of a mysterious glade where sunlight danced through the leaves like drops of golden honey, and shadows played hide-and-seek among the ancient oaks. The villagers of Thistlebrook were a gentle folk, known for their warm smiles and the sweet scent of lavender that seemed to accompany them wherever they went. At the very edge of Thistlebrook, where the cobblestone paths began to blend with the mossy trails of the forest, there lived an old clockmaker named Alaric. Alaric was a man of many stories, with twinkling eyes that held the secrets of the world and hands that created wonders from gears and springs. His shop was a haven of ticking clocks, each with its own personality, and the soft chime of 100 tiny bells that filled the air like a harmonious sigh. Alaric's pride and joy, however, was a peculiar clock that sat in the corner of his window. It was unlike any other in his collection, as it was crafted from the wood of the ancient oaks and adorned with delicate carvings of woodland creatures. Its hands moved at an unusual pace, sometimes slowing to a crawl, and at other times racing ahead, as if it were somehow attuned to the rhythm of the forest itself. The villagers often spoke of Alaric's clock with a mixture of wonder and curiosity, for it was believed to possess a magical ability. It was said that whoever could decipher the mysteries of the clock would be granted a glimpse into a hidden world, a realm where time flowed differently and dreams took shape beneath the canopy of emerald leaves. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of burning wood, and the ground was carpeted with a tapestry of red and gold leaves, a young girl named Leora wandered into Alaric's shop. Leora was a spirited child, with hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed violets. She was known for her adventurous heart and an insatiable curiosity that often led her into the heart of the forest, where she would listen to the stories whispered by the trees. As Leora stepped into the shop, the chime of bells greeted her like an old friend. Alaric looked up from his workbench, his eyes crinkling into a warm smile. "Ah, Leora," he said, his voice as smooth as the river stones. "What brings you to my humble abode on this fine morning?" Leora grinned, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "I've come to see the clock, Alaric," she replied, her voice barely concealing her eagerness. "The one everyone talks about." Alaric chuckled, the sound like leaves rustling in the breeze. "Ah, the clock," he said, gesturing towards the corner where the peculiar timepiece stood. It seemed to have captured the imagination of many. But remember, it is not just a clock. It is a gateway to wonders untold. Leora approached the clock with reverence, her fingers hovering over the intricate carvings of squirrels and owls that adorned its face. As she gazed at the clock, she noticed something peculiar. The hands were moving in a gentle circle, but they did not seem to follow the usual course of time. Instead, they danced in a pattern that was both mesmerizing and mysterious. "What does it mean?" Leora asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Alaric leaned back in his chair, his eyes thoughtful. "That, my dear, is for you to discover," he said. "But I will tell you this. The clock holds the key to a journey, one that will change you in ways you cannot yet imagine." Intrigued and determined, Leora spent her days studying the clock, tracing the patterns of its movement with her finger, and listening to the soft, rhythmic ticks that seemed to echo the heartbeat of the forest. Each day she felt a growing connection to the clock, as if it were beckoning her to unlock its secrets. Then, one evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky was painted with hues of lavender and rose, Leora finally deciphered the clock's mystery. She noticed that the hands, when aligned with the carvings of an owl and a fox, created a shimmering doorway, a portal that pulsed with an otherworldly light. With a deep breath, Leora reached out and touched the clock. Instantly she felt a gentle tug, as if an unseen hand was guiding her. The world around her began to blur and shift, the familiar surroundings of Alaric's shop dissolving into a kaleidoscope of colors and sounds. When the world settled once more, Leora found herself standing in a place of extraordinary beauty. She was in the heart of the hidden world, a realm where the forest was alive with magic. The trees towered above her, their leaves shimmering with a luminescent glow, and the air was filled with the soft hum of enchanted creatures. In this realm, time seemed to flow differently, like a river that meandered through a landscape of dreams. As Leora marveled at her surroundings, she realized that she was not alone. A gentle rustling in the underbrush announced the arrival of a creature unlike any she had ever seen. Stepping into the clearing was a fox, its fur a rich tapestry of copper and gold, with eyes that gleamed with intelligence and kindness. The fox regarded Leora with a curious tilt of its head, and she felt an immediate connection, as if they were old friends reunited after a long separation. "Welcome, Leora," the fox said, its voice a soft melody that echoed in her mind. "I am Phelan, guardian of this hidden world. You have unlocked the mystery of the clock, and now you are here to embark on a journey." Leora's heart swelled with excitement and wonder. "What kind of journey?" she asked, eager to learn more. "A journey of discovery and growth," Phelan replied, his eyes twinkling like stars. "In this realm you will encounter challenges and wonders alike, but fear not, for you will not be alone. Friendship and wisdom will guide you." With Phelan by her side, Leora set off into the heart of the magical forest. The path they followed was a winding trail that led them through groves of ancient trees, their trunks etched with the stories of ages past. The forest was alive with the chatter of birds and the rustle of leaves, creating a symphony that accompanied their every step. As they journeyed deeper into the forest, Leora encountered many wonders. She saw flowers that glowed with an inner light, their petals changing colors with the shifting breeze. She heard the laughter of mischievous sprites that danced among the branches, their tiny forms flickering like fireflies. Despite the enchantment that surrounded her, Leora soon realized that their path was not without challenges. The forest, though beautiful, was also a place of mystery and secrets, and not all were easily understood. One day, as they walked through a grove of towering pines, Leora felt a chill in the air. The sunlight that had warmed the forest floor was obscured by a canopy of dark clouds, and an eerie silence descended upon them. Phelan paused, his ears twitching as he listened intently. "We must be cautious," Phelan whispered, his voice a gentle warning. "There are shadows here that can cloud the heart and mind." Leora nodded, her resolve unwavering. With Phelan's guidance, she learned to trust her instincts, to listen to the whispers of the forest and understand the language of the wind. Together, they navigated through the shadows, their friendship growing stronger with each step. In the heart of the forest, they came upon a clearing bathed in soft silver light. In the center stood an ancient tree, its gnarled branches reaching towards the sky like arms of a wise elder. Beneath the tree, nestled among the roots, was a pool of crystal-clear water, its surface shimmering with visions of the past and future. "This is the heart of the forest," Phelan said, his voice filled with reverence. "It is here that you will find the answers you seek." Leora approached the pool, her reflection mingling with the images that danced across its surface. As she gazed into the water, she saw visions of her village, her family, and the friends she held dear. She saw moments of joy and laughter, but also glimpses of challenges and trials yet to come. In that moment, Leora understood the true nature of her journey. It was not just an exploration of the hidden world, but a journey of self-discovery. She realized that the magic of the forest was not meant to change her, but to reveal the strength and wisdom that had always been within her. With newfound clarity, Leora turned to Phelan, her heart full of gratitude. "Thank you," she said, her voice a gentle breeze, "for guiding me and showing me the way." Phelan bowed his head, his eyes warm with pride. "It is you who have found the way, Leora. The magic of the forest is within you, as it is within all who walk its paths with an open heart." As Leora stood in the clearing, surrounded by the beauty of the hidden world, she felt a sense of peace and belonging. She knew that her journey was not over, but she was ready to face whatever lay ahead with courage and grace. With Phelan at her side, Leora returned to the place where her journey had begun. As they reached the shimmering portal, she turned to her friend, her heart full of love and gratitude. "Will we meet again?" Leora asked, her voice tinged with hope. Phelan nodded, a gentle smile playing on his lips. "The bonds of friendship are never truly broken, dear Leora. Wherever your path may lead, I will always be with you, in spirit and in heart." With a final farewell, Leora stepped through the portal, the world around her once more shifting and blurring into a cascade of colors. When the world settled, she found herself back in Alaric's shop, the familiar sounds of ticking clocks and chiming bells welcoming her home. Alaric looked up from his workbench, his eyes twinkling with understanding. "Welcome back, Leora," he said, his voice as warm as the hearth fire. "You have returned, but I see that you are changed." Leora smiled, her heart light with joy and newfound wisdom. "I have seen the wonders of the hidden world and the strength within me," she replied, "and I am ready to share what I have learned with those I love." In the days that followed, Leora became a storyteller, sharing the tales of her journey with the villagers of Thistlebrook. She spoke of the magical forest, the wise fox, and the lessons she had learned about friendship and self-discovery. As the villagers gathered around the hearthfire, listening to Leora's stories, they felt a sense of wonder and connection to the world around them. They realized that the magic of the forest was not just in the hidden realm, but in the hearts and minds of those who dared to dream. And so, Leora's journey became a part of the tapestry of Thistlebrook, a tale of courage, friendship, and the magic that lies within us all. As the years passed, the villagers continued to visit Alaric's shop, drawn by the enchanting chime of the peculiar clock and the promise of adventures yet to come. In the heart of the forest, the hidden world remained, a place of timeless beauty and boundless magic, waiting for those who sought its wonders with an open heart and a spirit of friendship. And so, the story of Leora and her journey through the hidden world lived on, a gentle reminder that the greatest magic of all is the love and wisdom we carry within us and the friendships that light our way. As the fires burned low and the stars twinkled in the night sky, the villagers of Thistlebrook drifted into dreams of enchanted forests and magical creatures, their hearts warm with the knowledge that the hidden world was never far away, just waiting to be discovered once more. Story 36. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled at the edge of a lush, whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Clara. Clara had a heart as warm as the sun, and a curiosity that danced like fireflies in the twilight. Her days were filled with the gentle hum of nature and the soothing calls of wood pigeons, and she often wandered through the forest, marveling at the wonders it held. Clara lived in a cozy cottage with her grandmother, a wise woman who knew the secrets of herbs and the stories of old. The cottage was a haven of warmth, with its stone hearth crackling merrily and the scent of fresh lavender wafting through the air. On stormy nights, her grandmother would weave tales of enchanted objects and hidden realms, and Clara would listen with wide, sparkling eyes. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves painted the world in hues of amber and gold, Clara set off on one of her woodland explorations. The air was cool and crisp, and a gentle breeze carried the scent of pine and earth. As she wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching towards the heavens like the arms of a gentle giant. Curiosity piqued, Clara approached the tree. At its base, nestled among the roots, she discovered an object glinting in the dappled sunlight. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box. As she picked it up, she felt a comforting warmth emanating from it, as though it held the memories of countless seasons. Clara carefully opened the box, and to her surprise, she found it empty, save for a single, delicate leaf made of shimmering glass. As she held the leaf up to the light, a soft, melodic chime filled the air, and a gentle voice whispered in her ear, "This is the leaf of listening. It holds the power to hear the whispers of the world." Astonished and intrigued, Clara slipped the glass leaf into her pocket and hurried home to tell her grandmother. Her grandmother listened with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling like stars. "The leaf of listening is a rare gift," she explained. "It allows its bearer to hear the thoughts of the heart, the secrets of the earth, and the songs of the wind. But remember, Clara, it is not the loudest voice that speaks the truth, but often the quietest." Eager to learn more about her newfound treasure, Clara began to explore its abilities. She discovered that when she held the leaf close, she could hear the gentle murmur of the stream, the soft rustle of the leaves, and even the quiet sighs of the stones beneath her feet. Each sound told a story, weaving a tapestry of wonder and wisdom. As the days turned into weeks, Clara's appreciation for the world around her deepened. She became more attuned to the subtleties of nature, and she found comfort in the knowledge that even the smallest voices mattered. But soon her newfound ability would lead her on an unexpected journey. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in shades of rose and violet, Clara heard a faint, sorrowful song carried on the wind. She closed her eyes, clutching the leaf, and listened closely. The melody spoke of a creature in distress, its heart heavy with loneliness and fear. Determined to help, Clara followed the song deep into the forest, her feet guided by the melody that only she could hear. The trees stood tall and silent, their branches whispering encouragement as she passed. She soon came upon a small glade bathed in moonlight, where a tiny, trembling fawn lay curled beneath a bush. The fawn's eyes were wide with fear, and Clara could see that it had injured its leg. Gently, she approached the creature, speaking softly and offering her hand. The fawn relaxed at her touch, sensing the kindness in her heart. Clara knew she couldn't help the fawn alone, so she turned to the leaf of listening and whispered into the night. She called upon the creatures of the forest, asking for their assistance. Her plea was answered by a wise old owl who swooped down from the treetops, his eyes gleaming with ancient wisdom. The owl spoke in a voice as smooth as silk and as deep as the forest itself. "Fear not, young one," he said. "We will aid you in your quest to heal this gentle creature." With the owl's guidance, Clara gathered herbs and leaves known for their healing properties, and together they tended to the fawn's wounds. As days passed, Clara and the owl took turns watching over the fawn, nurturing it back to health. During this time, Clara learned the language of the forest more deeply than she had ever imagined. The trees shared their secrets, the flowers their fragrance, and the wind its stories. Finally, the day came when the fawn was strong enough to stand on its own. Clara watched with joy as it tested its legs, taking tentative steps beneath the watchful eyes of its new friends. Before disappearing into the forest, the fawn nuzzled Clara's hand, a gesture of gratitude that warmed her heart. With the fawn gone, Clara turned to the owl, who perched nearby with a look of approval. "You have done well, Clara," he said. "The leaf of listening has shown you the power of hearing beyond words. Remember this lesson, for the world is full of voices waiting to be heard." With a grateful heart, Clara returned home, the leaf of listening nestled safely in her pocket. She shared her tale with her grandmother, who embraced her with pride and affection. From that day on, Clara continued to use the leaf of listening, not only to hear the whispers of the forest, but to understand the unspoken thoughts of those around her. She learned that true wisdom came from listening with an open heart and mind, and that kindness and understanding were the greatest gifts one could offer. As the seasons changed and the years passed, Clara grew into a wise and compassionate young woman. Her heart remained open to the wonders of the world, and she became a source of comfort and wisdom to all who knew her. And so, in the quiet village by the whispering forest, the story of Clara and the leaf of listening became a cherished tale, passed down through generations. It reminded all who heard it of the magic found in listening, the beauty of understanding, and the power of kindness. As the fire crackled in the hearth and the stars twinkled above, the village folk would gather to hear the story once more, their hearts warmed by the gentle reminder that even the quietest voices could speak the loudest truths. And that, dear reader, is the end of our tale for tonight. May your dreams be filled with the comforting whispers of kindness and the gentle songs of the world. Story 37. In the quaint village of Willow Grove, nestled amidst rolling hills and lush, whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known for her curious mind and gentle heart, often wandering through the village with her faithful companion, a plump tabby cat named Whiskers, whose fur was as soft as freshly spun yarn. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced in the breeze, Lila and Whiskers meandered down a winding path that led to the heart of the forest. The path was carpeted with fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and wood. As they ventured deeper, the forest seemed to exhale a serene hush, wrapping them in its peaceful embrace. It was here, amidst the towering trees and the chorus of birdsong, that Lila stumbled upon something unusual. Tucked beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak tree was a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer subtly in the dappled sunlight. Lila knelt beside it, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings. Whiskers, with his keen curiosity, sniffed the box and purred contentedly. With a gentle tug, Lila opened the box to reveal a collection of tiny iridescent stones, each glowing with a soft, ethereal light. As she held one in her palm, a warmth spread through her, as if the stone held a secret of its own. Unbeknownst to Lila, these stones were no ordinary trinkets. They were the whispering pebbles, imbued with the magic to reveal hidden truths and guide those pure of heart. With this discovery, Lila's journey of wonder and revelation began. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and lavender, Lila returned to the village with the box of stones nestled safely in her satchel. That night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds scattered across velvet, she lay awake, pondering the mystery of the whispering pebbles. The following morning, Lila confided in her dearest friend, Oliver, a kind-hearted boy with a mischievous twinkle in his eye and an endless supply of stories from his grandfather's travels. Together, they decided to uncover the secrets of the stones. Their first stop was the home of Granny Willow, the village's wise elder. Her cottage, with its thatched roof and garden bursting with herbs and wildflowers, was a place of warmth and comfort. As they entered, Granny Willow greeted them with a smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages. "Ah, the whispering pebbles," Granny Willow mused, examining the stones with gentle reverence. "These stones choose their keepers carefully. They speak to those who listen closely, revealing paths unseen and truths untold." Intrigued, Lila and Oliver listened intently as Granny Willow shared tales of the stones and their origins. According to legend, the stones were gifts from the forest spirits, meant to guide and protect those who respected the balance of nature. The stones will reveal their secrets when the time is right, Granny Willow advised with a knowing smile. Patience and a listening heart are your greatest allies. With Granny Willow's words echoing in their minds, Lila and Oliver embarked on a journey to understand the stone's magic. Each day, they would choose a stone and carry it with them, attentive to the whispers it might share. Their adventures led them to many corners of Willow Grove and beyond. They visited the tranquil river that sparkled under the sun, its gentle flow harmonizing with the songs of the forest. They explored the meadows painted with wildflowers, where butterflies danced on the breeze and crickets sang their twilight lullabies. Throughout their journey, the stones guided them in unexpected ways. One day, as they sat by the riverbank, Oliver noticed a peculiar pattern of pebbles that seemed to form an arrow. Following its direction, they found a hidden grove where a family of deer grazed peacefully. The stones had revealed a secret sanctuary, a reminder of the harmony that existed in nature's embrace. In time, Lila and Oliver realized that the true magic of the Whispering Pebbles lay not in grandiose spells or dramatic transformations, but in the gentle nudges and subtle insights that guided their hearts. The stones taught them to see the beauty in the ordinary, to listen to the stories that the world whispered, and to cherish the bonds of friendship that strengthened with each shared adventure. As the seasons turned and the village prepared for the winter's embrace, Lila and Oliver returned the stones to their resting place beneath the ancient oak. They had learned that the magic of the stones was a gift to be shared, a legacy of wisdom and wonder for future generations. On the eve of the first snowfall, as the village glowed with the warmth of hearths and the scent of pine filled the air, Lila and Oliver sat by the fire, whiskers curled contentedly at their feet. They spoke of their journey, of the lessons learned and the memories cherished, their hearts filled with gratitude for the magic that had touched their lives. And so, in the heart of Willow Grove, the tale of the Whispering Pebbles was woven into the fabric of the village's lore, a gentle reminder that the world holds secrets for those who listen, and that the greatest adventures often begin with a simple, curious heart. As Lila drifted into a peaceful slumber, the soft glow of the fireplace enveloped her, a comforting embrace that whispered of dreams yet to come. Story 38. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where sunlight danced through verdant canopies and the air was thick with the scent of wild honeysuckle, lay the quaint and curious village of Tumblebrook. This was no ordinary village, for its cobblestone paths wound between mushroom-capped houses and flower beds that sang in the breeze. Here, the villagers were as quirky and endearing as the place they called home. At the center of Tumblebrook, in a cottage painted with every color of the rainbow, lived a peculiar little fellow named Pippin Puddles. Pippin was no taller than a teapot, with hair as wild as a dandelion puff and eyes that sparkled like dew on a summer morning. His voice carried the warmth of melted chocolate, and his laughter was a melody that made even the grumpiest of gnomes smile. Pippin's most cherished possession was his enchanted feather duster, which had been passed down through generations of Puddles. This wasn't just any feather duster. It was imbued with a touch of whimsy that allowed it to clean with the slightest wave, leaving behind a trail of shimmering stardust. The villagers often gathered around to watch Pippin's daily cleaning spectacle, each wave of the duster transforming his cottage into a sparkling wonder. One particularly bright morning, as the sun peeked over the treetops and the birds began their cheerful serenade, Pippin discovered a peculiar problem. His enchanted feather duster had lost its magic. Instead of leaving behind trails of stardust, it merely stirred up tiny whirlwinds of dust bunnies that danced mockingly around him. Pippin scratched his head, pondering what could have gone awry. "I need help," he mused, "but where to find it?" Just then, a soft voice piped up from the windowsill. It was Mirth, the village's resident talking squirrel, known for his boundless curiosity and a penchant for mischief. Mirth's bushy tail twitched with excitement as he chattered. "Why not visit the great library of Lumenwood? Surely, the answer to your feather duster's ailment is hidden in one of its ancient tomes." Pippin's eyes lit up with the glimmer of adventure. "A splendid idea, Mirth. To the great library we shall go." And so Pippin and Mirth set off, winding their way through the sun-dappled paths of whispering woods. Along the way, they met an array of charming characters: a hedgehog with spectacles too large for his face, a family of rabbits who loved to play hopscotch, and even a wise old owl who offered them directions with a wink. As they traveled, Pippin couldn't help but marvel at the beauty around him. The forest was alive with color. Flowers bloomed in hues of violet and gold, and the scent of pine and fresh earth filled the air. It was a place where every leaf seemed to whisper secrets, and every breeze carried a song. Finally, they arrived at the great library of Lumenwood, an enormous tree whose branches reached up to tickle the sky. Its trunk was adorned with intricate carvings of stories long past, and its roots spread out like welcoming arms. Inside, the library was a sight to behold. Shelves made of polished bark lined the walls, each filled with scrolls and books that hummed with knowledge. A gentle light filtered through the leaves above, casting a warm glow over everything. The air was thick with the scent of parchment and ink. Pippin and Mirth were greeted by Sage, the ancient tortoise librarian who moved with the grace of time itself. Sage adjusted his tiny spectacles and inquired in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder, "What brings you, dear Pippin, to this trove of tales?" With a hopeful heart, Pippin explained his plight. Sage pondered for a moment, then led them to a particularly dusty corner of the library, where a book titled The Art of Whimsy, Enchantments and Curiosities rested. As Mirth scampered to clear the dust from the cover, Pippin opened the book to reveal a page that glowed with a soft, inviting light. It described a magical ingredient called Giggle Blossom, said to restore enchantments with the power of pure joy. However, Giggle Blossoms were known to bloom only in the mysterious glimmering glade, a place few had dared to venture. "Then venture we must," declared Pippin with a twinkle in his eye. Mirth, ever the adventurer, nodded eagerly, and off they went once more. Their journey to the glimmering glade was filled with unexpected surprises and delightful encounters. They crossed a babbling brook that sang merry tunes, navigated a maze of sunflowers taller than the tallest tree, and even helped a band of mischievous fireflies untangle their twinkling lights. When they finally reached the glimmering glade, it was as if they had stepped into a dream. The glade was a kaleidoscope of colors, with flowers that shimmered like gems and grass that sparkled with dew. In the center, surrounded by a chorus of soft giggles, grew the Giggle Blossoms, their petals a vibrant swirl of pink and gold. With great care, Pippin and Mirth gathered the blossoms, their laughter echoing throughout the glade like a gentle symphony. With their precious cargo in hand, they made their way back to Tumblebrook, their hearts light with the joy of discovery. Once home, Pippin carefully crushed the Giggle Blossoms into a fine, fragrant powder. With a hopeful breath, he sprinkled it over his feather duster, and as if by magic, the duster twirled to life, leaving behind trails of stardust more brilliant than ever before. The villagers gathered to celebrate, their laughter mingling with the twinkling stardust that danced in the air. Pippin beamed with happiness, grateful for the adventure and the friends who had helped him along the way. As evening fell and the stars began to twinkle above, Pippin sat by the warmth of his hearth, the crackling fire casting a gentle glow around the room. Mirth snuggled beside him, tail wrapped contentedly around his paws. Together, they reflected on their journey, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the joy of a problem solved with creativity and a touch of whimsy. And so, in the cozy village of Tumblebrook, under the watchful gaze of the whispering woods, Pippin Puddles drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of new adventures and the magic that awaited in each new day. Story 39. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Leora. Her home was a snug little cottage, its windows framed by the bright blooms of morning glories twining up the walls. Leora was known far and wide for her skill with herbs and remedies, her gentle touch healing many an ailment of the village folk. Yet despite her talents and kindness, Leora carried a quiet unease within her heart. The village lay on the edge of an ancient forest that had stood since time remembered. The forest was a place of deep mystery, its secrets held in the rustling leaves and the soft sighs of the wind through the branches. Leora often wandered its paths, drawn by its beauty and its whispers of magic, But always she hesitated at the threshold of true exploration, afraid of the changes she sensed within herself. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves fluttered down like coins from a generous hand, Leora set out into the forest with her basket, intent on gathering mushrooms and wild berries. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and damp earth, and as she walked, her footsteps crunched softly over the carpet of fallen leaves. As she ventured deeper than she ever had before, she stumbled upon a glen bathed in dappled sunlight. At its center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching wide as if to embrace the sky. Beneath the tree, a small, shimmering pond lay nestled, its surface like liquid glass, reflecting the azure sky and the fiery hues of the autumn leaves. Leora paused, captivated by the beauty of the place. She felt a gentle tug at her heart, a whispering call that spoke of change and transformation. As she gazed into the pond, she saw not just her reflection, but a vision of herself surrounded by light, her features serene and wise, her eyes sparkling with a knowledge she felt she did not yet possess. Lost in the vision, she did not notice the figure that appeared beside her until a soft voice broke the silence. "Beautiful, isn't it?" said an elderly woman with a face as weathered as the bark of the oak, her eyes twinkling like stars caught in twilight. Startled, Leora turned to see the woman, her presence as comforting and ancient as the forest itself. "Yes, it is," Leora replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "But it feels different somehow." The old woman nodded knowingly. "The pond reflects not just what is, but what could be. It shows us the paths we might take and the transformations we might undergo. It is a gift and sometimes a challenge." Leora furrowed her brow, the unease in her heart swelling with uncertainty. "I don't know if I'm ready for such change," she confessed, her voice trembling with the weight of her fears. The woman smiled gently, placing a weathered hand on Leora's shoulder. "Change is the essence of life, dear child. It is the dance of the seasons, the ebb and flow of the tides. Like the forest, you are always growing, always becoming, and you are never alone in this journey." With those words, the woman gestured to the forest around them. Leora noticed for the first time the subtle, magical presence that seemed to hum in the air, a symphony of whispers and rustles that spoke of unseen beings watching over the woods. "Who are you?" Leora asked, her curiosity piqued by the woman's enigmatic aura. "I am a guardian of this forest, one of many," the woman replied, her smile deepening the lines of wisdom etched into her face. "We watch over the land and those who dwell within it, guiding when needed, though not always seen." Leora felt a warmth spread through her chest, a growing sense of belonging and connection to the world around her. "But how do I find the courage to change?" she asked, her voice soft with vulnerability. The woman reached into the folds of her cloak and drew out a small, intricately carved wooden box. "This is for you," she said, pressing the box into Leora's hands. "Inside is a seed. Plant it beneath the oak and tend to it with care. It will grow, and as it does, so too will you. Let it be a mirror to your own journey." With gratitude and a newfound sense of purpose, Leora accepted the gift, feeling its weight and the promise it held. "Thank you," she said, her voice filled with sincerity. The old woman nodded, then turned to leave, her form blending seamlessly into the forest until Leora could no longer see her. Alone once more, Leora knelt beside the oak, her heart steady and sure, and planted the seed in the rich soil. As the days turned to weeks and the weeks to months, Leora visited the glen regularly, nurturing the seedling as it pushed through the earth and reached toward the sky. Each visit brought new discoveries, both in the forest and within herself. She found that with patience and care, not only did the plant grow, but she too began to transform, her fears slowly giving way to confidence and clarity. Her friends and neighbors noticed the change in her, sensing the quiet strength and warmth that radiated from her like the gentle glow of dawn. Her kindness and wisdom became a beacon in the village, drawing others to her for counsel and comfort. One evening, as winter released its grip and spring painted the world anew, Leora stood beneath the oak, the young tree beside it now strong and vibrant. Its branches swayed gently in the breeze, their leaves whispering secrets of growth and renewal. Leora felt her heart swell with gratitude for the journey she had undertaken, for the lessons learned, and for the magic that had guided her. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Leora knew she had found her place in the world, a place where change was not to be feared but embraced. She also understood that the forest, with all its mystery and magic, would always be there, a constant companion on her path of discovery. And so, with the crackle of the fire in her hearth and the soft rustle of the forest outside her window, Leora settled into her chair, her heart full of peace. She had learned that the most profound transformations were those that took root within, nurtured by the light of understanding and the warmth of friendship. And she knew, with every beat of her heart, that she would continue to grow, guided by the magic of life itself. Story 40. In a cozy woodland cottage nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Though her days were filled with the simple joys of tending to her vegetable garden and gathering wildflowers, Willow's heart yearned for adventure beyond the boundaries of her humble homestead. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves danced on the gentle breeze, Willow ventured into the forest in search of kindling for her fireplace. As she wove through the towering trees, her eye caught a glimmer of light peeking through the undergrowth. Curiosity piqued, she followed the radiant glow until she stumbled upon a breathtaking sight, a luminous crystal, pulsing with a warm, ethereal radiance. Willow reached out to touch the mesmerizing stone, and in an instant, a rush of energy surged through her body. Suddenly, her senses heightened, and the world around her seemed to come alive in a brilliant symphony of colors, sounds, and scents she had never experienced before. Enchanted by this newfound awareness, Willow soon discovered that the crystal had imbued her with the extraordinary ability to communicate with the very essence of nature itself. The whispering of the leaves, the gurgling of the streams, and the song of the birds all held secrets and wisdom just waiting to be unveiled. With her newfound gift, Willow embarked on a wondrous journey through the heart of the forest, forging unbreakable bonds with the flora and fauna that surrounded her. She learned the healing properties of rare herbs from the gentle wildflowers, the intricate dance of life from the graceful deer, and the unwavering strength from the ancient oak trees that stood as sentinels over the woodland realm. As the seasons changed, Willow's adventures led her deeper into the forest's embrace, unveiling a hidden world teeming with magic and wonder. She befriended a mischievous fox spirit named Russet, who guided her through the labyrinth of twisted roots and enchanted glades, unveiling marvels she had never dared to dream of. Together, Willow and Russet ventured into the heart of a mystical glen, where a crystal-clear pool reflected the starry night sky. It was here that they encountered a colony of luminous dragonflies, whose shimmering wings painted the air with a rainbow of colors. These enchanting creatures, guardians of the forest's innermost secrets, recognized Willow's pure heart and bestowed upon her a remarkable gift, the ability to shape the very essence of nature itself. With her newfound powers, Willow could coax vibrant blooms from the most barren of soil, summon gentle rains to nourish the thirsty earth, and even call upon the winds to carry her voice across the vast woodland expanse. She became a true steward of the forest, using her gifts to nurture and protect the delicate balance of life that thrived within its emerald depths. However, Willow's journey was not without its challenges. A dark presence lurked in the shadows, a malevolent force that sought to disrupt the harmony of the natural world. Twisted by greed and envy, a wicked sorcerer named Blackthorn had discovered the existence of Willow's enchanted crystal and coveted its power for his own nefarious ends. Blackthorn unleashed a horde of shadowy creatures upon the forest, their very presence withering the once vibrant foliage and tainting the crystal-clear streams with their foul essence. Willow and her animal companions rallied together, using their combined strength and wisdom to fend off the onslaught and protect the sanctity of their woodland home. In a climactic battle, Willow confronted Blackthorn deep within the heart of the forest, her crystal pulsing with the collective energy of every living being she had forged a bond with. With unwavering determination, she channeled the very essence of nature itself, weaving a tapestry of vines, roots, and brambles that ensnared the wicked sorcerer, stripping him of his dark powers. As the last vestiges of Blackthorn's malice dissipated, the forest breathed a collective sigh of relief, its vibrant hues and melodic symphony returning to their full splendor. Willow had not only protected her cherished home, but had also undergone a profound transformation, emerging as a true guardian of the natural world, her heart forever intertwined with the rhythms of life that pulsed through the forest's veins. From that day forward, Willow's legend spread far and wide, inspiring others to embrace the beauty and wisdom of nature. Her enchanted crystal remained by her side, a constant reminder of the incredible journey that had forever changed her life and forged an unbreakable bond between her and the wondrous woodland realm she called home. Story 43. Once upon a time, in the heart of a quaint little village surrounded by rolling hills and lush, whispering forests, there lived a young boy named Oliver. Oliver was an inquisitive child with a heart as warm as the summer sun and a mind brimming with curiosity. His days were often spent exploring the nooks and crannies of the village, where cobblestone paths wound like ribbons between timbered cottages, their chimneys puffing out gentle curls of smoke. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced in the breeze, Oliver stumbled upon a peculiar shop nestled at the edge of the village. The shop was small and unassuming, its sign so faded that the name was unreadable. Yet it exuded a mysterious charm that beckoned Oliver to step inside. Once within, Oliver found himself surrounded by shelves crammed with all manner of trinkets and curiosities. The air was filled with the scent of aged parchment and polished wood, and the soft glow of lanterns cast flickering shadows that seemed to whisper secrets of their own. As Oliver wandered through the aisles, his eyes fell upon a dusty, unassuming teacup. The teacup was unlike any he had ever seen. It was crafted from porcelain so fine it seemed almost translucent, with delicate swirls of blue and silver that shimmered like moonlight on water. Drawn to it, Oliver picked it up, feeling a strange warmth spread from his fingertips. Just then, the shopkeeper, a kindly old man with twinkling eyes and a beard that cascaded like a waterfall of snow, approached him. "Ah, you found it," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "That is no ordinary teacup, young one. It holds the power to show the unseen." Oliver's eyes widened with wonder. "What do you mean?" he asked, cradling the cup gently. The shopkeeper smiled knowingly. "Pour a simple cup of tea, and it will reveal what the heart desires most to see." Eager to test the teacup's magic, Oliver hurried home, his heart alight with anticipation. As he brewed a fragrant pot of chamomile, the steam curled into the air, carrying with it the promise of discovery. Pouring the tea into the enchanted cup, Oliver watched with bated breath. To his amazement, the surface of the tea shimmered and shifted, forming an image of a distant, emerald-green forest he had never seen before. Within the trees, a path beckoned, illuminated by the soft glow of fireflies. Oliver knew then that his journey lay ahead. The next morning, with the teacup safely tucked in his satchel and a heart full of courage, Oliver set out to find the forest of his visions. The path led him through fields of waving wildflowers and over gently burbling brooks, the landscape unfolding like a storybook come to life. As the sun dipped low in the sky, Oliver reached the edge of the forest. The trees stood tall and majestic, their leaves whispering secrets only they could tell. It was here that he met his first companion, a wise old turtle named Tobias. Tobias had eyes as deep as the ocean and a shell etched with the patterns of time. "Greetings, young traveler," Tobias said, his voice slow and steady like the turning of the seasons. "What brings you to these ancient woods?" Oliver explained his journey and the mysterious teacup. Tobias nodded, understanding twinkling in his eyes. "I shall accompany you," he offered, "for in these woods one never knows when wisdom might be needed." Together, they ventured deeper into the forest, where shafts of sunlight pierced the canopy, painting the ground in dappled gold. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth, and the songs of birds filled the silence with music. As they walked, they came upon a clearing where a gentle brook babbled happily over smooth stones. By the water's edge sat a fox with fur as red as autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with mischief. Her name was Felicity, and she was as clever as she was kind. "Hello, travelers," Felicity greeted them with a playful bow. "What brings you to my part of the forest?" Oliver shared his tale once more, and Felicity's eyes gleamed with interest. "A journey of discovery, you say? Count me in. I've a knack for finding paths unseen." With Tobias and Felicity by his side, Oliver felt his courage grow. They continued their journey, the forest unfolding like a tapestry woven with wonder. As night fell, the forest transformed into a world of shadows and starlight, the air cool and crisp. It was then they came upon their challenge. At the heart of the forest stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching out like welcoming arms. Beneath its boughs lay a riddle, carved into a stone at the base of the tree. To find the heart's true treasure, seek not with eyes but with measure. The path is hidden in plain sight, revealed by kindness and inner light. The riddle puzzled Oliver, but Tobias and Felicity shared knowing glances. Sometimes, Tobias began, the greatest treasures are not those we hold, but those we feel. Felicity nodded, her eyes alight with understanding. The heart's true treasure is often found in friendship and the kindness we show to others. With their guidance, Oliver realized that the journey itself had been the treasure. The wisdom of Tobias, the cleverness of Felicity, and the magic of discovery had filled his heart with joy and wonder. As dawn broke over the forest, bathing it in a warm golden glow, Oliver felt a deep sense of peace. He had discovered the unseen beauty of friendship and the gentle magic of the world around him. With a heart full of gratitude, Oliver bid farewell to Tobias and Felicity, promising to return one day. As he made his way home, the forest whispered its farewell, the leaves rustling softly in the breeze. Back in the village, Oliver placed the teacup upon his shelf, a reminder of the journey that had changed him forever. And every now and then, when he poured a simple cup of tea, he would remember the magic of the unseen and the friends who had helped him see it. And so, as the stars twinkled in the night sky and the world settled into gentle slumber, Oliver's heart was at peace, knowing that true magic lies not in the objects we hold, but in the connections we make and the wisdom we share. And with that comforting thought, the village, wrapped in the embrace of a tranquil night, drifted into dreams, where the stories of friendship and discovery danced softly in the moonlight. Story 44. In a quaint village nestled between whispering pines and gentle hills, there lived a young woman named Leora. Her cottage was a charming abode, its roof sloping like the embrace of a warm blanket, with windows that caught the first light of dawn. Vines of ivy crept lovingly along the stone walls, and the garden brimmed with lavender and rosemary, casting a soothing fragrance into the air. Despite the idyllic setting, Leora felt out of place as the seasons began to change around her. The leaves, once a vibrant green, now blazed in fiery shades of orange and red, signaling the arrival of autumn. While others in the village embraced the change with cheerful harvest festivals and gatherings around bonfires, Leora felt an inexplicable heaviness in her heart. She spent her days tending to the garden and crafting scented candles, her fingers nimble and precise. Yet, a shadow of doubt lingered in her mind, a whisper that questioned her path, her purpose. Change was upon her, and she feared it, for it meant stepping into the unknown, leaving the comfort of the familiar. One crisp afternoon, as Leora wandered through the woods, she stumbled upon a glimmering path she hadn't noticed before. The path was lined with golden leaves that shimmered as if touched by stardust. Driven by an impulse she couldn't quite explain, Leora followed the path, her heart beating with a mixture of fear and anticipation. The path led her to a serene glade where a gentle brook whispered secrets only it could tell. In the center of the glade stood a majestic oak tree, its branches reaching skyward as if yearning for the heavens. The air was filled with a magical hum, a melody that seemed to resonate within Leora's very being. As she approached the tree, she noticed a small, weathered satchel nestled among its roots. Curiosity piqued. Leora opened the satchel to find a collection of delicate crystals, each one glowing softly with its own unique hue. She held a clear, luminescent crystal in her hand, and as she did, a warmth spread through her, dispelling the chill of doubt that had settled in her heart. In that moment, a voice as gentle as the rustling leaves echoed around her. It was the spirit of the oak, ancient and wise. "These crystals are reflections of your inner self," the spirit whispered. "As they transform, so will you. Embrace the change, for it is a journey to becoming who you are meant to be." Leora returned to her cottage, the satchel of crystals cradled in her arms. She placed the crystals on the windowsill, where the sunlight could dance upon them, and set about her days with a renewed sense of purpose. The villagers, noticing a subtle change in her demeanor, began to seek her out not just for her candles, but for her company and the warmth she exuded. As the weeks passed, Leora observed the crystals with wonder. The clear crystal, once a simple, translucent stone, began to glow with a soft, ethereal light. She noticed how the amethyst deepened in color, and the rose quartz seemed to pulse gently, like a heartbeat. Each transformation mirrored a change within her, a newfound courage, a deepened compassion, a wellspring of creativity. One evening, as she sat by the fire with her dear friend Rowan, Leora shared her fears and the lessons she was learning. Rowan, a kind soul with laughter like tinkling bells, listened intently. "Change is like the turning of a page in a beloved book," Rowan mused. "It might be daunting, but it holds the promise of new adventures, new insights. And just like a good story, you are never alone in it." Buoyed by Rowan's words, Leora embraced the changes with an open heart. She began to explore new ways to infuse magic into her crafts, creating candles that not only illuminated homes, but also lifted spirits. Her garden, once a sanctuary of solitude, became a gathering place for friends and neighbors, where stories were shared and bonds strengthened. As the first snowflakes of winter kissed the earth, Leora found herself in the glade once more. The brook was silent, its surface a mirror that reflected the clear, starry sky. The oak tree stood tall, a sentinel of the quiet woods. Leora placed her hand on the tree's bark, feeling the life thrumming beneath it. "Thank you," she whispered, her breath a soft mist in the chilly air. She had learned that change, while daunting, was a necessary companion on the journey of life. It was through change that she discovered the depths of her own strength and the beauty of her spirit. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora returned home, her path illuminated by the gentle glow of the crystals that now adorned her windowsill. And as she drifted to sleep, a peaceful calm settled over her, like the comforting weight of a well-loved quilt. In the quiet of the night, the village rested, cradled in the embrace of the hills and the whispering pines, as dreams of transformation and discovery wove through the air like a gentle lullaby. And Leora, at peace with herself, knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Story 45. In the tranquil village of Everleaf Hollow, where the trees whispered secrets and the brook sang lullabies, a gentle mystery began to unfold. The village was nestled between rolling hills and bordered by the enchanted forest, a place where the air shimmered with magic and creatures of wonder roamed freely. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sun filtered through the canopy, the villagers awoke to find their beloved apple orchard in disarray. The apples, usually ripe and red, were scattered across the ground, untouched by human hand, but seemingly plucked from their branches. The villagers, puzzled yet unperturbed, gathered in the central square to discuss this curious occurrence. Among them was a kind-hearted lass named Leora, known for her keen mind and gentle spirit. With her honey-brown hair tied neatly in a braid and a twinkle of curiosity in her eyes, Leora stepped forward, offering to unravel the mystery. The villagers nodded in agreement, trusting her wisdom and perceptiveness. Leora began her investigation by visiting the orchard, where the scent of apples and earth mingled in the air, creating a comforting aroma. She knelt by a fallen apple and noticed tiny footprints in the soft soil, leading towards the forest. Intrigued, she followed the trail, each footstep crunching softly on the leaf-laden path. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the sunlight danced through the branches, casting playful shadows on the ground. It wasn't long before Leora stumbled upon a clearing bathed in dappled light. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like wise old fingers. Perched among them was a creature of pure enchantment, a small, shimmering sprite named Pippin. Pippin, with wings like gossamer rainbows and eyes of sparkling emerald, was known to the villagers as a playful yet helpful spirit. Seeing Leora, he flitted down to her shoulder, his laughter a gentle tinkle in the crisp air. "Ah, Leora," chirped Pippin, "I see you've followed the trail of our tiny mischief-makers." Leora smiled warmly. "I suspected as much, Pippin, but who might these mischief-makers be, and why do they take our apples?" Pippin fluttered about, his wings a blur of iridescent colors. "The culprits are a band of woodland pixies, dear friend. They're gathering apples for their annual Pixie Harvest Festival, a celebration of nature's bounty. Understanding dawned upon Leora as she listened to Pippin's tale. They must have been in a hurry to prepare for their festival, she mused. But surely there must be a way to help them without causing chaos in our orchard. The sprite nodded enthusiastically, his tiny bell-like voice full of agreement. Indeed, Leora, with your cleverness and a touch of magic, I believe we can find a solution. Together, they devised a plan to aid the pixies while preserving the orchard's harmony. Leora, with Pippin by her side, gathered the villagers once more. As the evening sun painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, she explained the situation and proposed a simple yet ingenious idea. Let us leave a basket of apples at the edge of the forest each evening, Leora suggested. In return, the pixies will enchant our orchard, ensuring a bountiful harvest for years to come. The villagers, charmed by the fairness of the proposal, readily agreed. That very night, under the watchful gaze of the moon, a basket brimming with apples was placed at the forest's edge. In the morning, it was gone, the ground sprinkled with pixie dust, a sign of gratitude and promise. True to their word, the pixies enchanted the orchard, and the apples grew more plentiful and sweeter than ever before. The villagers and the pixies coexisted in harmony, each respecting the other's needs and traditions. And so, in Everleaf Hollow, the gentle mystery was resolved not through confrontation, but through understanding and cooperation. Leora, with her keen observation and kind heart, had once again brought peace to her beloved village. As the seasons turned, Leora often visited Pippin and the enchanted forest, strengthening the bonds of friendship and magic. The villagers, with their newfound allies, thrived under the protection of the pixies, their lives enriched by the wonders of the magical world around them. And as the fires burned low and the village settled into slumber each night, Everleaf Hollow remained a place where mysteries were met with curiosity and where friendship and wisdom always lit the way. Story 46. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woodlands, there lived a young potter named Leora. Her hands were adept at shaping clay into beautiful vessels, but her heart was burdened with the weight of uncertainty. Leora loved her craft, yet she felt an inexplicable pull towards something more, a yearning that tugged at the edges of her dreams, whispering of change. Each day, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon and stars began their gentle dance across the sky, Leora would sit by the warmth of her fireplace, gazing into the flickering flames. The crackling wood seemed to sing to her, hinting at adventures untold, of magic waiting just beyond the veil of the ordinary. One such evening, as the village settled into its nightly slumber, a peculiar thing happened. A soft, silvery light spilled into her humble workshop through a window left slightly ajar. It was not the moon's usual glow, but something altogether different, more like the gentle caress of a dream. Curious and a little apprehensive, Leora followed the light outside, where it led her to the edge of the forest. There, at the forest's boundary, stood an ancient oak with branches reaching high into the night sky. Its leaves shimmered with the same ethereal glow that had beckoned her from her home. As she approached, Leora noticed a small door carved into its trunk, adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to pulse with life. Taking a deep breath, Leora pushed the door open and stepped inside. She found herself in a wondrous realm where the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the ground was soft beneath her feet. The forest here was alive with gentle rustlings and the soft hum of unseen creatures. Leora felt an overwhelming sense of calm wash over her, a peace she had longed to find. As she wandered deeper, she encountered a group of friendly woodland creatures. There was Finn, the wise old owl with eyes like pools of amber, Mira, the playful fox whose fur gleamed like autumn leaves, and Nile, the gentle deer with antlers that seemed to cradle the stars themselves. These creatures, though different in form, shared a bond with Leora that transcended words. "Welcome, dear Leora," cooed Finn, his voice a soothing melody. "The forest senses your heart's unrest and bids you to find your path." "But how?" Leora asked, her voice trembling with the echoes of her uncertainty. "I feel lost amidst these feelings of change." Mira trotted forward, her eyes sparkling with mischief and warmth. "Change is the dance of life, dear one. It is not to be feared, but embraced. Let us help you see the beauty in it." With their guidance, Leora began a journey within the magical forest. each step revealing parts of herself she had yet to understand. The forest responded to her emotions, mirroring her inner turmoil and growth. When she felt anxious, the skies would cloud over and the winds would swirl. But when she found moments of clarity and peace, the sun would break through, casting golden light across her path. In the heart of the forest, they reached a serene lake, its surface like glass, reflecting the world above and below. Here Finn spoke again. "This lake holds the truths of your heart. Look within and see what lies beneath your longing." As Leora gazed into the water, images began to form, a montage of her life, her art, her dreams. She saw herself as a little girl, hands covered in clay, eyes wide with wonder. She saw moments of joy, of sorrow, and of quiet introspection. And most importantly, she saw the faces of those who had supported her, the village that loved her, and the friends she had made along the way. Understanding dawned upon her like the soft glow of dawn breaking over the horizon. Leora realized that the change she feared was not an abandonment of who she was, but an evolution, a chance to grow and embrace new possibilities while still cherishing her roots. Her craft was her foundation, but her heart was free to explore and transform. With this newfound clarity, Leora felt a warmth spread through her, as if the sun itself had taken residence within her soul. The lake shimmered in response, its surface dancing with colors of the dawn. Nile, the gentle deer, spoke with a voice like a lullaby. "You are ready, dear Leora. Embrace your path with an open heart, and you will find the harmony you seek." Thanking her newfound friends, Leora made her way back to the ancient oak. As she stepped through the door, she felt the forest's magic settle into her bones, a reminder of the journey she had undertaken and the wisdom she had gained. Returning to her workshop, Leora found herself filled with a sense of purpose. She sat at her potter's wheel, her hands moving with newfound grace and intention. The vessels she crafted now told stories of her journey, of the forest's magic, and of a heart unafraid to change. In the days that followed, the villagers noticed a change in Leora. She moved with a quiet confidence, her laughter like the chiming of bells. Her pottery was more vibrant, infused with the magic of her experiences and the love she held for her craft and her community. Through her journey, Leora learned that change was not to be feared, but embraced as a part of life's endless dance. She understood that every step, every challenge, and every joy was a note in the symphony of her life, a melody that was uniquely her own. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars and the eternal embrace of the forest, Leora lived her days with a heart open to the world, transformed by the magic of personal discovery and the gentle wisdom of friendship. And in that peaceful village, nestled between hills and woodlands, her story was told by the fireside, a tale of growth, magic, and the beauty of embracing change. Story 47. In a cozy forest glade where towering pines swayed in the gentle breeze, there lived a young deer named Willow. With her delicate features and wide, curious eyes, Willow had always felt a bit different from the other deer in her herd. While her friends seemed content to graze and frolic in the familiar meadows, Willow couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to life than what she knew. A yearning for adventure and growth stirred within her, yet she was held back by fear of the unknown. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow wandered through the forest, she stumbled upon a clearing bathed in a warm, golden glow. In the center stood a magnificent oak tree, its branches adorned with shimmering leaves that seemed to dance in the sunlight. As Willow drew closer, she noticed a small, wizened creature perched among the branches. It was a woodland sprite, its eyes twinkling with mischief and ancient wisdom. "Hello, young one," the sprite greeted in a melodic voice. "I sense your restless spirit. What troubles you?" Willow hesitated, unsure whether to trust this peculiar being, but something about the sprite's gentle demeanor put her at ease. "I feel like there's more to life than what I know," Willow confessed, "but I'm afraid to venture beyond the safety of these familiar woods." The sprite nodded sagely. "Personal growth often requires stepping into the unknown, my dear, but fear not, for you possess an inner strength that will guide you." With a wave of its tiny hand, the sprite summoned a trail of glittering dust that swirled around Willow, enveloping her in a warm, comforting embrace. "This enchanted dust will reveal the magic within you," the sprite explained. "Follow its path, and you will discover the true beauty of transformation." Willow watched in wonder as the shimmering dust formed a winding trail that led deeper into the forest. Taking a deep breath, she mustered her courage and followed the glittering path. Along the way, Willow encountered obstacles and challenges that tested her resolve. Thorny thickets blocked her path, requiring her to find new routes. Raging streams forced her to navigate treacherous currents. But with each obstacle she overcame, the enchanted dust grew brighter, mirroring the strength and resilience blossoming within her. In her darkest moments, Willow found solace in the company of new friends she met along the way. A wise old owl named Galen offered sage advice, reminding her that growth often comes through struggle. A playful squirrel named Nutkin lifted her spirits with his boundless energy and infectious laughter. As the seasons changed and Willow's journey continued, she noticed subtle but profound shifts within herself. Her once timid demeanor gave way to a newfound confidence, and her perspective broadened, allowing her to appreciate the beauty in even the most challenging experiences. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, the glittering trail led Willow to a secluded meadow where a magnificent waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. The enchanted dust swirled around her one last time before dissipating, leaving behind a sense of profound peace and fulfillment. As Willow gazed into the tranquil waters, she saw her reflection. No longer a timid fawn, but a radiant, strong-spirited deer, her eyes shining with hard-won wisdom and inner beauty. In that moment, Willow understood the true meaning of personal growth. It was not about changing who she was, but about embracing her true self, the courageous, resilient spirit that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Willow returned to her herd, carrying with her the lessons of her magical journey. She inspired others with her tales of transformation, reminding them that while change can be daunting, it is also a catalyst for discovering the depths of one's strength and the boundless beauty of the world around them. And whenever she felt the stirrings of restlessness or doubt, Willow would remember the wise words of the woodland sprite and the enchanted dust that had guided her path. For true growth comes from embracing the magic within and daring to venture into the unknown. Story 48. In a secluded corner of the world, nestled between towering mountains and whispering streams, lay the enchanted forest of Verdancia. This was a place where the natural world and magical realms danced together in harmonious symphony. The air was perpetually scented with the fragrance of pine and wildflowers, and the forest floor was a living tapestry of mosses and ferns. As dawn broke, golden rays of sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting a soft, dappled glow upon the forest inhabitants. The woodland creatures stirred from their slumber. The gentle rustle of leaves was accompanied by the melodic chirping of birds greeting the new day. Among them lived a wise and gentle hare named Thistle, who was known throughout Verdancia for his kind heart and profound wisdom. Thistle had a coat the color of rich, fertile earth, with a pair of bright eyes that seemed to hold the secrets of the forest itself. Each morning, he would sit by the babbling brook where the water sang over smooth stones to listen to the forest's stories. Today was no different, but there was a feeling in the air, a whisper of change that even the brook could not ignore. As Thistle listened to the brook's tale, a gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the scent of coming rain and the earthy aroma of damp leaves. He knew that the forest was preparing for the seasonal shift from the vibrant hues of summer to the warm embrace of autumn. But this year there was something new, a subtle tension in the air that spoke of imbalance. Thistle decided to seek counsel from the elders of the forest, those who had seen many cycles of seasons and held the knowledge of ages. His first stop was the ancient oak tree, whose branches stretched skyward like welcoming arms. The oak's bark was rough and furrowed, a testament to its long years of standing vigil over the forest. As Thistle approached, the oak's deep, resonant voice echoed in his mind. "Ah, young Thistle, what brings you to my roots today?" "Great oak," Thistle replied respectfully. "I feel a change in the forest, a disharmony that I cannot place. Can you help me understand what troubles our home?" The oak pondered, its leaves rustling softly in thought. "The balance, dear Thistle, is delicate. It is said that the seasons, guided by the moon and the sun, must pass with harmony and grace. Yet I sense that the autumn winds carry with them a whisper of disruption. With this wisdom, Thistle thanked the oak and continued his journey deeper into the heart of the forest. His next visit was to the wise old owl, who roosted in the hollow of a gnarled beech tree. The owl's feathers were as white as snow, and its eyes shone like twin moons against the dusky backdrop of its perch. "Greetings, wise owl," Thistle called softly so as not to startle the nocturnal bird. "I seek your counsel on the disharmony that looms over our forest." The owl blinked slowly, considering Thistle's words. "The forest is like a great tapestry, woven with threads of life and time," it hooted softly. "When one thread is pulled, the whole cloth may unravel. We must find the source of this disruption." Thistle nodded, grateful for the owl's insight. "But how do we find this thread?" he wondered aloud. "You must look to the skies," the owl advised, "for it is there that the seasons are written." With renewed purpose, Thistle made his way to the edge of the forest, where the trees thinned and the sky opened wide. As night fell, the stars began to twinkle like 1,000 tiny lanterns, casting their gentle light over the land. Thistle waited patiently, his eyes scanning the heavens for a sign. It was then that he noticed the moon, full and bright, casting a silvery glow upon the world. But something was amiss. There was a faint, shadowy veil creeping across its face, a celestial sign that the balance was indeed askew. Understanding dawned upon Thistle like the first light of day. The moon, keeper of the tides and seasons, was being obscured, and this disruption was the source of the forest's unease. He realized that to restore harmony, he must enlist the help of all the forest creatures. The next morning, Thistle called a gathering at the heart of the forest, where the ancient stone circle lay. Creatures of all sizes and shapes assembled, from the tiniest field mice to the majestic stag, whose antlers were adorned with moss and lichen. "My friends," Thistle began, his voice steady and calm, "our forest is in need. The moon is being veiled, and with it, the balance of our seasons is threatened. We must work together to restore the harmony that has kept our home thriving." The creatures listened intently, their eyes reflecting the determination and hope in Thistle's voice. Each understood that they played a part in the intricate web of life that was Verdantia. Led by Thistle, the creatures devised a plan. The birds would soar high, their wings carrying messages to the farthest reaches of the forest. The squirrels and chipmunks would gather seeds and nuts, creating a bounty to share and sustain all through the changing seasons. The deer would trample paths through the underbrush, ensuring all had safe passage. As day turned to night, the forest buzzed with activity, a symphony of cooperation and unity. Under the light of the veiled moon, the creatures worked tirelessly, weaving together the threads of their community to strengthen the fabric of their world. Days passed, and the forest began to feel the shift in energy. The chill of autumn air mingled with the warmth of camaraderie, and the harmony that had been disrupted began to mend. The moon, slowly but surely, emerged from its shroud, casting its full, radiant light upon the grateful land. One crisp morning, as the first frost adorned the leaves with a glistening coat, Thistle sat by the brook once more. The water sang a new song, one of harmony restored and lessons learned. "The forest is whole again," Thistle murmured, his heart swelling with gratitude. He knew that the balance of nature was a fragile, precious thing, and it was the kindness and wisdom of many that had saved their home. As the seasons continued to turn, the creatures of Verdantia carried with them the memory of their unity. The forest thrived, a testament to the power of friendship and the wisdom passed down through generations. And every now and then, when the moon shone its fullest, the creatures would gather in the stone circle, a silent promise that they would always protect the harmony of their beloved enchanted forest of Verdantia. Under the watchful glow of the stars, they found comfort in the knowledge that together they could overcome any challenge. In this timeless place, where the boundaries of reality and magic blurred, the hidden lives of natural creatures flourished, and the whispers of ancient wisdom echoed softly through the rustling leaves, ensuring that the balance of life and magic would endure for all eternity. Story 49. In the heart of a mystical forest, where the leaves whispered secrets to those who would listen, there dwelled a gentle creature known as Leora. Leora was a fae of the woodland, her wings shimmering in a spectrum of silvery green hues, much like the moonlight filtering through the canopy. She was known for her tender heart and her affinity with the flora, often seen tending the shy violets and coaxing the wild roses to bloom. Yet despite her serene exterior, Leora carried a quiet turmoil within her. Change was a shadow she feared, a wind that rustled the leaves of her soul and threatened to uproot her from the comfort of her familiar grove. The forest had always been her haven, its pathways as known to her as the lines of her own hand, but lately whispers of an impending transformation had unsettled the harmony of her world. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Leora sat by the edge of the moonlit pond. The water mirrored the twinkling stars, and the gentle croaks of frogs harmonized with the night's symphony. It was here that she often found solace, the cool breeze wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. Yet tonight, the stillness did little to quell the fluttering in her heart. As she sat there, lost in thought, a soft rustling drew her attention. From the shadows emerged a creature both peculiar and endearing, a small fox with fur as white as freshly fallen snow, its eyes gleaming with a wise curiosity. The fox padded over to Leora and sat beside her, their reflections now intertwined in the pond's mirror. "You seem troubled, dear Fae," the fox observed, its voice soft as velvet. "Perhaps you fear what you do not yet understand." Leora sighed, her wings drooping slightly. "It's the change, Alba," she admitted, glancing at her friend. "The forest speaks of a new beginning, but I am afraid of leaving behind what I know." Alba nodded, understanding. "Change is like the turning of seasons," the fox mused. "It can be unsettling, but without it, spring would never follow winter, and the flowers would never bloom anew." As they sat together, the air around them shimmered subtly, and Leora felt a warmth spreading through her chest. It was as if the forest itself was speaking to her heart, encouraging her to embrace the unknown. Days turned into weeks, and the whispers of change grew more insistent. Leora spent her days tending to her beloved plants, though her thoughts often wandered to the possibilities beyond her grove. Her friends, sensing her unease, rallied around her with gentle support. There was Aaron, the wise old owl who perched in the ancient oak, sharing stories of the skies and the stars. "The stars themselves are ever-changing," Aaron hooted softly one night, his eyes reflecting the constellations. "Yet they guide us, steady and true, through the darkest nights." And then there was Marin, the playful squirrel whose energy was boundless. "Think of it as an adventure, Leora." Marin chirped as she darted across branches, her laughter like the tinkling of bells. New places, new friends, new stories to tell. With each passing day, Leora's apprehension began to ebb away, replaced by a budding curiosity. The forest seemed to breathe with anticipation, its energy vibrant and alive. It was during one of these contemplative moments by the moonlit pond that the magic began to unfurl. As the moon rose high, casting a silvery glow over the land, Leora felt a tingling sensation in her wings. She stood, mesmerized, as the light enveloped her, a cocoon of shimmering luminescence. The transformation was gentle, like the unfolding of a flower at dawn, and within its embrace, Leora discovered a profound sense of peace. Her wings, once a reflection of the forest's hues, now sparkled with an ethereal iridescence, capturing the light of the moon in a dance of colors. She felt lighter, as if the very essence of the forest had become a part of her, urging her to explore beyond the boundaries she had known. With Alba at her side, and the encouragement of her friends echoing in her heart, Leora took her first steps into the unknown. Each path she traversed was a journey of discovery, each encounter a lesson learned. She found strength in her vulnerability, courage in her fear, and a newfound joy in the ever-changing tapestry of life. In the heart of the forest, Leora learned that change was not an end, but a beginning, a chance to grow, to evolve, and to become more than she had ever imagined. The magic within her was a testament to the beauty of transformation, a reminder that even the gentlest of spirits could soar on wings of wonder. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars and the gentle guidance of her friends, Leora embraced the world beyond her grove, her heart open to the myriad possibilities that awaited her. The forest, in turn, embraced her journey, whispering its blessings with every rustle of leaves and every sigh of the wind. For Leora, the journey was not just about discovering the world, but also discovering herself. Learning that within the depths of her being lay a magic more powerful than she had ever dreamed. A magic born of change, of friendship, and of the ever-constant dance of life. Story 50. In the gentle embrace of a moonlit forest, where the whispering pines seemed to cradle the sky, there lived a young woman named Ela. She resided in a quaint, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the woods, where the earth's heartbeat was audible in the rustling leaves and the soft crooning of the nightingale. Ela was a thoughtful soul, with eyes that mirrored the depths of the sky and a heart that longed for the magic she felt was just beyond her reach. Despite the serene beauty surrounding her, Ela felt a restlessness stirring within her. She sensed that a change was coming, but the thought of transformation filled her with apprehension. She cherished the familiarity of her days, yet she yearned for something more, something indefinable. The forest, with its ancient wisdom, seemed to sense Ela's turmoil. One evening, as the last hues of sunset melted into twilight, Ela wandered deeper into the woods than ever before. The air was filled with the scent of jasmine and damp earth, grounding yet invigorating. The path was illuminated by the silvery glow of the moon, guiding her steps as if it had been laid out just for her. As she walked, she began to hear a soft melody carried by the breeze, a gentle, lilting tune that wrapped around her like a warm shawl. Entranced, Ela followed the sound until she came upon a clearing where a circle of trees stood tall and proud, their leaves shimmering as if sprinkled with stardust. In the center of the clearing sat an elderly woman, her hair a cascade of silver, her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stars. "Welcome, dear Ela," the woman greeted, her voice as soothing as the murmur of a stream. "I have been expecting you." Ela felt a warmth spread through her chest as if she were enveloped in a comforting hug. "Who are you?" she asked, curiosity mingling with a sense of familiarity. "I am Leora," the woman replied with a gentle smile. "I am the keeper of the forest wisdom. You have been seeking change, have you not?" Ela nodded, a mix of relief and vulnerability washing over her. "I feel stuck, like I'm on the brink of something important but too afraid to step forward." Leora gestured around the clearing. "This forest is alive with magic, reflecting the growth that lies within you. Change is not to be feared, but embraced as a part of life's beautiful dance." With a wave of her hand, Leora conjured a delicate orb of light that hovered between them, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. "This is the orb of reflection," she explained. "It mirrors the inner journey of those who seek its guidance. Will you accept its gift?" Isla hesitated for just a moment, then nodded. As she reached out, the orb floated toward her, settling softly against her palm. A warmth spread through her fingers, and with it, a vision unfolded before her eyes. She saw herself as a seed, small and unassuming, nestled in the soil. The seed felt the weight of the earth above, the darkness that pressed in on all sides, but it also felt the gentle caress of rain, the nurturing warmth of the sun, and the subtle invitation of the breeze. Slowly, the seed began to grow, pushing upwards with determination. It broke through the soil, unfurling into a tender shoot, reaching for the sky. With each passing day, it grew stronger, blossoming into a magnificent tree, its branches stretching toward the heavens. As the vision faded, Ela found herself back in the clearing, tears of understanding glistening in her eyes. "I see now," she whispered. "Change is not something to fear, but a natural part of growth. It's the discomfort that leads to transformation." Leora nodded approvingly. "You have learned well, dear Isla. Remember, you are never alone on this journey. The forest, your friends, and the magic of life itself are always with you." With newfound clarity, Isla thanked Leora and began her journey back home. The path, once shadowy and uncertain, now seemed illuminated with promise. The forest enveloped her with a sense of belonging, each rustle and whisper a reassurance. As she neared her cottage, Ela noticed something she hadn't before, a cluster of tiny, luminescent flowers blooming at her doorstep. Their delicate petals glowed softly, as if imbued with the magic of the forest itself. She knelt down to touch them, feeling their gentle energy flow into her. In that moment, Ela understood that change was not a solitary endeavor. It was a dance with the world, a collaboration between her spirit and the universe. She realized that her fears were but shadows, easily dispelled by the light of understanding and the warmth of companionship. From that day forward, Isla embraced the changes that life brought her way. With each new experience, she grew stronger, more resilient, and more attuned to the magic that surrounded her. She found joy in the simple things: a sunrise painting the sky in shades of gold, the laughter shared with friends, the quiet peace of a starry night. And so, in the heart of the moonlit forest, where magic and reality intertwined, Isla discovered the beauty of personal growth. With an open heart and a spirit willing to embrace the unknown, she transformed into the person she was always meant to be, rooted in love, reaching for the stars. And in the gentle glow of the forest, as the nightingale sang its lullaby, Isla slept peacefully, wrapped in the comfort of her newfound understanding. Story 51. In the heart of a forest where the trees whispered secrets of old and the brook sang gentle songs as it wound through the underbrush, there lived a young girl named Lyra. Lyra was a child of the woods, her spirit as wild and free as the winds that rustled the leaves. Yet despite the beauty that surrounded her, a shadow lingered in her heart. She feared change, the unknown paths that lay before her, and the whispers of growing older that seemed to echo through the trees. Lyra loved nothing more than to wander the forest paths, collecting pine cones and listening to the stories the earth told. Her closest companion was an ancient oak tree named Oldenwood, its trunk gnarled with age and wisdom, its branches reaching wide as if to embrace the sky. Oldenwood had stood for centuries, its roots entwined with the very heart of the forest, and it often spoke to Lyra in the language of rustling leaves. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun cast a golden hue over the land, Lyra sat beneath Oldenwood, tracing patterns in the fallen leaves. "Oldenwood," she whispered, "I feel a stirring within me, a restlessness that I cannot name. It frightens me, for it speaks of change." The oak creaked gently, leaves fluttering down like little heralds of warmth. "Change is the breath of the world, dear Lyra, as natural as the seasons that paint the forest. Embrace it, for it is through change that we grow." Lyra frowned, watching a squirrel scamper up Oldenwood's trunk. "But how does one embrace what cannot be seen or touched?" Oldenwood sighed, a sound like the softest of breezes. "Sometimes the path to understanding is not through sight, but through the heart." As the days turned to weeks, Lyra pondered Oldenwood's words. She wandered deeper into the forest, seeking solace and perhaps answers among the hidden glades and secret streams. On one such journey, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a cluster of luminous mushrooms growing in a perfect circle. They glowed with an ethereal light, casting a gentle aura that beckoned to her curious spirit. Drawn by their beauty, Lyra stepped into the circle, feeling a tingling sensation spread through her toes. The world shimmered and shifted, and before her stood a small, sprightly creature with wings like autumn leaves. The creature's eyes sparkled with mischief and kindness. "Greetings, Lyra," it chirped, its voice like the tinkling of bells. "I am Thistle, guardian of this glade. You've crossed into the realm of transformation." Lyra blinked in surprise, but felt no fear. "Transformation?" Thistle nodded, twirling in the air, leaving trails of golden sparkles. "Indeed. This is a place where the heart's desires and fears can be woven together, where change is not to be feared but embraced." Lyra thought of her long walks, of Oldenwood's wise words. "I wish to understand change, to find peace with it." Thistle clapped its tiny hands with delight. "Then let us begin." With a wave of its hand, the forest around them shifted. The trees grew taller, their leaves now a vibrant tapestry of colors. The air shimmered with magic, and Lyra felt herself lifted, transformed by an unseen force. She found herself floating above the forest, her heart pounding with wonder and a touch of fear. "This is the world as it truly is," Thistle explained, its voice now softer, more resonant. "A place of endless possibilities, where change is a dance of light and shadow." As Lyra gazed down at the forest, she saw the patterns of life interwoven like a grand tapestry. The streams sparkled like silver threads, the trees stood tall and proud, and the creatures moved with a grace that spoke of timeless rhythms. In that moment, she understood the beauty of change, of growth that mirrored the cycles of the forest itself. "Change is not an ending, but a beginning," Lyra whispered, her voice carried on the wind. Thistle beamed, its wings shimmering with approval. "Yes, dear Lyra, And with this understanding, you will find that the fears you carry can transform into strength. As the magical glow of the glade began to fade, Lyra found herself back beneath Oldenwood, her heart lighter, her spirit renewed. She looked up at the ancient oak, her eyes bright with newfound wisdom. I understand now, Oldenwood. Change is a gift, a path to discovering who we truly are. Oldenwood's leaves rustled in agreement, a soft, melodious sound that filled the air with warmth. And so you have grown, Lyra, like the forest after the rain. From that day forth, Lyra embraced the changes that came her way, each one a step along the path of her life. She learned to dance with the seasons, her spirit as wild and free as ever, but now tempered with the wisdom of the forest's ancient magic. In the quiet hours of the night, when the stars twinkled like silver lanterns in the sky, Lyra would often return to the glade of transformation, her heart full of gratitude and wonder. There, she would meet Thistle, and together they would weave dreams of light and shadow, of change and growth, in a world where magic and reality entwined like the roots of Oldenwood. And so Lyra's story became one with the forest, a gentle reminder that within each of us lies the power to embrace change, to transform fear into strength, and to find beauty in the ever-turning wheel of life. Story 52. In the heart of a timeless forest, where the air was rich with the scent of pine and the gentle murmur of a nearby brook sang a soothing lullaby, there resided a community of creatures who lived in harmony with the land. This was not an ordinary forest. It was a place where the whispers of the wind carried stories, and the trees themselves seemed to sway with a rhythm known only to them and the stars above. As the first blush of dawn spread across the sky, a gentle mist curled around the roots of ancient oaks, and sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Amongst the underbrush, nestled in a cozy hollow beneath a sprawling elderberry bush, lived an old, wise tortoise named Thistle. His shell, worn and patterned like a map of the forest's secrets, glistened with dew. Thistle was revered among the woodland creatures for his wisdom, a gift that had been passed down through countless generations of tortoises before him. With eyes that sparkled like amber jewels, he held the stories of the forest's past, spoken of the delicate balance that must be maintained for the forest to thrive. His voice, a soft and calming presence, often gathered the creatures around him, like moths drawn to the glow of a warm lantern. On this particular morning, Thistle felt a familiar tingle in the air, a magical stirring that danced upon the breeze, signaling the change of seasons. It was the day of the autumnal balance, a time when the forest prepared to transition from the vibrant, bustling energy of summer to the quiet, reflective slumber of winter. Thistle knew that this transition was a vital moment for the forest, a time when every creature played a part in ensuring the harmony of their home. As the sun climbed higher, casting its gentle warmth through the thinning leaves, Thistle began his journey to the heart of the forest. Alongside him trotted Willow, a sprightly squirrel whose bushy tail flicked with excitement. Willow, ever curious and eager to learn, had become Thistle's devoted apprentice, eager to absorb the knowledge that the old tortoise imparted. "Tell me, Thistle," Willow chirped, hopping from root to rock, "what makes the autumnal balance so important?" Thistle paused, his gaze sweeping across the vibrant tapestry of the forest. "The autumnal balance," he explained with a voice as smooth as the brook's flow, "is much like a dance, Willow. It is a time when the forest must find its equilibrium, ensuring that the energy of the earth, the water, and the sky are in perfect harmony. Each creature, each plant plays its part in this dance." As they traveled deeper into the forest, the air grew rich with the earthy aroma of fallen leaves. The path was carpeted with hues of gold, copper, and crimson, and the gentle rustle beneath their feet was like a melody that guided them forward. They soon reached the Glade of Balance, a sacred clearing where the forest came alive with a magic that made the air shimmer like spun gold. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching skyward, its roots deep within the earth. Around this venerable tree, creatures of all kinds gathered, birds with plumage as brilliant as flames, rabbits with soft, velvety ears, and foxes whose eyes glinted with the wisdom of the wild. As the assembly settled, Thistle took his place beneath the oak, his presence commanding yet gentle. He raised his head, eyes twinkling, and began to speak. We gather here today, as we have for countless seasons, to honor the balance that sustains us. We give thanks to the earth which nourishes us, to the waters that quench our thirst, and to the sky that shelters us. The creatures listened in rapt attention, their hearts in tune with the rhythm of Thistle's words. As he spoke, the forest seemed to hold its breath, and even the leaves ceased their rustling to listen. To maintain this balance, Thistle continued, we must each give back to the forest a part of what it has given us. It is not through great deeds, but through small acts of kindness and respect that we ensure the harmony of our home. With these words, the creatures began their dance of balance. The birds sang a chorus that echoed through the treetops, their melodies weaving a tapestry of sound that was both joyous and serene. The rabbits and deer pruned the undergrowth, allowing the weaker plants their moment to bask in the sun's warmth. The squirrels, led by Willow, gathered nuts and seeds, ensuring that the forest's bounty would be shared. As the day wore on, the sky blushed with the colors of sunset, casting a golden glow over the glade. The creatures' efforts wove a tapestry of harmony, a living testament to the wisdom of balance that Thistle had shared. As twilight descended, the creatures gathered once more beneath the ancient oak. Thistle, with a contented sigh, spoke once more. You have done well, my friends. In this dance, you have not only ensured the survival of the forest, but you have also strengthened the bonds of friendship and respect that hold us together. With these words, a gentle breeze swept through the glade, carrying with it the scent of pine and the promise of a peaceful winter slumber. The creatures, hearts full and spirits light, began their journey back to their homes, the glow of the setting sun guiding their way. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Thistle and Willow lingered a moment longer in the glade. The old tortoise turned to his young apprentice, a twinkle in his eye. Remember, Willow, he said softly, that the true magic of our forest lies not in grand gestures, but in the simple acts of care and kindness we show each day. Willow nodded, her heart swelling with a newfound understanding. I will remember, Thistle, she promised, her voice a hopeful whisper carried on the night breeze. Together, they made their way back through the forest, the path lit by the gentle glow of fireflies. As they walked, the sounds of the forest at night enveloped them, a lullaby of hooting owls and rustling leaves, a symphony of peace and contentment. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the creatures lived in harmony, guided by the wisdom of their elders and the strength of their friendships. And as the seasons turned, the forest thrived, a testament to the enduring power of balance and the gentle magic that resided within its depths. Story 53. Once upon a time, in the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, a gentle harmony existed between all creatures, great and small. This forest was a place where the line between the ordinary and the magical was as thin as the morning mist that often wrapped around the tall, ancient oaks. In this enchanted woodland, where sunlight danced through the leaves in 1,000 shades of green and gold, lived a wise old owl named Solon. Solon had feathers that gleamed like burnished bronze in the daylight and eyes that shone with the wisdom of 100 seasons. His home was nestled high in the hollow of a grand, gnarled oak, whose roots delved deep into the earth, drawing wisdom from the soil itself. Each evening, as dusk painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, the creatures of the forest would gather beneath Solon's tree to hear his stories. The gentle rustle of leaves and the soft hoot of distant owls created a symphony that lulled the forest to peace and echoed with the promise of ancient tales. In this forest, the seasons were not just changes in weather, but magical phenomena that marked the rhythm of life. Spring brought the breath of new beginnings, with wildflowers bursting into bloom, painting the forest floor in vibrant colors and filling the air with their sweet fragrance. Summer followed, with its warm sunbeams filtering through the canopy, coaxing the berries and fruits to ripeness. Autumn was the forest's grand spectacle, a time when the leaves turned to flames of gold and crimson, crackling underfoot like tiny fires. It was during this time that the balance of life was most visible. Animals prepared for the coming cold, gathering and sharing the forest's bounty. Winter wrapped the world in a quiet blanket of snow, the silence only broken by the soft crunch of footsteps and the whisper of the wind weaving through the bare branches. One mild autumn evening, as the forest was bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, a young squirrel named Nia scampered up to Solon's tree. She was full of energy and curiosity, her fur a rich auburn that matched the turning leaves. With a twitch of her bushy tail, she settled among her friends at the base of the tree, eager for the night's tale. Solon, with a slow, wise blink, began his story. Long ago, when the world was still young, the forest was different. The seasons did not flow as they do now. They clashed and fought for dominance, each trying to hold sway over the land. The gathered creatures leaned in closer, their eyes wide with wonder, as Solon's voice wove through the crisp evening air. The forest was caught in a constant battle, he continued, and the animals struggled to survive. The vibrant blooms of spring would be buried by sudden snow, and the warmth of summer would be stolen by icy winds. The forest listened in rapt attention, the leaves holding their breath along with the creatures. Solon's voice was a soft murmur against the backdrop of the forest night. It was the wise and gentle spirits of the forest who finally brought peace. They were beings of pure light and magic, unseen but ever present, who whispered their wisdom to the trees and creatures alike. The owl paused, letting the weight of his words settle like a gentle snowfall. These spirits taught the forest the importance of balance. They showed the animals how to live in harmony with the land and each other, to share its gifts and respect its cycles. Nia's eyes sparkled with understanding as she listened. She recalled the time she had helped a family of mice find hidden acorns, sharing her own stash. The forest had taught her that cooperation and kindness were as essential as food and shelter. As the seasons learned to dance rather than fight, the forest flourished, Solon continued. Spring sang its song of renewal, summer warmed the earth with its gentle touch, autumn painted the world in colors of joy, and winter wrapped it in a serene slumber. The creatures sighed in contentment, feeling the truth of Solon's words resonate within them. They knew that the forest's harmony wasn't just a tale, but a way of life that they were part of. And so, Solon concluded, his voice a soft lullaby on the night breeze, the forest became a place of beauty and balance, a place where the magic of the seasons flowed like a gentle river, carrying with it the wisdom of the ages. As the moon rose high, casting its silver glow over the tranquil forest, the creatures began to disperse, each carrying a piece of Solon's wisdom in their hearts. Nia lingered a moment longer, looking up at Solon with gratitude. The old owl nodded, his eyes twinkling like stars, before he tucked his head beneath his wing, signaling the end of another evening. The forest settled into a peaceful slumber, the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant call of night creatures, a soothing lullaby. And beneath the watchful eyes of the stars, the ancient forest thrived, a living testament to the power of balance, wisdom, and the gentle touch of magic. Story 54. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest where the trees stood tall and ancient, their branches reaching out as if to touch the sky, there was a small village named Willowbark. Willowbark was a humble place, known for its kind-hearted folk and gentle, rolling meadows dotted with wildflowers that danced in the breeze. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the villagers would gather around their hearths, sharing stories before the comforting embrace of sleep. One particular evening, the village was abuzz with talk of strange happenings. It seemed that every morning, just as the first light of dawn spilled over the hills, the villagers would find their gardens in disarray. Flower beds were shuffled, vegetables uprooted, and paths made of cobblestones were mysteriously rearranged into elaborate spirals and patterns. Yet nothing was damaged or stolen, merely moved and rearranged as if by an unseen artist. A gentle, observant girl named Lila, with hair the color of chestnuts and eyes sparkling with curiosity, decided to uncover the mystery behind these peculiar transformations. Lila was known for her keen sense of observation and her love for all things that grew and bloomed. On this particular night, as the moon cast its silver glow over Willowbark, Lila wrapped herself in a warm cloak and set out to watch over the gardens. As she nestled into a cozy nook beneath a grand oak tree, the night was alive with sounds, the rustling of leaves, the soft hoots of an owl, and the gentle hum of crickets serenading the stars. Lila's eyelids fluttered with the weight of sleep, but she remained vigilant, her heart steady and calm. Hours passed, and the village lay quiet under the watchful eye of the moon. Just when Lila's resolve began to wane, she noticed a soft, golden glow weaving through the gardens. Squinting through the dim light, she saw tiny figures, no larger than her hand, dancing among the flowers. They were pixies, their wings shimmering like dewdrops in the moonlight, and they were rearranging the plants with nimble fingers and joyous laughter. Lila watched, mesmerized by the pixies' graceful movements and the harmonious way they interacted with the world around them. It was then that she understood. These magical creatures were artists, using the gardens as their canvas to create living artworks under the cover of night. As dawn began to paint the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila decided to approach the pixies. She stepped softly, careful not to startle them, and spoke in a gentle whisper. "Hello, dear friends. I see your beautiful work in our gardens each morning. Might I ask why you choose to create your art here?" The pixies paused in their work, their eyes twinkling with curiosity and kindness. One stepped forward, her voice as delicate as the tinkling of wind chimes. "We are the garden guardians," she explained, her wings fluttering with a soft hum. "We bring joy and wonder to the places we visit, ensuring that each garden we touch thrives with life and beauty." Lila smiled, her heart warmed by their sincerity. "Your art is indeed wondrous," she replied, "but our villagers are puzzled by the changes. Perhaps we could find a way to share your artistry with them so that they might appreciate your gifts rather than worry." The pixies huddled together, their whispers as light as the breeze. Finally, they nodded in agreement. "We would be honored to share our art," the pixie leader said. "Perhaps we can work together to create something that will delight both humans and pixies alike." And so, under the rising sun, Lila and the pixies worked side by side, weaving pathways of flowers and crafting new patterns that highlighted the natural beauty of each garden. The villagers awoke to find their gardens transformed into living galleries, each one unique and filled with the vibrant energy of the pixies' magic. From that day forward, the villagers welcomed the pixies as friends and collaborators. Each evening they left small offerings of honey and milk by the garden gates, tokens of gratitude for their magical neighbors. In return, the pixies continued their nightly visits, leaving behind trails of beauty and wonder that delighted all who lived in Willowbark. As for Lila, she became known as the village's ambassador to the magical world, her bond with the pixies a testament to the power of understanding and friendship. Each night, as the village settled into sleep, she would sit by her window, watching the gardens glow softly under the moon, content in the knowledge that harmony and beauty reigned in Willowbark. And so, with hearts full of joy and gardens blooming in endless splendor, the village rested easy, wrapped in the gentle magic of the night. And Lila, with her chestnut hair and sparkling eyes, knew that sometimes the most enchanting mysteries are solved not with answers, but with an open heart and the courage to embrace the unknown. Story 55. In a cozy village nestled among rolling hills and winding streams, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her eyes sparkled with the same curiosity that danced through the sunbeams filtering through the willows that lined the river banks. Willow's greatest joy was exploring the forest, where every twist and turn held the promise of adventure. One crisp autumn morning, Willow set out on a familiar path, her woven basket swinging by her side. As she hummed a merry tune, something caught her eye, a glimmer of light peeking through the undergrowth. Drawn to its gentle radiance, she parted the ferns and gasped in wonder. Nestled among the roots of an ancient oak tree lay a magnificent crystal, its facets reflecting the dappled sunlight in a kaleidoscope of colors. Willow reached out, her fingers tingling with anticipation as they brushed against the smooth surface. In that moment, the crystal pulsed with warmth, and a voice as soft as a summer breeze whispered in her mind, "You have been chosen, dear one." Willow's heart raced as she cradled the crystal, sensing its ancient power. 1,000 questions danced in her mind, but before she could speak, the world around her shimmered and dissolved into a swirling vortex of light. When the dizziness subsided, Willow found herself in a realm unlike anything she had ever imagined. Towering trees with silver bark stretched towards a sky painted in hues of lavender and rose, their boughs adorned with glittering leaves that chimed like wind chimes. Crystalline streams babbled over gemstone pebbles, and flowers bloomed in vibrant shades she couldn't name. As Willow marveled at her surroundings, a graceful figure emerged from behind a willow tree, their form shimmering like moonlight on water. "Welcome, young one, to the evergreen realm," the being spoke, their voice melodic and soothing. Willow's eyes widened as she clutched the crystal close. "Who are you? Where am I?" The ethereal figure smiled warmly. "I am Elderwood, a guardian of this sacred place. The crystal you found is a key, a portal that has opened a doorway to our world for those whose hearts are pure and spirits attuned to the rhythms of nature." Willow listened, captivated, as Elderwood explained that the evergreen realm was a hidden sanctuary, a vibrant tapestry woven from the threads of life that sustained the natural world she knew. But a dark force had begun to unravel this delicate balance, sowing seeds of discord and decay. "You have been chosen, Willow, for your connection to the earth runs deep," Elderwood said, their gaze filled with hope. "Will you help us restore harmony to the evergreen realm and protect the wellspring of life that flows through all worlds?" Willow's heart swelled with determination, and she nodded without hesitation. "I will do whatever I can to help." And so began Willow's extraordinary journey through the evergreen realm, guided by Elderwood and the crystal's gentle glow. She encountered wondrous beings and fantastic creatures, each playing a vital role in maintaining the intricate web of life. In the whispering glades, she met the dryads, ancient tree spirits who tended the forests with gentle hands and sang songs that coaxed new growth from the earth. They taught Willow the language of the trees, and she learned to decipher the rustling of leaves and the creaking of boughs. Deep within the crystalline caverns, she befriended the luministers, radiant beings who harnessed the power of light and shadow. They showed her how to weave illusions and bend perception, tools that would prove invaluable in her quest. And in the celestial meadows, where stars seemed to dance among the swaying grasses, Willow encountered the star weavers. These celestial guides taught her the intricate patterns that govern the cycles of life, death, and rebirth, revealing the intricate tapestry that bound all realms together. With each new experience, Willow's understanding deepened, and the crystal's power grew, resonating with the harmonies she discovered. Yet the darkness that threatened the evergreen realm remained elusive, slithering through the shadows and leaving a trail of withered plants and faded colors in its wake. It was during a chance encounter with a trio of mischievous sprites that Willow stumbled upon a clue. As the impish creatures led her on a merry chase through a labyrinth of twisted vines, she glimpsed a figure cloaked in darkness, its form shifting and morphing like smoke on the wind. Willow pursued the shadowy figure, her crystal lighting the way, but it always remained one step ahead, leaving a path of decay in its wake. Finally, in a desolate glade where the once vibrant foliage had withered to ashen husks, the figure turned to face her. "So you are the one they have chosen," a voice rasped, dry and hollow like the rustle of dead leaves. "Foolish child, do you think you can unravel the knots I have woven?" The figure emerged from the shadows, revealing itself as Nyx, an ancient spirit of darkness and entropy. "I will unwind this realm thread by thread until nothing remains but the void from whence it came." Willow's grip tightened around the crystal as determination blazed in her eyes. "You underestimate the power of life and light, Nyx. The evergreen realm will not succumb to your darkness." What followed was an epic clash of wills, as Willow called upon all she had learned from the beings of the evergreen realm. She wove illusions to confuse Nyx, harnessed the power of light and shadow to counter the spirit's dark tendrils, and sang the songs of the dryads to coax new life from the scorched earth. But Nyx was ancient and cunning, and for every step forward, Willow found herself pushed back. It was only when she remembered the wisdom of the Star Weavers, that all things are interconnected in the great tapestry of existence, that she found the key to victory. Reaching deep within herself, Willow embraced the crystal's power and opened her heart to the rhythms of life that pulsed through the evergreen realm. She became a conduit for the very essence of nature, channeling its vibrant energies into a brilliant torrent of light that engulfed Nyx. The spirit of darkness howled in agony as the light unraveled its shadowy form, banishing it from the evergreen realm in a scattering of ashen embers. Where Nyx's darkness had touched, new growth began to unfurl, green shoots pushing through the scorched earth as colors bloomed once more. Willow stood in the center of the rejuvenated glade, the crystal cradled in her hands, its facets glowing with the triumph of light over darkness. Elderwood and the other guardians of the evergreen realm emerged, their forms shimmering with joy and pride. "You have shown true courage and wisdom, dear Willow," Elderwood spoke, their voice rich with emotion. "The evergreen realm, and all the worlds it sustains, are forever in your debt." Willow smiled, her heart filled with a profound sense of connection to the great tapestry of life. It was not I alone who triumphed, but the power of nature itself, working through me. The evergreen realm has shown me that we are all threads in the same wondrous weave. From that day forward, Willow became a guardian of the evergreen realm, using the crystal's power to tend the delicate balance between light and darkness, life and decay. And whenever she felt the call of adventure, she would slip through the shimmering veil, guided by the crystal's gentle glow, to explore the wonders and mysteries that lay just beyond the boundaries of what we call reality. For in the evergreen realm, Willow had discovered a profound truth, that the natural world is a tapestry of endless beauty and magic, waiting to be unraveled by those with open hearts and curious minds. And her journey had only just begun. Story 56. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves seemed to murmur secrets to those who passed by, there lay a quaint village named Eldergrove. This was no ordinary village, for it was nestled in a magical realm where the air shimmered with enchantment and the stars twinkled just a little brighter than anywhere else. The villagers lived in harmony with the magical creatures that called the forest their home, and together they tended to the needs of the land. One chilly autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, a peculiar thing began to happen in Eldergrove. It started as a whisper, an unusual rustling that seemed to echo in the air, as if the forest itself was trying to speak. The villagers soon noticed that certain objects began to disappear overnight, only to reappear in the most unexpected places. A lantern from the town square was found dangling from the highest branch of an oak tree, and a basket of freshly baked bread was discovered floating gently down the stream. This curious phenomenon puzzled the villagers, for they could not fathom what might be causing such playful mischief. The village elder, a wise and gentle soul named Thalia, gathered the townsfolk in the cozy warmth of the great hall. The hall, with its wooden beams and flickering candlelight, was filled with the comforting aroma of cinnamon and cloves drifting from the hearth. "We must find the heart of this mystery," Thalia said softly, her voice as soothing as the evening breeze. "The forest is trying to tell us something, and we must listen carefully." Among the villagers was a young girl named Amara, known for her keen eyes and insatiable curiosity. Her heart brimmed with kindness, and she had a special bond with the creatures of the forest, often seen sharing stories under the ancient willow tree with the squirrels and the wise old owl, Ori. As the villagers dispersed, Amara lingered in the hall, her mind a whirl of possibilities. She decided to seek the guidance of Ori, hoping the owl's wisdom could shed light on the enigma. The moon was a silver crescent in the sky as Amara made her way to the willow tree, its branches swaying gently in the night breeze. Ori greeted her with a soft hoot, his amber eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Ah, young Amara," he cooed, "I have sensed the forest's restlessness. Tell me, what troubles your heart?" Amara explained the mysterious happenings, and Ori listened with thoughtful silence. "The forest speaks in its own language," he finally said, "and perhaps a creature of magic is trying to convey a message. Let us watch and listen, for the answers often lie in the simplest of things." Taking Ori's advice to heart, Amara spent the next few days observing the forest with renewed attentiveness. She noticed the subtle changes, the way the wind seemed to carry a melody, the way the leaves danced in patterns on the forest floor. The magical creatures seemed to be in on a secret, their eyes twinkling with an unspoken understanding. One misty morning, as she wandered deeper into the woods, Amara stumbled upon a glen she had never seen before. It was a place of serene beauty, with soft moss underfoot and wildflowers swaying gently in the breeze. In the center of the glen stood a peculiar creature, a small sprite-like being with wings that shimmered like the morning dew. Its eyes were a bright, mischievous green, and it regarded Amara with a knowing smile. "Greetings, young seeker," the sprite chimed, its voice like the tinkling of bells. "I am Nyx, the guardian of this glen. It is I who have been moving your village's treasures, for I needed your attention. There is something you must see." With a wave of Nyx's hand, the glen transformed. The air filled with a soft, golden glow, and images began to form, scenes of the forest, the villagers, and the magical creatures living in harmony. But there were also glimpses of a shadow, creeping at the edges, threatening to disturb the delicate balance. "Our forest is in need of healing," Nyx explained, "and it requires the love and care of all who dwell here. The harmony has been disrupted by neglect, by forgetfulness of the ties that bind us all." Amara understood then that the strange occurrences were a call to action, a reminder of the deep connection between the village and the forest. She promised Nyx that she would share this vision with the villagers, and that together they would restore the balance. True to her word, Amara returned to Eldergrove and gathered the villagers once more. She spoke with passion and clarity, her words weaving a tapestry of unity and hope. The villagers listened, their hearts touched by the realization of their shared responsibility. With renewed vigor, they set to work. They tended to the forest with gentle hands, planting new trees and nurturing the land. They listened to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds, and the forest responded with gratitude, its colors more vibrant, its air filled with the scent of pine and earth. As the days turned to weeks, the mysterious happenings ceased, and peace returned to Eldergrove. The villagers found joy in their renewed connection with the forest, and the magical creatures danced in delight, their laughter mingling with the rustle of leaves. One evening, as the village gathered under the starlit sky, Ori perched beside Amara, his eyes full of warmth. "You have done well, little one," he said, "for it is through understanding and friendship that even the greatest mysteries are solved." And so the gentle mystery of Eldergrove came to a close, leaving behind a lesson of harmony and the knowledge that sometimes the answers we seek are found in the simplest acts of love and care. As the fire crackled softly in the great hall and the villagers shared stories and laughter, a sense of comfort and resolution settled over the village, like a warm blanket on a chilly night. Story 57. Title: The Whispering Grove. In the gentle embrace of a valley surrounded by misty emerald hills, there lay a quaint little village named Glenwood. The village was known for its vibrant meadows and the ancient grove that whispered secrets to those who dared to listen. This grove, with its towering oaks and delicate ferns, was the heart of Glenwood, holding within it a hidden world of wonder and magic. On the eve of the harvest moon, a young boy named Finn found himself drawn to the grove. Finn was a curious soul, with eyes the color of the summer sky and a heart brimming with dreams. His father, a wise man who knew the tales of old, often spoke of the grove's enchantments, igniting in Finn a yearning to uncover its mysteries. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Finn slipped away from the festivities of the village. His steps were light, yet purposeful, as he made his way toward the grove. The air was fragrant with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft rustle of leaves whispered secrets only the grove could tell. Entering the grove, Finn felt a gentle breeze caress his cheeks, almost as if welcoming him. The moonlight filtered through the canopy, casting a silvery glow on the path ahead. It was then that Finn noticed something peculiar, a faint, shimmering light weaving through the trees like a thread of starlight in the night. Intrigued, Finn followed the light deeper into the grove. As he ventured further, the whispers grew louder, forming a melody that seemed to call his name. The path twisted and turned, leading him to a clearing where the light pooled like liquid silver. There, in the center of the clearing, stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching toward the heavens. At its base lay a small, ornate box, glistening in the moonlight. Finn approached the box cautiously, his heart pounding with a mix of fear and excitement. The box was made of a dark, polished wood, adorned with intricate carvings of stars and moons. Finn knelt beside it, his fingers tracing the delicate patterns. As he touched the box, it opened with a soft click, revealing a small, iridescent stone nestled within. The stone was unlike anything Finn had ever seen. It shimmered with hues of blue and green, casting a gentle glow that seemed to pulse with life. Holding it in his hand, Finn felt a warmth spread through him, filling him with a sense of peace and wonder. As he gazed at the stone, the whispers of the grove grew louder, forming words that only he could hear. "Guardians of the Whispering Grove," they said, echoing softly in his mind. Finn realized that the stone was a gift, a magical object that held the power to connect him with the hidden world of the grove. With the stone in his possession, Finn's journey began. He spent his days exploring the grove, guided by the whispers that revealed its secrets. He discovered hidden glades where flowers bloomed in impossible colors, and streams that sang as they danced over smooth stones. In one such glade, Finn met a creature named Lyra. Lyra was a sprite, no taller than a foxglove, with wings that shimmered like morning dew. Her eyes sparkled with mischief and kindness, and her laughter was like the tinkling of tiny bells. At first, Lyra was wary of Finn, for sprites were cautious by nature, but Finn's gentle heart and the stone he carried won her trust. Together they explored the hidden wonders of the grove, forming a bond that defied the boundaries of their worlds. One afternoon, as they rested beneath a willow tree, Lyra shared a secret with Finn. "There is a place," she began, her voice a soft melody, "a place where the heart of the grove beats strongest. It is the source of all magic here, but it is hidden from those who cannot see with their hearts." Finn listened intently, his curiosity piqued. "How can we find it?" he asked, eager to discover more. Lyra smiled, her wings fluttering gently. "We must follow the whispers, for they will guide us when the time is right. But first, we must prove ourselves worthy." And so, their journey took on new purpose. They faced challenges that tested their courage and wisdom, from crossing treacherous streams to deciphering riddles woven into the bark of ancient trees. Each trial strengthened their bond and taught them lessons of friendship, trust, and perseverance. One evening, as the sun set in a blaze of gold, Finn and Lyra stood at the edge of a glade. The whispers were louder than ever, urging them onward. In the center of the glade stood a circle of standing stones, each inscribed with runes that glowed with an ethereal light. Finn and Lyra approached the stones, the whispers guiding their steps. As they reached the center, the runes began to shimmer, and the air around them hummed with magic. The grove seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something to happen. In that moment, Finn understood what they needed to do. He held the iridescent stone aloft, allowing its light to mingle with the glow of the runes. Lyra hovered beside him, her wings casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the stones. Together they spoke the words that had been whispered to them, a chant of unity and friendship that resonated through the grove. As the last word left their lips, a beam of light shot from the stone, connecting with the runes and illuminating the glade in a dazzling display. The ground trembled, and the air filled with the sound of a heartbeat, a deep, rhythmic thrum that echoed through the grove. The standing stones shifted, revealing a hidden passage that led deep into the earth. Finn and Lyra exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with wonder and anticipation. This was the moment they had been waiting for, the culmination of their journey. Together, they stepped into the passage, the whispers guiding them forward. The passage wound deep into the heart of the grove, the walls lined with veined stones that glowed with an inner light. It was a place of magic, where time seemed to stand still, and the air was thick with the scent of ancient earth and blooming flowers. At the end of the passage, they emerged into a vast chamber, its ceiling adorned with crystals that sparkled like stars. In the center of the chamber lay a pool of water, its surface as smooth as glass and reflecting the myriad colors of the crystals above. This was the heart of the grove, the source of its magic. Finn and Lyra approached the pool, their reflections shimmering in its depths. As they gazed into the water, they saw visions of the grove's past, present, and future, a tapestry of life woven with threads of light and shadow. In that moment, Finn understood the true purpose of their journey. The grove was more than just a place of magic. It was a living entity, connected to the world and all who dwelled within it. The stone he carried was a symbol of that connection, a reminder that they were all guardians of the grove, responsible for protecting its wonders and secrets. With this newfound understanding, Finn and Lyra pledged to honor the grove and its magic. They returned to the village, their hearts filled with the knowledge and wisdom they had gained. The stone, now a part of Finn, glowed softly as a testament to their journey and the bond they shared. As the harvest moon rose high in the sky, Glenwood celebrated not just the bounty of the earth, but the magic of the grove and the spirit of friendship that had blossomed within it. Finn and Lyra, forever changed by their adventure, knew that they had found something truly special, a hidden world within the natural environment that would forever be a part of them. And so the whispers of the grove continued to echo through the valley, telling tales of friendship, courage, and the magic that lies within us all. The village of Glenwood, nestled in its emerald embrace, remained a place where dreams and reality danced together, creating a tapestry of wonder and enchantment that would endure through the ages. As the years passed, Finn grew into a wise and gentle young man, beloved by all who knew him. The stone, now a cherished heirloom, was passed down through generations, a symbol of the bond between the people of Glenwood and the magical grove that watched over them. Lyra, too, remained a guardian of the grove, her laughter and light a constant presence among the trees and streams. Her friendship with Finn endured, transcending the boundaries of time and space, a testament to the power of love and understanding. And as the whispers of the grove sang their eternal song, they carried with them a promise that magic is not just found in hidden worlds or ancient stones, but in the hearts of those who dare to dream and believe in the beauty of the world around them. In the quiet moments of twilight, when the village lay bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun, the people of Glenwood would gather beneath the stars to share stories of the grove and the adventures of Finn and Lyra. And as the stories wove their magic, the whispers would join in, a gentle chorus that echoed across the hills, reminding all who listened of the timeless bond between the grove and the village. For in the end, it was not the magical objects or hidden worlds that defined their journey, but the friendship and love that blossomed within them, a light that would guide them through the darkest nights and brightest days. And so, with hearts full of wonder and joy, they lived in harmony with the grove and all its magic, a testament to the enduring power of friendship and the beauty of a world where dreams and reality danced together in perfect harmony. As the years turned to decades and decades to centuries, the story of Finn and Lyra became a cherished legend in Glenwood, passed down through generations. The grove, with its ancient oak and whispering leaves, remained a place of wonder and enchantment, a sanctuary for those who sought solace and inspiration. Children grew up hearing tales of the magical stone and the hidden world within the grove, their imaginations ignited by the adventures of the young boy and the sprite. They would venture into the grove, guided by the whispers, seeking their own treasures and forging friendships with the creatures that dwelled within. The villagers, united by their love for the grove, became its protectors, ensuring that its magic would endure for all time. They celebrated the cycles of the seasons, honoring the land and its bounty, and cherishing the stories that connected them to their past and future. And in the quiet moments, when the world seemed to hold its breath, the whispers of the grove could still be heard, a gentle melody that wove through the trees and danced upon the breeze. It was a reminder that magic exists not just in the extraordinary, but in the everyday acts of kindness, love, and friendship that define our lives. For Finn and Lyra, their story was just the beginning. Their journey had opened their hearts to the wonders of the world, and the lessons they learned continued to shape their lives in ways they never could have imagined. Finn, with his gentle heart and wise soul, became a storyteller, sharing the tales of the grove with those who were fortunate enough to hear them. His words painted pictures of magic and mystery, transporting his listeners to a world where dreams came true and the impossible became possible. Lyra, ever the playful sprite, found joy in the laughter of children and the beauty of nature. She danced among the flowers and streams, her wings casting rainbows in the sunlight, a living embodiment of the magic that lay at the heart of the grove. Together, they remained guardians of the grove, their bond unbreakable and their love eternal. They knew that the true magic of their journey lay not in the hidden world they had discovered, but in the friendship that had blossomed along the way. And so, their story lived on, a tale of wonder and enchantment that inspired generations to come. The grove, with its whispering leaves and ancient secrets, continued to watch over Glenwood, a timeless guardian of dreams and magic. In the end, the greatest treasure they found was not the magical stone or the hidden world, but the love and friendship that had brought them together, a bond that transcended the boundaries of time and space. As the stars twinkled in the night sky and the whispers of the grove sang their eternal song, Finn and Lyra knew that their story would live on, a beacon of hope and joy for all who dared to dream and believe in the beauty of the world around them. And so, the tale of the Whispering Grove became more than just a story. It became a testament to the power of friendship, the magic of the natural world, and the enduring spirit of those who seek to protect and cherish the wonders that surround them. In the quiet moments of twilight, when the world was bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun, the villagers of Glenwood would gather to share stories of the grove and its guardians. They would pass down the tales of Finn and Lyra, ensuring that their legacy would endure for all time. And as the whispers of the grove wove their magic, they carried with them a promise that the magic of the Whispering Grove would never fade, but would continue to inspire and enchant all who listened. For in the end, it was not just the hidden world or the magical stone that defined their journey, but the love and friendship that blossomed within them, a light that would guide them through the darkest nights and brightest days. And so, with hearts full of wonder and joy, they lived in harmony with the grove and all its magic, a testament to the enduring power of friendship and the beauty of a world where dreams and reality dance together in perfect harmony. As the story of the Whispering Grove spread far and wide, it became a cherished legend, a beacon of hope and inspiration for all who heard it. The tale of Finn and Lyra, with its timeless themes of friendship and magic, touched the hearts of countless people, reminding them of the beauty and wonder that lay within the world and within themselves. In distant lands, where the whispers of the grove were but a faint echo, the story inspired others to seek out their own hidden worlds and forge bonds of friendship that defied expectations. It reminded them that even in the darkest of times, there was magic to be found in the simplest of things, a kind word, a gentle touch, a shared smile. The grove, with its ancient trees and whispering leaves, continued to thrive, a sanctuary for all who sought solace and inspiration. It became a place of pilgrimage, where people from all walks of life came to experience the magic that lay at its heart and to honor the legacy of its guardians. For Finn and Lyra, their journey had come full circle. They had discovered the true meaning of magic and friendship, and in doing so, had left a lasting impact on the world. Their story became a guiding light, a reminder that the greatest treasures are not found in hidden worlds or ancient stones, but in the love and friendship that we share with one another. As the years turned to centuries, and the world changed in ways both wondrous and challenging, the tale of the Whispering Grove endured. It became a part of the very fabric of Glenwood, woven into the lives and hearts of its people. And so the whispers of the grove continued to sing their eternal song, a gentle melody that spoke of love, friendship, and the magic that lies within us all. It was a reminder that no matter where we are or what we face, we are all connected by the invisible threads of magic that bind us together. As the stars twinkled in the night sky and the whispers of the grove echoed across the hills, the people of Glenwood knew that they were a part of something greater, a story that would endure through the ages, a testament to the enduring power of friendship and the beauty of a world where dreams and reality dance together in perfect harmony. And so, with hearts full of wonder and joy, they lived in harmony with the grove and all its magic, a testament to the enduring power of friendship and the beauty of a world where dreams and reality dance together in perfect harmony. For in the end, It was not just the hidden world or the magical stone that defined their journey, but the love and friendship that blossomed within them, a light that would guide them through the darkest nights and brightest days. And so, the story of the Whispering Grove continued to inspire and enchant all who heard it, a timeless tale of wonder and magic that would endure for all time. Story 58. In a quiet corner of the Whispering Woods, where the trees seemed to hum lullabies and the air was perpetually scented with lavender and pine, there lay a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. This village was a place of gentle magic, where mushrooms whispered secrets from the forest floor, and the streams giggled as they danced over smooth pebbles. The sun painted the sky with pastel hues each morning, and the moon watched over the village with a silvery gaze at night. In this serene village there lived a young girl named Matilda, whose heart was as big as her curiosity. Matilda had a knack for noticing things that others overlooked, and she loved spending her days exploring the woods with her best friend, a clever fox named Fenwick. Fenwick had eyes that sparkled like amber, and a laugh that sounded like the rustling of autumn leaves. Together, they made a perfect pair, always seeking out the mysteries that lay hidden in their magical world. One evening, as the sun began to dip beneath the horizon and the sky was streaked with shades of coral and gold, Matilda and Fenwick stumbled upon an unusual sight. In the heart of Willowbrook, at the edge of the village square, stood the ancient willow tree, its branches swaying gently as if in conversation with the evening breeze. Beneath its boughs, a soft glow emanated from the ground, casting flickering shadows that danced upon the cobblestones. "Look, Fenwick," Matilda whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. "There's something glowing under the willow tree." The fox tilted his head thoughtfully, his ears perked with interest. "Indeed, Matilda, it seems we have a mystery at hand," he replied, his voice as smooth as the stream's song. The villagers had gathered around, murmuring softly to one another, their faces lit with both curiosity and a touch of concern. The glow was unlike anything they had seen before, and though it was beautiful, it was also puzzling. Matilda and Fenwick approached the tree, and as they did, they noticed that the glow seemed to pulse gently, like the breathing of a sleeping creature. Nearby, Mrs. Thistle, the village's wise herbalist, stood with her hands clasped, eyes twinkling with a knowing light. "Good evening, Mrs. Thistle," Matilda greeted warmly. "Do you have any idea what might be causing this glow?" Thistle glanced at the glowing patch beneath the willow, her expression thoughtful. "Ah, my dear Matilda, this is indeed a curious event," she responded, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "But remember, not all mysteries are meant to be solved with haste. Sometimes the answers reveal themselves in their own time." Intrigued but undeterred, Matilda and Fenwick decided to investigate further. They gently brushed aside the soft grass, revealing a cluster of tiny, luminescent mushrooms nestled at the roots of the willow. These mushrooms, unlike any they had seen before, emitted a gentle light that seemed to change color as the evening deepened. "It appears these mushrooms are the source of the glow," Fenwick observed, his nose twitching as he examined them closely. "But why now? And why here?" Matilda wondered aloud. Perhaps there's more to this than meets the eye. Determined to uncover the truth, Matilda suggested they visit Elder Bertram, the oldest and wisest creature in the Whispering Woods. Elder Bertram was a grand owl with eyes as deep as the night sky and feathers that shimmered like moonlight. His wisdom was renowned throughout the land, and he was always willing to share it with those who sought his counsel. As they made their way through the woods, the path was lined with fireflies that danced in the air like tiny, glowing lanterns. The forest was alive with the gentle sounds of crickets serenading the night, and the soft rustle of leaves whispering secrets to the wind. Upon reaching Elder Bertram's ancient oak tree, they found him perched on a low branch, preening his feathers with deliberate grace. His eyes twinkled as he regarded his visitors, and he greeted them with a warm, resonant hoot. "Good evening, Matilda and Fenwick. What brings you to my tree on this lovely night?" Elder Bertram inquired, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. Matilda recounted the strange occurrence beneath the willow tree, describing the glowing mushrooms and the curiosity they had sparked among the villagers. Elder Bertram listened intently, nodding thoughtfully as she spoke. "Ah, I see. he said finally, his eyes drifting to the stars that had begun to peek through the canopy above. The luminescent mushrooms are known as moonlit mycelium, a rare and magical species that blooms only under specific celestial conditions. Fenwick's ears perked up with interest. And what might those conditions be, Elder Bertram? The wise owl chuckled softly, a sound like the gentle rustling of parchment. It is said that these mushrooms appear when the moon is at its fullest, and the stars align just so, creating a harmony that resonates with the earth. They are a gift from the forest, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. Matilda considered this, her heart filling with wonder at the magic of the world around her. But why would they choose to bloom beneath the willow tree? She asked. Elder Bertram's gaze softened as he regarded the young girl with an expression of gentle affection. The willow tree is ancient, its roots entwined with the history and magic of Willowbrook. It is a guardian of secrets, and the mycelium seeks its wisdom and protection. Satisfied with this explanation, Matilda and Fenwick thanked Elder Bertram for his insight and made their way back to the village. As they approached the willow tree once more, they found the villagers gathered in a circle, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of the mushrooms. With newfound understanding, Matilda shared what they had learned from Elder Bertram, her voice carrying a sense of wonder and reverence. The villagers listened intently, their initial concern giving way to appreciation for the rare and magical occurrence. In the days that followed, the glow of the moonlit mycelium became a cherished part of village lore. The villagers would gather beneath the willow tree in the evenings, sharing stories and songs under the gentle light of the mushrooms. It became a time of connection and reflection, a reminder of the beauty and mystery of the world they called home. And so, as the seasons turned and the years passed, the tale of the glowing mushrooms beneath the willow tree became a beloved memory, a symbol of the magic that could be found in even the most unexpected places. Matilda and Fenwick continued their adventures, ever curious, ever seeking, their hearts as open as the sky above. In the warmth of their friendship and the wisdom of the woods, the village of Willowbrook thrived, a haven of peace and wonder in the heart of the whispering woods. And each night, as the stars twinkled above and the wind sang through the trees, the villagers would drift to sleep with smiles on their faces, content in the knowledge that they were part of a world as magical and mysterious as the dreams that carried them through the night. Story 59. In the heart of an ancient forest where towering trees whispered secrets to the wind and streams sang lullabies to the stones, there thrived a hidden world of natural creatures. This forest, known to the few who had heard tales of its wonders as the Emerald Vale, was a sanctuary where the threads of reality and magic wove together seamlessly. As dawn spilled its golden light over the canopy, the forest awoke with a gentle rustling. Leaves shimmered with morning dew, and the air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth. Here the creatures of the Emerald Vale lived in harmony, each playing their part in the grand symphony of nature. In a cozy nook beneath the roots of an ancient oak resided Luna, a wise old owl with feathers as soft as moonlight. Luna's eyes were deep pools of amber, shimmering with the knowledge of generations. Each evening, when the sky was painted with the hues of dusk, Luna would gather the younger creatures around her, sharing stories passed down through the ages. One such evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the forest bathed in the silvery glow of twilight, Luna began her tale. Her voice, gentle and soothing, carried through the crisp air. Long ago, in the time when the stars were first sown into the night sky, the seasons danced with the earth, each bringing its own magic, she began. Spring dressed the forest in vibrant greens and fragrant blossoms. Summer filled the air with the warmth of laughter and light. Autumn painted the trees with colors of fire and gold, and winter wrapped the world in a soft blanket of snow and silence. As Luna spoke, the creatures listened intently, their eyes wide with wonder. There was Nissa, a curious fox cub with a coat like russet velvet, and her best friend Finn, a playful squirrel with a tail as bushy as the clouds. Together, they often explored the forest, learning its secrets and marveling at its beauty. Luna continued, "The balance of these seasons was maintained by the guardians of the Vale, beings of great wisdom and gentle power. They ensured that no season lingered too long and that the forest always thrived. Her voice grew softer, a touch of sadness weaving through her words. But one year, the balance was disrupted. Winter, with its icy breath, refused to relinquish its hold. The forest grew cold and weary, the creatures hungry and tired. Nisa nestled closer to Finn, her eyes filled with concern. "What did they do, Luna?" she asked, her voice a soft whisper. Luna chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of leaves. "Ah, my dear, that is where friendship and wisdom come into play." The creatures of the forest banded together, seeking the guidance of Elian, the oldest and wisest of the guardians. Elian was a majestic stag with antlers like branches of silver, his presence a calming force in the forest. He listened to the pleas of the creatures, his eyes kind and thoughtful. "To restore balance," Elian said, "we must find the Heart of Seasons, a magical stone hidden deep within the forest. Only its power can awaken spring from her slumber." Nisa and Finn, filled with determination and courage, volunteered to help. "We will find the Heart of Seasons," they declared, their voices strong and unwavering. With Luna's blessing and Elian's guidance, Nisa and Finn embarked on their journey. The forest, though covered in frost, was alive with the magic of their quest. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of cedar and the distant song of a brook hidden beneath a blanket of ice. As they traveled deeper into the forest, the two friends encountered wonders and challenges. They crossed a frozen waterfall that sparkled like a cascade of diamonds, its icy chill biting through their fur. They navigated through a grove of towering firs, their branches laden with snow, whispering secrets of ages past. One evening, as the moon cast its soft light over the forest, Nisa and Finn found themselves at the edge of a glistening lake, its surface a mirror reflecting the stars above. It was here that they met Aurora, a graceful swan whose feathers shone like the first light of dawn. Aurora glided towards them, her voice a melody that danced on the air. "You seek the Heart of Seasons," she said, her eyes twinkling with understanding. "It rests beneath the lake, guarded by the spirit of winter himself." Finn, always the optimist, puffed up his chest. "We are not afraid," he declared. "We have come to restore harmony to our forest." Aurora nodded, her gaze warm and approving. "Courage is the key, young ones. To reach the heart, you must first show Winter the beauty of what he has forgotten." With Aurora's words guiding them, Nisa and Finn entered the icy waters. The cold seeped into their bones, but they pressed on, driven by their love for the forest and each other. As they swam deeper, the water around them shimmered with a soft, ethereal light. At the bottom of the lake, they found the Heart of Seasons, a stone of purest crystal, pulsing with a gentle, inviting glow. But as they reached for it, a figure appeared, formed from the swirling currents, Winter himself, majestic and imposing. "Why do you disturb my slumber?" Winter's voice was a deep rumble, like distant thunder. Nisa stepped forward, her voice steady. "We come to restore balance, to show you the beauty of change and renewal." Winter regarded them with eyes like frozen pools, silent and contemplative. Finn, ever the charmer, added, "Without spring, the flowers cannot bloom, and the forest cannot sing its song." For a moment, time seemed to stand still. Then, slowly, Winter's stern expression softened. "You speak with truth and warmth," he said, his voice melting into a softer tone. "Very well, let the cycle continue." With a sweeping gesture, Winter released the Heart of Seasons. Its light enveloped the forest, melting the snow and ice, awakening the earth beneath. As Nisa and Finn emerged from the water, the first blossoms of spring greeted them, their petals like delicate whispers of color. The forest came alive with a chorus of joy. Birds sang, streams gurgled with laughter, and the air was perfumed with the scent of fresh blooms. Nisa and Finn, their hearts full of pride and happiness, returned to their friends, their spirits lifted by their adventure. Luna welcomed them back with a smile, her eyes twinkling like stars. "You have shown us the power of friendship and courage," she said, her voice a gentle embrace, and reminded us that true harmony lies in embracing the change of seasons. As the creatures of the Emerald Vale gathered around, basking in the warmth of spring's return, Luna's words lingered in the air, a soft echo of wisdom and love. The forest, in its timeless dance with the seasons, continued its gentle, magical rhythm, a testament to the balance and beauty of nature's eternal cycle. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, the creatures of the forest slept soundly, their dreams woven with the magic of the Emerald Vale. Story 60. Once upon a time, in a galaxy far, far away, there lived two unlikely companions named Zara and Blix. Zara was a human girl from the planet Earth, while Blix was a fluffy, three-eyed creature from the distant world of Xylox. Their paths crossed in the most unexpected way, a cosmic mishap that sent Zara hurtling through a wormhole and crash-landing right into Blix's backyard. At first, the two were wary of each other, their differences seeming too vast to overcome. Zara was fascinated by Blix's unusual appearance, with its multiple eyes and a tail that seemed to have a mind of its own. Blix, on the other hand, was equally perplexed by Zara's strange customs and the way she communicated with only one set of vocal cords. Despite their initial misunderstandings, they soon realized they had one thing in common: a burning curiosity about the universe and a desire to explore its wonders. And so, they embarked on an incredible journey together, hopping from planet to planet and encountering strange creatures, breathtaking landscapes, and mind-bending technologies. Along the way, they faced countless challenges: narrow escapes from black holes, run-ins with hostile aliens, and even a few mishaps with Blix's mischievous tail. But through it all, they learned to lean on each other, forging a bond that transcended their differences. Zara marveled at Blix's ability to navigate the cosmos with ease, using its heightened senses to detect the subtlest of changes in the cosmic currents. In turn, Blix was in awe of Zara's ingenuity and quick thinking, which had saved them from perilous situations on more than one occasion. As they journeyed together, they discovered that their strengths complemented each other perfectly. Zara's analytical mind and Blix's intuitive understanding of the universe made them an unstoppable team, capable of solving the most complex puzzles and overcoming the toughest obstacles. But their friendship wasn't just about survival. It was also about understanding and acceptance. Zara learned to appreciate Blix's quirky ways, like the way it would sometimes purr contentedly while they stargazed, or how it would playfully swat at passing meteors with its tail. And Blix, in turn, came to cherish Zara's stories of life on Earth, finding solace in the familiarity of her voice amidst the vastness of the cosmos. Through their shared experiences, they realized that true friendship had nothing to do with appearances or planet of origin. It was about seeing past the superficial differences and embracing the richness of each other's souls. And so, as they soared through the stars, their bond grew ever stronger, a beacon of light in the vast expanse of the universe. They faced every challenge together, supporting each other through the highs and lows, and basking in the simple joy of companionship. Years passed, and their adventures became the stuff of legends, whispered amongst the stars by those who had witnessed their extraordinary bond. And though their journey may have ended, the lessons they learned about friendship, understanding, and acceptance would echo through the cosmos for eons to come. For in that vast, uncharted expanse, they had discovered something far more precious than any cosmic treasure: the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended time, space, and even the boundaries of species itself. Story 61. In the serene expanse of the Nebulon star cluster, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds on a velvet cloak, there lay a small and unassuming planet named Luminara. Luminara was known for its endless fields of luminescent flowers that glowed softly at night, painting the landscape in hues of gentle blues and purples. It was here that the quiet and thoughtful Eri lived. Eri was a Luminaran, a species known for their translucent wings that shimmered like moonlit water and their gentle, empathic nature. Eri had always been fascinated by the stars and the tales of distant worlds. Each evening she would sit atop a hill, wings folded around her like a gossamer cloak, listening to the whispers of the wind that carried stories from afar. It was during one such evening that she noticed a bright streak across the sky, a meteor, or so she thought, until it landed with a soft thud in the nearby forest. Curiosity piqued, Eri fluttered toward the source of the disturbance. There, among the glowing ferns and softly humming trees, she found a peculiar sight, a small spacecraft, unlike any she had seen before. It was sleek and silver, its surface reflecting the luminescent flora. As she approached cautiously, the hatch opened with a gentle hiss, revealing a creature unlike any that had graced Luminara's soil. Out stepped a creature who was small and round, with skin that glimmered like polished stone. It was a Zorbian, a species known for their resilience and ingenuity. The Zorbian introduced himself as Zibble, his voice a soft rumble, like distant thunder on a quiet night. They exchanged greetings, Aery's voice as light as a breeze, and Zibble's a comforting bass that resonated through the ground. At first, their interaction was tinged with misunderstanding. Aery, accustomed to her serene surroundings and gentle communication, found Zibble's straightforwardness a bit jarring. Zibble, in turn, was baffled by Aery's indirect way of speaking and her ethereal presence. Yet, there was no hostility, only a gentle curiosity that bridged their differences. As days turned into nights, Aery and Zibble began to explore Luminara together. Aery showed Zibble the wonders of her world, the shimmering cascade of the river Glint, the soft melodies of the wind harps, and the gentle warmth of the moonstone caverns. Zibble, with his practical mind, found ways to enhance these wonders, creating small devices that amplified the experience and brought new joy to Aery's eyes. Their journey was not without challenges. One day, as they ventured into the heart of the luminous woods, they encountered a patch of quicksand shadows, a rare and perilous phenomenon where the ground seemed to vanish beneath one's feet. Aery, light as she was, found herself trapped, her wings unable to lift her from the sinking grasp. Panic fluttered in her chest, but Zibble, with his steady hands and quick thinking, fashioned a rescue using vines and branches, pulling her to safety with a determined calm. Through this shared adversity, they found a deeper understanding. Aery learned of Zibble's home on Zorbia, a world of rocky landscapes and brilliant ingenuity, and Zibble discovered the delicate balance of life on Luminara, where every living thing was connected through the gentle glow of life. They spoke of their dreams and fears, weaving a tapestry of friendship that was as strong as it was tender. One evening, as they sat beneath the twinkling canopy of stars, Aery turned to Zibble, her eyes reflecting the starlight. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice carrying the warmth of 1,000 glowing flowers. "For being here, for understanding." Zibble nodded, his heart swelling with a warmth that was unfamiliar yet welcome. "And thank you for showing me the beauty of this world, and for seeing beyond what is unfamiliar." Their bond grew stronger with each shared challenge and quiet moment of reflection. They learned that friendship was not about similarity, but about embracing differences and finding strength in shared experiences. Aery's gentle wisdom complemented Zibble's practical resilience, creating a partnership that was as harmonious as the melody of the wind harps. As the seasons changed, Zibble prepared to return to Zorbia, his ship repaired and ready to soar once more among the stars. Aery stood beside him, her heart a mix of sadness and gratitude. "Will you return?" she asked softly, her wings gently fluttering in the breeze. "Of course," Zibble replied, his voice steady and reassuring. "Luminara has become a part of me, as have you, and there are many more wonders to share." With a final embrace, Zibble boarded his ship, the hatch closing with a soft hum. As the ship ascended, leaving a trail of shimmering light, Aery watched until it disappeared into the twinkling sea of stars. Though distance separated them, the bond they had forged remained, a testament to the power of understanding and the beauty of unlikely companionship. And so, beneath the glowing sky of Luminara, Aery sat once more atop her hill, her heart aglow with the warmth of friendship, knowing that somewhere among the stars, a friend thought of her too. Story 62. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across the velvet night, there existed a small, unassuming planet known as Luminara. Luminara was a realm of gentle rolling hills and serene crystal lakes that shimmered under the light of its twin moons. The air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers that grew in abundance, painting the landscape in hues of lavender and gold. On this tranquil planet, nestled within a grove of ancient whispering trees, lived a being named Lyra. Lyra was of the Luminaris, a species known for their delicate, translucent wings that sparkled in sunlight, and their deep connection to the natural world. They communicated through soft melodies that harmonized with the rustling leaves and the babbling brooks. Lyra was a gentle soul with a heart open to the wonders of the universe, but also a touch of loneliness, as she often wandered the forests alone. One evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of dusk, a strange object streaked across the heavens. It was not a comet, nor a falling star, but a small spacecraft, tumbling and spinning as it hurtled toward the surface of Luminara. With a thunderous crash, it came to rest in a meadow, setting the field ablaze with light. Lyra watched from a distance, her heart a flutter of curiosity and concern. She approached cautiously, her wings reflecting the fire's glow, until she reached the edge of the clearing. There, amid the twisted metal and smoking debris, she found a creature unlike any she had ever seen. The being was Zax, a traveler from the planet Phyrexia, known across the galaxy for its inhabitants' strength and resilience. Zax's skin was a deep, burnished copper, and his eyes shone with an inner light like embers in a forge. However, his sturdy frame now bore signs of the crash, with scratches etched into his surface and a notable limp as he tried to stand. Lyra hesitated, her song-like voice catching in her throat. She had heard tales of the Phyrexi, fierce and formidable, but the creature before her seemed vulnerable and in need. With a deep breath, she stepped forward, her melody gentle and soothing as she sang a greeting in her native tongue. Zax, though unfamiliar with Luminari's language, felt the warmth and kindness in Lyra's song. He responded in his own gravelly voice, a series of rhythmic tones that resonated with the earth beneath them. Despite the difference in their languages, a bridge of understanding began to form between them. Lyra extended a hand, offering assistance, and Zax, after a moment's hesitation, accepted. Together they worked to salvage what they could from the wreckage. As they toiled under the rising moonlight, they shared stories, each in their own tongue, yet somehow comprehending the heart of what was said. Over the days that followed, Lyra and Zax faced many challenges. The terrain of Luminara was unfamiliar and treacherous for Zax, whose heavy footsteps often sank into the soft earth, making travel difficult. But Lyra, with her light steps and knowledge of the land, guided him, teaching him which paths to take and which to avoid. In turn, Zax shared his knowledge of engineering and mechanics, using the salvaged parts from his craft to build tools that made their journey easier. Together, they constructed a shelter from fallen branches and metal scraps, creating a cozy haven where they would share tales of their worlds, their cultures, and their dreams. There were times of misunderstanding, as there always are between those who are different. Lyra, in her eagerness to help, sometimes overlooked Zax's need for independence, while Zax, used to the directness of Phyrexia, could be blunt in a way that stung Lyra's gentle heart. Yet, through patience and empathy, they learned to navigate these moments, growing closer with each resolution. One night, as they sat by a fire, its flames casting a warm glow on their faces, Zax spoke of his longing to return to Phyrexia. He missed the rhythmic pounding of the forges and the camaraderie of his people. Lyra listened, her heart aching with the thought of parting, yet she understood the pull of one's home. In that moment, Lyra realized that true friendship was not about holding on tightly, but about supporting each other's journeys, no matter where they led. She vowed to help Zax repair his spacecraft, using every resource Luminara could offer. As they worked together, a deep bond formed, one of mutual respect and understanding. Zax, once a stranger, became a part of Luminara's landscape, his laughter mingling with the songs of the Luminaris, his strength a comforting presence beside Lyra's gentle grace. Finally, the day came when the spacecraft was ready to fly again. The meadow was filled with the hum of the repaired engines, and Lyra stood with Zax at the edge of the grove, the place where their friendship had begun. Zax turned to Lyra, his eyes glowing with gratitude and a hint of sadness. He reached out, and Lyra took his hand, their differences forgotten, only their shared journey remembered. "Thank you," Zax rumbled, his voice like distant thunder, yet softened by emotion. "You have shown me the true meaning of friendship." Lyra's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her wings catching the light of the setting sun. "And you, dear friend, have taught me the strength that comes from unity." With a final, lingering look, Zax boarded his ship, the door closing with a gentle hiss. The engines roared to life, and as the craft lifted off, it cast a shadow over the meadow, a fleeting reminder of the unlikely companions who had found each other in the vastness of the galaxy. Lyra watched until the ship became a distant star in the sky, her heart full of warmth and hope. She knew that somewhere out there, Zax carried with him a piece of Luminara, just as she held a part of Phyrexia within her. And so, under the watchful gaze of the twin moons, Lyra returned to her grove, her song rising softly into the night, a melody of friendship that would echo through the ages. Story 63. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets from ages past, and the air carried a melody of rustling leaves and distant streams, there existed a hidden realm. This realm was known only to the creatures of the forest, who lived harmoniously under the canopy of emerald leaves and sapphire skies. The forest was a sanctuary, vibrant with life and colors that shifted with each passing season. In spring, the air was perfumed with the scent of blooming wildflowers, while the ground was a tapestry of violets, daisies, and bluebells. The brook babbled cheerfully, its waters clear and cold, reflecting the sunlight in a dance of sparkles. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a symphony that celebrated new beginnings. Amidst this vibrant tapestry, there lived a wise old owl named Orin. His feathers were a patchwork of earthy browns and creams, and his eyes, bright and knowing, held the wisdom of 1,000 moons. Orin had seen the forest through countless seasons, and he was respected by all creatures for his deep understanding of the natural world. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of orange and pink, a gentle rain began to fall. The patter of raindrops on leaves created a soothing rhythm, and the forest seemed to breathe in time with the rain. It was during this tranquil moment that Orin noticed something peculiar. The rain, though gentle, shimmered with an iridescent glow, as if touched by magic. Orin spread his wings and glided silently through the forest. He flew past towering oaks and beneath the arching branches of ancient elms until he reached a small clearing. There, standing in the center of the clearing, was a young deer named Leora. Her coat was as soft as velvet, and her eyes were wide with wonder as she watched the magical rain dance around her. "Isn't it beautiful, Orin?" Leora whispered, her voice barely louder than the rain. "I can feel the magic in the air." Orin nodded, landing gracefully beside her. "Indeed, Leora, this is the rain of renewal, a rare and wondrous phenomenon. It occurs but once every generation, bringing with it a gift of balance and harmony to our forest." Leora tilted her head, curious. "A gift? What kind of gift?" "The rain of renewal strengthens the bond between all living things," Orin explained, his voice gentle and warm. "It renews the earth, nourishes the plants, and deepens the connections among us all. It is a reminder of the harmony we must maintain." As the rain continued to fall, Leora listened intently to Orin's words. She could feel an energy coursing through the ground, a pulse that seemed to connect her to every creature, every leaf, and every drop of rain around her. It was as if the forest itself was alive, breathing alongside her. The days that followed were filled with an extraordinary vibrancy. The flowers bloomed with renewed vigor, their colors more vivid than ever before. The trees stood tall and proud, their leaves shimmering in the sunlight. The creatures of the forest moved with a sense of unity, as if bound by an invisible thread of friendship and understanding. One day, as the leaves began to turn gold and the air grew crisp with the approach of autumn, Leora sought Orin once more. She found him perched high in an old oak, watching the world with his wise eyes. "Orin," Leora called softly, "I've been thinking about the rain of renewal and the harmony it brings. How can we ensure that our forest remains in balance?" Orin fluttered down to sit beside her, his feathers rustling softly. "The key, my dear Leora, is in the choices we make each day. We must respect the cycles of nature, take only what we need, and give back whenever we can. It is through kindness and understanding that we maintain balance." Leora nodded, her heart filled with a quiet determination. She understood now that the forest's harmony depended on each creature playing its part, no matter how small. As the first leaves began to fall, she vowed to carry Orin's wisdom with her, sharing it with others, and ensuring that the beauty of their home would endure. As the seasons turned, the forest continued to thrive, a testament to the unity and care of its inhabitants. The rain of renewal, though rare, had left a lasting mark, a reminder of the magic that lay in harmony and balance. In the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the brook, one could still hear the echoes of that magical rain, whispering the timeless wisdom of the forest. Thus, the ancient forest remained a sanctuary of peace and beauty, a haven where the hidden lives of its creatures flourished, bound together by the lessons of the past and the promise of the future. And at night, when the moon shone silver and the stars twinkled like scattered jewels, the forest slept, cradled in the embrace of its own enchanted serenity. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 stars, and her heart brimmed with the desire to explore the world beyond her familiar fields and streams. One golden afternoon, as the sun sprinkled the earth with its warm glow, Lila ventured into the forest that bordered her village. The trees stood tall like ancient guardians, their leaves dancing in the gentle breeze, creating a symphony that invited her deeper into their embrace. She followed a narrow path that twisted and turned like a ribbon through the woods, leading her to places unknown. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers and the earthy aroma of moss-covered stones. Lila's footsteps were soft, like the whispers of the forest, as she walked on the carpet of fallen leaves that crunched lightly underfoot. Her heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of trepidation as she journeyed further from home. As Lila wandered, she stumbled upon a clearing bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. At its center stood a peculiar object, a shimmering archway woven from vines and blossoms, glistening as if sprinkled with stardust. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, radiating a gentle hum that resonated with the very core of her being. Compelled by an inexplicable pull, Lila stepped through the archway. Instantly, the world around her transformed. She found herself in a realm of wondrous enchantment, where the sky was painted with hues of lavender and teal, and the air was filled with the melodious songs of unseen birds. The land was alive with colors and sounds that seemed to dance in harmony. Trees with trunks of silver and leaves of sapphire swayed in the breeze, their branches adorned with luminescent fruits that glowed softly in the twilight. The ground beneath her feet was covered with petals of every shade imaginable, forming a vibrant tapestry that seemed to pulse with its own heartbeat. As she marveled at this new world, Lila encountered her first whimsical creature, a tiny, fluttering being with wings like stained glass windows, shimmering with every color of the rainbow. It flitted around her, leaving trails of sparkling dust in its wake. "Welcome, brave heart," the creature chimed, its voice like a gentle breeze through chimes. "You have stepped into the land of Luminara, where dreams and courage intertwine." Lila smiled, her fears melting away like morning mist. "Hello, little friend. What is this place?" "This is a realm where the heart's true desires lead the way," replied the creature. "Many come, but few dare to explore its wonders. Will you find what you seek?" Lila nodded, her heart swelling with determination. "I believe so." With the creature as her guide, Lila ventured deeper into Luminara. She encountered a stream that sang with the voices of laughter and joy, its waters reflecting the stars above. She met a family of gentle creatures with bodies like fluffy clouds, who floated beside her, sharing stories of their journeys through the skies. Every step she took revealed another marvel. A field of flowers that danced to their own music, a grove where the wind whispered secrets in a language only the brave could understand, and a mountain that glowed with the light of 1,000 suns. Yet Lila's path was not without its challenges. As dusk settled, she came upon a labyrinth of crystal mirrors, each reflecting an image of herself. The maze was vast and bewildering, and as she wandered through its corridors, doubt began to creep into her heart. "How will I find my way?" she wondered aloud, her voice echoing off the mirrored walls. The tiny creature, who had remained faithfully by her side, fluttered closer. "Remember, Lila, the answer lies within. Trust in yourself and let your courage guide you." Taking a deep breath, Lila closed her eyes and listened to the steady rhythm of her heartbeat. She remembered the joy she felt when she first stepped into Luminara, the courage that had brought her here. With renewed resolve, she let her feet move to the music of her heart, and the path unfolded before her like a ribbon of light. At last, she emerged from the labyrinth, greeted by a spectacular sight, a vast meadow under a sky painted with the auroras of dawn. At its center stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching to cradle the heavens. Beneath it, a small, shimmering pool reflected the universe in its depths. Lila approached the pool and gazed into its waters. To her surprise, she saw not only her own reflection, but also glimpses of her journey, the friends she had made, the wonders she had seen, and the courage she had discovered within herself. As the first rays of morning kissed the land, Lila felt a warmth spreading through her, a quiet understanding that she had found what she sought. Luminara had shown her that the greatest adventures lay not just in the world around her, but within her own heart. With a gentle sigh of contentment, Lila turned to her tiny companion. "Thank you," whispered, her voice filled with gratitude. The creature nodded, a radiant smile playing on its lips. "Remember, Lila, every step you take is part of your journey. May your heart always guide you." And with that, Lila retraced her steps, back through the archway, back to the familiar woods that whispered her name. As she walked, the world of Luminara faded, but the light of its wonders remained within her. When she returned to her village, the sun was rising, painting the sky with the promise of a new day. Lila knew that her journey had changed her, filling her with a quiet confidence and a joy that would carry her through all the days to come. And so, with a heart full of courage and the wonders of Luminara forever a part of her, Lila embraced the adventures that awaited her, knowing that true magic lives in those who dare to explore the world and the depths of their own hearts. And so, dear dreamer, as you drift into slumber, remember the tale of Lila and the land of Luminara. May your dreams be as wondrous as her journey, and may your heart always lead you to the places where magic unfolds. Good night. Story 65. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight filtered through a cathedral of towering trees, there existed a vibrant tapestry of life, hidden from the hurried eyes of the outside world. This forest, with its verdant canopies and whispering winds, was a realm where the boundaries between reality and magic danced in harmonious union. Here, the creatures of the woodland lived in a deep-seated balance with the land, each playing a part in the symphony of nature. Among the gentle undulations of moss-covered earth, there lay a small village known only to those who listened with more than their ears. It was a place where the smallest of creatures, from the industrious ants to the wise old owls, shared tales and wisdom, passed down from generation to generation. The village was called Elderglen, named so for the ancient elder trees that stood guard, their gnarled branches twisting like ancient scripts against the sky. As spring unfolded its emerald tapestry, the forest awoke with a symphony of sounds. The babbling brook, a silken ribbon of water, wound its way through the underbrush, carrying the laughter of playful otters and the whispered secrets of the fish who danced beneath its surface. Above, the canopy was alive with the chatter of birds, their plumage a kaleidoscope of colors, as they flitted from branch to branch, weaving songs into the fabric of the day. In Elderglen, a small squirrel named Tilly was known for her inquisitive nature. Her fur was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. Tilly was beloved by all, for her heart was as warm as the midday sun, and her spirit as gentle as the breeze that rustled through the leaves. One morning, as the first tendrils of dawn light crept across the forest floor, Tilly sat upon a rock warmed by the sun's embrace, pondering the mysteries of her world. Her friend, a wise old tortoise named Thistle, approached with a slow but purposeful gait. Thistle carried the weight of many years upon his shell, each marking a story of wisdom and time. Tilly, Thistle's voice was as soft as the rustle of leaves. "Have you ever wondered about the magic that binds our forest together?" Tilly's eyes widened with wonder. "I have, Thistle. I see it in the way the seasons change, in the way the rain nourishes the earth and the sun coaxes new life from the soil." Thistle nodded, pleased with Tilly's insight. "Yes, my dear. Our forest is a delicate balance of forces, each season bringing its own kind of magic. But there is a greater harmony at play, one that is woven from the threads of wisdom, kindness, and respect for all living things." Intrigued, Tilly leaned closer. "Tell me more, Thistle." And so Thistle began to share the ancient story of the forest guardians, beings of pure magic who ensured the balance of nature. "Long ago," he began, "when the world was new and the first trees took root in the rich soil, the guardians emerged from the heart of the earth. They were the essence of the seasons, each one embodying the spirit of its time. There was Solara, the guardian of spring, who painted the world with the colors of renewal and hope. Her magic was the gentle awakening of life, the soft rains and the tender buds that promised new beginnings. Then came Zephyr, the guardian of summer, whose laughter filled the air with warmth and light. His magic was in the vibrant growth, the long days of sunshine, and the joyous hum of life at its peak. Autumn was watched over by Aurea, whose touch turned leaves to gold and whispered the secrets of harvest and transition. Her magic was the gentle reminder of the cycle of life, the balance of giving and taking. And lastly, there was Frost, the guardian of winter, who blanketed the world in serene slumber. His magic was the quiet of snow, the crisp air, and the time for reflection and rest. Tilly listened, enraptured by the tale. "Do the guardians still watch over us, Thistle?" Thistle smiled, a slow, knowing smile. "They do, Tilly, in ways that are both seen and unseen. Their presence is felt in the harmony of our forest. But the guardians also need our help to maintain this balance. We must live with respect for the land and all its creatures." Tilly nodded, understanding the weight of the wisdom shared with her. She realized that even the smallest actions, like the planting of a seed or the sharing of a meal, were threads in the grand tapestry of life. As the days turned into weeks, Tilly shared the story of the guardians with the other creatures of Elderglen. They listened with bright eyes and open hearts, each finding a way to contribute to the harmony of their home. The bees promised to pollinate with care, the foxes pledged to hunt with respect, and the birds vowed to carry seeds to the farthest corners of the forest. The seasons continued to turn, each one bringing its own magic and challenges. The forest flourished under the watchful eyes of its inhabitants, who lived with the gentle wisdom of the guardians guiding their every step. One autumn, as the leaves turned to brilliant shades of amber and crimson, Tilly noticed something unusual. The wind carried a strange, discordant note, and the animals whispered of a disturbance near the edge of the forest. Concerned, Tilly gathered her friends and set out to investigate. As they approached the boundary of the forest, they discovered a large, rumbling machine gnawing at the earth, its metal jaws tearing at the roots of ancient trees. The creatures of Elderglen watched in horror, for they knew this machine could disrupt the delicate balance of their world. Tilly's heart pounded with both fear and determination. She turned to her friends, her voice steady. "We must stop this machine before it destroys our home, but we must do so with wisdom and kindness, as the guardians have taught us." Together, they devised a plan. The birds flew to the nearby village of humans, chirping urgently to attract attention. The foxes and rabbits worked together to create a gentle diversion, leading the machine operator away from the edge of the forest. Meanwhile, Tilly and Thistle approached the machine, their hearts filled with hope and courage. The machine operator, a young man named Oliver, was startled by the sudden appearance of the woodland creatures. He watched in amazement as Tilly and Thistle approached, their eyes filled with a plea for understanding. Moved by the sight, Oliver turned off the machine and stepped down from his seat. He knelt in the soft earth, meeting the gaze of Tilly and Thistle. "What is it you want?" he asked gently, sensing the urgency in their eyes. Tilly, with a heart full of bravery, stepped forward and placed an acorn in Oliver's hand. Thistle, with the wisdom of ages, spoke softly, his voice carrying the weight of generations. "This forest is our home, a place of harmony and magic. We ask for your understanding and respect, for we wish to live in balance with all who dwell here." Oliver listened, touched by the sincerity and courage of the creatures before him. He looked around, seeing the beauty and magic of the forest through new eyes. With a vow to protect and respect the land, Oliver promised to halt the destruction and instead work to preserve the harmony of the forest. With the machine silenced and the forest's balance restored, the creatures of Elderglen rejoiced. They celebrated with a feast of acorns and berries, their laughter mingling with the rustle of leaves and the song of the brook. And so the forest continued to thrive under the watchful eyes of its inhabitants, each one a guardian in their own right. The seasons turned, each bringing its own magic and challenges, but the creatures of Elderglen faced them with wisdom, kindness, and a deep respect for the world they called home. As the sun set behind the ancient elder trees, casting long shadows that danced upon the forest floor, Tilly sat beside Thistle, her heart content with the knowledge that she was part of something greater than herself. The forest, with its hidden lives and magical harmony, was a testament to the power of friendship and the wisdom passed down through generations. With the gentle rustle of leaves and the soothing song of the wind, the forest whispered its gratitude, a lullaby to the world that lay beyond its borders. And as the stars began to twinkle in the vast expanse above, Tilly closed her eyes, surrounded by the warmth of her friends and the comforting embrace of the forest she loved so dearly. Story 66. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ever-whispering forest, there lay a quaint village where time seemed to flow as gently as the babbling brook that ran through its center. This village, known as Willow Brook, was a place where the cottages wore cloaks of ivy and the air forever pulsed with the scent of blooming jasmine. Its people, kind and content, lived in harmony with the nature that embraced them. The story begins on a soft morning where the sun rose like a golden yolk breaking through the horizon, casting a warm glow over dewdrop-laden leaves. In one such ivy-clung cottage lived a young girl named Seraphina. Seraphina, with her chestnut curls and eyes that sparkled like the clearest of starlit skies, was known for her boundless curiosity and a heart as open as the sky. One day, while meandering through the forest, Seraphina stumbled upon an ancient oak that seemed to whisper secrets from ages past. Its gnarled roots curled like old fingers, and its branches stretched out as if trying to embrace the heavens. Beneath this oak, nestled in a hollow of its roots, Seraphina discovered something extraordinary, a shimmering, golden feather. The feather glowed with an inner light, pulsating softly, as if it held within it the warmth of the sun. As Seraphina picked up the feather, a gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it a voice as soft as a lullaby. "Guardian of the feather you are, seeker of truths you shall become," the wind seemed to sing. Intrigued and slightly bewildered, Seraphina tucked the feather into her satchel and returned home, her mind abuzz with wonder. That evening, as a gentle rain pattered against her window and the fire crackled warmly in the hearth, Seraphina examined the feather. It was unlike any she had seen before, its golden hue shifting like sunlit waves, and it filled her with a sense of peace. The following days brought about an unusual change. Each time Seraphina touched the feather, she was transported to a world hidden within the mundane, a world where flowers whispered secrets, streams sang ancient songs, and animals spoke in gentle prose. This hidden realm, connected to the natural world, was both enchanting and mysterious. In this realm, Seraphina befriended a host of gentle creatures, a wise old owl named Orion, a playful fox called Finn, and a gentle deer known as Lyra. Together, they embarked on a journey that forever changed Seraphina. Orion, with his vast knowledge of the forest, taught her the stories of the stars and the wisdom of the ages. Finn, with his boundless energy, showed her how to find joy in every moment, while Lyra, with her gentle nature, taught her the importance of kindness and empathy. As the seasons passed, Seraphina's bond with her new friends grew stronger. They explored the hidden world, uncovering its mysteries and learning its lessons. Each adventure was a chapter in a story that unfolded with grace and wonder, and with each lesson, Seraphina grew wiser, her heart expanding with love and understanding. Yet, as with all tales of magic and wonder, a challenge awaited. One misty morning, a shadow fell over the hidden realm. The gentle harmony of the forest was disrupted by a strange and unsettling silence. The creatures of the forest whispered of an ancient darkness that had awoken, threatening to consume the light that kept their world alive. Determined to restore balance, Seraphina and her friends set out to discover the source of this darkness. Guided by the golden feather, which now shimmered with an urgency she had not seen before, they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, where the trees stood tall and dense, their branches weaving a tapestry of shadows and light. Their journey led them to a forgotten grove, where an ancient stone altar lay covered in moss and time-worn leaves. Upon the altar rested a crystal, dark and swirling with shadows. It was the source of the darkness, a remnant of a time long past, when the forest had once been a battleground between light and dark. Seraphina knew what she had to do. With her friends by her side, she placed the golden feather upon the crystal. As the feather touched the stone, a brilliant light erupted, illuminating the grove with a warmth that chased away the shadows. The darkness dissolved, replaced by a kaleidoscope of colors that danced across the forest. The creatures of the hidden realm gathered to celebrate the return of light, their voices joining in a harmonious song that filled the air with joy. Seraphina, her heart full of gratitude, knew that she had found her true purpose, a guardian of the light, a seeker of truth, and a protector of the harmony that wove through the world. Her journey had taught her that true magic lay not in the feather, but in the love and friendship she had found along the way. As the forest sang its ancient song, Seraphina understood that she was part of a story that had no end, a story of friendship, courage, and the enduring power of light. And so, under the canopy of stars, with her friends by her side, Seraphina returned to Willowbrook, her heart forever changed, her spirit aglow with the promise of new adventures and the knowledge that the hidden world was always just a breath away. As the village lay quiet under the gentle embrace of night, the golden feather, now a cherished memory, rested on her windowsill, a symbol of the journey that had transformed her life. And in the hearts of those who listened to her tale, the story of Seraphina and her friends lived on, a beacon of hope and a reminder that even in the darkest of times, light will always find a way. Story 67. In the heart of the ancient, whispering forest, where sunlight danced through a canopy of emerald leaves and a symphony of bird songs filled the air, there lay a hidden glen known only to those who listened with their hearts. This glen was a sacred meeting place for the inhabitants of the forest, a community of creatures who lived in harmony, guided by the gentle spirit of nature herself. The glen, nestled between rolling hills and babbling brooks, was a tapestry of vibrant colors and soothing sounds. The ground was blanketed with soft moss that tickled the toes and released a delicate, earthy scent when trodden upon. Wildflowers in hues of violet and gold nodded in the breeze, their sweet perfume mingling with the crisp, fresh air. At the center of the glen stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching skyward as if to embrace the heavens. This tree, known as the wisdom oak, was the heart of the glen, and its roots ran deep, whispering the secrets of the earth to those who would listen. Among the forest's gentle creatures was a wise old fox named Bramble, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves, and whose eyes sparkled with the knowledge of many seasons. Bramble had lived in the forest for as long as anyone could remember, and he carried with him the stories of ages past, passed down from one generation to the next. His companion, a young rabbit named Willow, was curious and eager to learn the ways of the forest. Her fur was as soft as the clouds that drifted lazily across the sky, and her heart was as pure as the crystal-clear streams that flowed through the glen. One serene morning, as the first rays of sunlight painted the forest in golden hues, Bramble and Willow gathered at the foot of the wisdom oak. The air was filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant murmur of a waterfall, creating a symphony of tranquility that wrapped around them like a warm blanket. "Tell me a story, Bramble," Willow chirped, her eyes wide with anticipation. "Tell me about the magic of the forest." Bramble chuckled softly, his voice as soothing as the breeze that caressed the treetops. "Ah, young Willow, the forest is indeed full of magic, but it is not the kind you may find in tales of wizards and spells. It is the magic of life itself, woven through every leaf and stone, every creature and season." As Bramble spoke, the forest around them seemed to come alive, each sound and scent a part of the story he wove. "Long ago," he began, "when the world was still young, the forest was a place of great harmony. The trees whispered ancient songs, and the streams sang lullabies to the stars. But the most wondrous magic of all was the cycle of seasons, a dance that brought balance to all things." "The cycle of seasons?" Willow echoed, her nose twitching with curiosity. "Yes, dear one," Bramble nodded. "Each season brought its own gifts and challenges, teaching the creatures of the forest the art of living in harmony. Spring, with its gentle rains and blossoming flowers, taught us renewal and hope. Summer, with its warmth and abundance, showed us the importance of growth and sharing. Autumn, with its vibrant colors and bountiful harvest, reminded us of gratitude and preparation. And winter, with its quiet stillness and blanket of snow, taught us patience and reflection." Willow listened intently, her heart swelling with the beauty of the tale. "And what about the creatures of the forest?" she asked. "How did they learn to live in harmony?" Bramble's eyes twinkled as he continued. "The creatures of the forest, like the seasons, each played a role in maintaining balance. The birds, with their joyful songs, spread seeds far and wide, ensuring new life would flourish. The bees, diligent and tireless, danced among the flowers, pollinating and creating sweet nectar. The deer, gentle and graceful, pruned the underbrush, allowing sunlight to reach the forest floor. But there was a time," Bramble said, his voice growing softer, "when the balance was threatened. A great storm rolled through the forest, its angry winds tearing at the trees and its rains flooding the streams. The creatures were frightened, and the forest was filled with cries of despair." Willow shivered at the thought, her ears drooping slightly. "What did they do?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Bramble smiled, a warm and reassuring smile that chased away her fears. "The creatures gathered beneath the wisdom oak, just as we are now. They listened to the whispers of the ancient tree, which reminded them of the wisdom passed down through generations. It was then that they realized the storm, though fierce, was a part of the natural cycle. It was a lesson in resilience and unity." He paused, letting the weight of his words settle into the stillness of the glen. Together, they worked to restore their home. The birds rebuilt their nests, the bees found new flowers to dance upon, and the deer cleared the fallen branches. Each creature played a part, and through their efforts, the forest was healed. Willow's eyes shone with admiration and understanding. "So the magic of the forest is in its harmony, its ability to adapt and grow through challenges," she said thoughtfully. "Indeed, young Willow," Bramble said, his voice a gentle caress. "And it is a lesson we must all remember, for we are all a part of this great tapestry of life. By listening to the wisdom of nature and working together, we can overcome any storm." As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the forest, Bramble and Willow lingered beneath the wisdom oak. The glen was bathed in the soft light of dusk, and the air was filled with the sweet lullaby of the evening breeze. In that moment, surrounded by the magic of the forest and the warmth of friendship, Willow understood the true meaning of harmony. She nestled closer to Bramble, her heart full of peace and her spirit lifted by the gentle wisdom of the forest. And so, with the stars twinkling overhead and the promise of a new day on the horizon, the creatures of the ancient forest continued their timeless dance, guided by the enduring magic of the seasons and the whispers of the wisdom oak. Story 68. In a quiet village nestled between the whispering hills and the sprawling emerald forest, there existed a tale as old as the soil itself. The village was known for its storytellers, whose words danced in the evening air like fireflies on a warm summer night. But there was one story, spoken of in hushed tones, that captivated the hearts and minds of both young and old alike, the tale of the luminous lantern. This lantern was no ordinary object. It was said to be imbued with magic so profound that it could illuminate the depths of one's soul, revealing truths hidden from the naked eye. Passed down through generations, the lantern had become more of a legend than a tangible artifact, its whereabouts unknown to all except whispers carried by the wind. In this village lived a gentle girl named Mara, with eyes the color of the morning sky and a heart as pure as the driven snow. Mara was known for her kindness, tending to the needs of the villagers with a smile that could brighten the gloomiest of days. Yet beneath her cheerful demeanor lay a yearning for adventure, a longing to be part of a story greater than her own. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the last golden leaves clung to the trees, Mara stumbled upon an ancient map while helping the village librarian dust the forgotten corners of the library. The map was delicate, its edges frayed and yellowed with time, but the symbols drawn upon it were unmistakable. It was a map to the hidden world where the luminous lantern was said to reside. That night, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of sleep, Mara sat by her window, the cool breeze ruffling her hair, contemplating the map laid out before her. The idea of embarking on such a journey both thrilled and terrified her. But the thought of discovering the lantern and the truths it could reveal was irresistible. With a newfound resolve, Mara decided she would set off at dawn. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a sturdy cloak to ward off the chill of the forest. As the first light of dawn kissed the village, Mara slipped away, leaving behind a note for her family, reassuring them of her safe return. The forest was alive with the symphony of nature. Birds sang their morning songs, and leaves rustled softly underfoot. Mara followed the map, her heart beating in rhythm with the gentle murmur of the stream that guided her path. As the sun climbed higher, she found herself in a part of the forest she had never seen before, where the trees arched overhead like the grand halls of an ancient cathedral. It was here that Mara encountered her first challenge, a wide, rushing river that cut through the forest like a sparkling ribbon. The map offered no guidance on how to cross, and Mara felt a pang of doubt. But then she noticed a family of otters playing by the riverbank. Their carefree antics brought a smile to her face. "Excuse me," Mara called gently, crouching down to their level. "I need to cross the river. Can you help me?" The otters paused their play, their bright eyes full of curiosity. The eldest otter, with a coat that gleamed like polished mahogany, approached Mara. "Why do you wish to cross, young one?" he inquired in a voice as smooth as the flowing water. "I seek the luminous lantern," Mara replied, her voice steady with determination. "I believe it can show me truths that I long to understand." The otter regarded her with a thoughtful gaze. "Many have sought the lantern, but few have found it. Your heart must be as clear as this river, and your intentions true." With that, the otters formed a bridge of sorts, linking paws to create a path across the water. Mara thanked them profusely, her heart swelling with gratitude as she stepped lightly across their furry backs. On the other side, the landscape began to change. The forest opened up into a meadow bathed in golden sunlight, where wildflowers swayed in the gentle breeze. It was a place of such beauty that Mara felt as though she had stepped into a dream. Yet she knew her journey was far from over. As she continued, she met a wise old tortoise resting beneath a willow tree, his shell covered in moss like a living tapestry. Mara approached him with respect, sensing he was a creature of great knowledge. "Excuse me, gentle tortoise," Mara began. "I seek the path to the hidden world where the luminous lantern resides. Can you guide me?" The tortoise opened his eyes, which sparkled with the wisdom of ages. "The path to the lantern is not marked by the ground you tread, but by the choices you make," he said slowly, his words resonating with deep meaning. "Listen to your heart, and it will guide you." Mara nodded, understanding that the journey was as much about self-discovery as it was about finding the lantern. She thanked the tortoise and continued on her way, feeling a newfound sense of purpose. The sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and amber. Mara found herself at the edge of a vast lake, its surface mirroring the vibrant colors of the sunset. She decided to rest here for the night, setting up a small camp by the water's edge. As she sat by the flickering flames of her campfire, the stars emerged, one by one, twinkling like diamonds scattered across a velvet sky. Mara felt a profound peace envelop her, as if the very universe was cradling her in its embrace. Just then, a soft rustling reached her ears, and Mara turned to see a figure emerging from the shadows. It was a fox, its fur a brilliant red, eyes gleaming with intelligence. The fox approached cautiously, yet there was an air of trust about it. "Who are you?" Mara asked, her voice gentle. "I am Fen, guardian of this lake," the fox replied, its voice carrying the warmth of the crackling fire. "I have watched many travelers come and go, but you are different. Your heart shines with sincerity." Mara felt a blush rise to her cheeks at the fox's kind words. "I seek the luminous lantern," she explained. "Do you know where it is?" Fen nodded, his expression thoughtful. "The lantern lies in a realm beyond this world, a place where only those with pure intentions can tread. But to reach it, you must solve a riddle." Mara leaned forward, intrigued. "A riddle?" "Yes," Fen replied, his eyes twinkling like stars. "Answer it truthfully, and the path will reveal itself." The fox then recited the riddle. "In the heart of darkness, a light does dwell. To find your truth, you must first dispel the shadows within that cloud your way. Only then will you see the break of day." Mara pondered the riddle, her mind sifting through the layers of meaning. As she thought, she realized that the riddle was not about the external journey, but the internal one. It was about confronting her own fears and doubts, the shadows that lingered within her heart. With a deep breath, Mara closed her eyes, turning inward. She acknowledged her fears, the fear of the unknown, the fear of failing, the fear of never finding her place in the world. And as she did, she felt a warmth blossom within her, a light that seemed to grow brighter with each fear she faced. When she opened her eyes, the landscape around her had transformed. The lake shimmered with an ethereal glow, and a pathway of light stretched across its surface, leading into the heart of the forest. "You have found the answer," Fen said with a nod of approval. "The path is yours to walk." With gratitude, Mara thanked Fen and stepped onto the glowing path, feeling a gentle pull guiding her forward. The forest around her seemed to pulse with life, the trees whispering secrets only the wind could understand. After what felt like an eternity, Mara emerged into a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In the center of the clearing stood the luminous lantern, its light a gentle, welcoming beacon. Mara approached it with reverence, her heart pounding with anticipation. As she reached out to touch the lantern, a warmth spread through her, filling her with a profound sense of peace and understanding. The lantern's light enveloped her, revealing truths she had longed to see. She saw the interconnectedness of all things, the way each life was a thread in the grand tapestry of existence. She saw her own place in the world, not as a solitary figure, but as part of a greater whole. With this newfound clarity, Mara understood that the journey was never about finding the lantern, but about discovering herself. She had faced her fears, embraced her strengths, and found her truth. As the lantern's light dimmed, Mara knew it was time to return home. The path that had led her here now beckoned her back, promising safe passage through the forest. When Mara finally emerged from the woods and back into the village, dawn was breaking, painting the sky in strokes of gold and pink. Her heart was full, her soul at peace, and she knew she was forever changed. The villagers greeted her with joy, their faces alight with curiosity and wonder. Mara shared her story, not in grandiose tales of adventure, but in the simple truths she had discovered. And so, the tale of Mara and the luminous lantern became another cherished story in the village, a testament to the power of courage, wisdom, and friendship. Mara's journey had shown them all that the greatest adventures often begin within, and the most profound truths are those we find in our hearts. As the village settled into the comforting embrace of evening once more, the story of the luminous lantern echoed softly through the night, a gentle reminder of the light that dwells within us all. Story 69. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and dense woods, there lived a young girl named Lily. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths and thatched roof cottages, surrounded by fields that stretched to the horizon where the sun dipped each evening into a sea of amber and crimson. Lily's home was a snug little cottage at the edge of the village, close enough to the forest that she could hear the rustling leaves whisper secrets of the woodland. Lily was known throughout the village for her insatiable curiosity and kind-hearted nature. She had an infectious laugh that could brighten even the gloomiest day, and her eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 adventures waiting to be had. Despite her youth, there was a wisdom about her that often prompted the village elders to say, "Lily has an old soul." One breezy afternoon, as the sun was casting long shadows over the village, Lily was exploring the edge of the forest. Her fingers brushed against the rough bark of the trees, and her feet danced over the carpet of fallen leaves, crunching softly beneath her shoes. It was then she noticed something peculiar, a glimmering object half buried in the earth. With her heart fluttering with excitement, she knelt down and carefully unearthed a small, intricately carved box. It was unlike anything she had ever seen. The box was adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to move and shift when touched by the light. Lily held it gently in her hands, feeling a warmth radiate from it, and she knew immediately that this was no ordinary box. Curiosity piqued, Lily decided to take the box to Old Man Whittle, the village's wise storyteller and keeper of ancient lore. His cottage was nestled just beyond the village square, surrounded by a garden of vibrant flowers that seemed to bloom in every season. As she approached, the scent of lavender and rosemary filled the air, and she could hear the soft hum of bees busy at their work. Old Man Whittle was seated in his rocking chair, his long white beard flowing like a river of snow, his eyes twinkling behind spectacles perched on the tip of his nose. He greeted Lily with a warm smile, his voice as comforting as a crackling fire on a winter's night. "What treasure have you brought me today, Lily?" he asked, his gaze falling upon the mysterious box. Lily handed it to him eagerly. "I found this at the edge of the forest. Do you know what it is?" Old Man Whittle took the box with reverence, his fingers tracing the patterns. "Ah, this is a relic of the Whispering Woods," he murmured, more to himself than to Lily. "A magical artifact, indeed. It is said to hold the power to unlock the hidden world within our own." Lily's eyes widened with wonder. "A hidden world? How do we open it?" The old man chuckled softly. "Patience, dear child. Such mysteries are not unraveled hastily. First, we must understand its origins and the purpose it serves." That evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Old Man Whittle shared tales of the Whispering Woods with Lily. He spoke of an ancient realm where creatures of lore roamed freely, and nature's magic was woven into the very fabric of the land. This world, he explained, was hidden from human eyes, accessible only to those who possessed the key, like the box Lily had found. Intrigued and eager to uncover the secrets of the hidden world, Lily decided to embark on a journey, guided by the wisdom of Old Man Whittle and the mysteries contained within the box. She spent the next few days preparing, gathering supplies for her adventure, a satchel filled with bread, cheese, a flask of spring water, and a warm cloak to ward off the chill of the forest nights. On the morning of her departure, the village was blanketed in a gentle mist, the air crisp with the scent of dew-kissed grass. Villagers gathered to bid her farewell, their faces a mixture of pride and concern. Lily felt a warm embrace from the community she loved, their words of encouragement echoing in her heart as she set off towards the forest. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the trees grew taller, and the air richer with the earthy scent of moss and pine. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dancing patterns on the forest floor. Birds chirped melodiously, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a symphony of nature's music. Lily felt a sense of peace envelop her, as if the forest were welcoming her into its embrace. She paused to rest beside a babbling brook, the water crystal clear and inviting. As she sipped from her flask, she noticed a flutter of movement from the corner of her eye. There, perched on a moss-covered rock, was a tiny creature with iridescent wings, a pixie. The pixie regarded Lily with curious eyes, its wings shimmering like fragments of a rainbow. "Hello," it chimed in a voice as delicate as a breeze. "I am Pippin, guardian of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our realm?" Lily, taken aback by the unexpected encounter, replied, "I seek the hidden world within the forest. I was told this box might be the key." Pippin fluttered closer, inspecting the box with interest. "Ah, the keeper's box," it mused. "You are indeed fortunate to have found it. It holds the power to reveal our world, but only to those with a pure heart and noble intent." Lily nodded, her determination unwavering. "I wish to learn and to help if I can." Pippin's eyes twinkled with approval. "Very well, follow me." With that, the pixie led Lily deeper into the woods, through winding paths and over gentle streams, until they reached a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its branches reaching towards the heavens, its trunk wide enough to shelter a dozen travelers. Pippin gestured towards the tree. "This is the entrance to the hidden world. Place the box at its base and speak the words of passage." Lily did as instructed, setting the box gently against the rough bark. She closed her eyes, feeling the warmth of the sun on her face, the cool breeze in her hair, and the steady heartbeat of the forest around her. She spoke the words Pippin had taught her, a language that resonated with the very soul of the earth. As the final syllable left her lips, the box began to glow, its patterns shifting and swirling with a life of their own. The tree groaned as if waking from a deep slumber, and a doorway appeared in its trunk, shimmering with ethereal light. With a deep breath and a heart full of anticipation, Lily stepped through the doorway, into the hidden world of the Whispering Woods. The sight that greeted her was beyond anything she had imagined. The landscape was a tapestry of vibrant colors, with flowers in every hue carpeting the ground, their scents mingling in a fragrant symphony. Trees towered above, their leaves glistening like emeralds in the sunlight. Creatures of all shapes and sizes frolicked in the meadows, their laughter a melody that echoed through the air. Lily felt a sense of awe and wonder wash over her, her heart swelling with the beauty of the world around her. She knew she had embarked on a journey that would change her forever. As she explored the hidden realm, she met many inhabitants of this magical world, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. There was Eldrin, the wise old owl who spoke of the balance between nature and mankind. Silva, the gentle deer who guided Lily through the forest's winding paths. And Marin, the mischievous squirrel who taught her the importance of laughter and joy. Through her interactions with these creatures, Lily learned valuable lessons about kindness, empathy, and the interconnectedness of all living things. She discovered that the hidden world was not just a place of magic, but a reflection of the world she knew, a reminder of the beauty and mystery that lay just beyond the surface. One day, as she sat beside a tranquil lake, Lily was approached by a majestic creature unlike any she had encountered before. It was a unicorn, its coat shimmering like stardust, its eyes deep pools of wisdom. "Greetings, young traveler," the unicorn spoke, its voice a soft melody. "I am Aurora, guardian of the hidden realm. You have journeyed far and learned much. What is it you seek?" Lily gazed into Aurora's eyes, feeling a deep sense of understanding pass between them. "I seek to know how I can help protect this world and my own," she replied earnestly. Aurora nodded, her mane catching the light like a cascade of silver. "The key lies in harmony," she said. "Harmony between humans and nature, between the seen and the unseen. You have the heart and the wisdom to be a bridge between our worlds." With Aurora's guidance, Lily began to understand her role as a guardian of the balance between the hidden world and her own. She spent her days learning and sharing, her nights filled with dreams of possibilities and hope. As time passed, Lily knew it was time to return to her village, her heart full of the lessons and friendships she had gained. With a heavy heart but a determined spirit, she bid farewell to the magical realm and its inhabitants, promising to carry their wisdom with her always. When she emerged from the forest, the village was just as she had left it, yet everything seemed brighter, more vibrant. The villagers welcomed her back with open arms, eager to hear tales of her adventure. Lily shared her experiences, her words painting vivid pictures of the hidden world and its wonders. She spoke of the importance of protecting nature, of fostering harmony, and of the magic that lay within each and every one of them. With her newfound wisdom, Lily inspired her village to cherish their connection to the natural world. She taught them to listen to the whispers of the forest, to see the beauty in the small and the everyday, and to nurture the bonds that connected them all. And so, the village thrived, a beacon of harmony and friendship, where the lessons of the hidden world were woven into the fabric of everyday life. Lily grew into a wise and compassionate leader, her heart always open to the mysteries of the world. And though she never forgot the magic of the hidden realm, she knew that the real magic lay in the love and kindness shared between friends, family, and the world around them. As the years passed, the village continued to flourish, a place where dreams and reality intertwined, and where the spirit of the Whispering Woods lived on in the hearts of all who called it home. And so, dear reader, as you drift into slumber, remember that the world is full of hidden wonders waiting to be discovered. With an open heart and a curious mind, you too can find the magic that lies just beyond the veil of the everyday. For in the end, it is our connection to each other and to the world around us that creates the true enchantment in our lives. Good night, and may your dreams be filled with the whispers of the woods and the promise of adventures yet to come. Story 70. Here is a bedtime story about personal growth and magical transformation. Once upon a time, there lived a young girl named Willow who found herself increasingly unsettled by the changes happening all around her. Her family had just moved to a new town, her best friend had gone away for the summer, and nothing felt quite right in her unfamiliar surroundings. Willow yearned for the comfort and predictability of how things used to be. One warm evening, as dusk settled over the forest behind Willow's new home, she wandered down a trail, kicking at rocks as she went. Overhead, the first twinkling stars peeked through the canopy of ancient oak trees. Willow sighed heavily, feeling alone and out of place. Suddenly, a flickering light in the distance caught her eye, a soft golden glow emanating from somewhere deep among the trees. Curiosity piqued. Willow cautiously followed the mystical light off the main path. She emerged into a small clearing surrounded by towering ferns and wildflowers in full bloom. At the center of this secret grove stood the most wondrous sight, an enormous willow tree, illuminated from within by what seemed to be thousands of tiny glowing sprites. The magical lights danced and swirled playfully amid the willow's delicate tendrils, making the entire tree shimmer like molten gold. As Willow stared in awed silence, the glowing willow tree seemed to sway and stretch as if waking from a long slumber. Two twinkling lights, brighter than the rest, drifted down and materialized into the form of two tiny winged beings, a sprightly young sprite with glittering lavender wings, and an older wizened sprite whose wings shimmered with hues of deep green and brown. "Greetings, young one," spoke the elder sprite in a warm, musical voice. "We have been waiting for you to find this place." The lavender sprite zipped up with an excited giggle. "Hello, Willow. We're the spirits of change and growth. My name is Zinnia, and this is my wise teacher, Oakenheart." Willow could scarcely find her voice. "How do you know my name? And what is this place?" Oakenheart smiled kindly. "This is the Evergrove, a sanctuary for those in need of understanding the cycles of nature, growth, and constant renewal. You have found your way here because part of you is resisting the currents of change in your life." Zinnia piped up eagerly. "That's why we're here to help. I'll show you just how fun and amazing change can be." Over the next few nights, the two sprites became Willow's patient guides and friends. First, they revealed to her how effortlessly the willow tree itself swayed and adapted to shifting winds and seasons. Its supple branches grew anew each spring, unfurling tender green shoots that transformed into long tendrils by summer. Come autumn, those same branches surrendered their leaves without complaint, confident that new growth would return in its cycle. "You see," explained Oakenheart, "change is the greatest constant in nature. The willow does not resist, but gracefully accepts each transition." Next, Zinnia showed Willow how every flower, mushroom, butterfly, and forest creature embraced its own unique cycle of transformation. Fuzzy caterpillars dissolved into liquid form before emerging as vibrantly winged butterflies. Seeds endured winter's chill before sprouting into blossoming wildflowers. Humble acorn seeds transformed over generations into mighty oak trees. Through their whimsical lessons, the two sprites revealed how change allowed for wondrous renewal, amazing discoveries, and opportunities for growth. They showed Willow that while unsettling at first, times of transition were both inevitable and essential. Slowly, the young girl began to reframe her perspective. Just as the willow couldn't remain forever unchanged, neither could she. Her life's path would continue to ebb and flow, with new challenges and unexpected delights awaiting around every bend. By accepting transformation, she opened herself to the beauty of new experiences, personal growth, and exploration. On their final night together, the two sprites embraced Willow tenderly. With glistening eyes, Zinnia said, "We'll miss you, sweet friend, but know that within your heart, the vibrant spirit of the Evergrove will burn brightly as your own resilient, ever-renewing inner willow." Oakenheart added with a warm smile, "The magic has been inside you all along, Willow. The boundless capacity for growth, courage, and resilience. Whenever you feel resistance to life's changes, simply go inward and embrace your willow spirit." Hand in hand with her new friends, Willow slowly walked out of the Evergrove, watching as its gilded willow guardian faded from view. She breathed deeply, feeling lighter and more attuned with the rhythms of the natural world surrounding her. Striding forward with tentative anticipation, she welcomed the possibilities of new beginnings, open to the incredible adventures awaiting her on the path of transformation, growth, and personal renewal. Story 71. Once upon a dreamy twilight, as the first stars peeked through the canopy of ancient oaks, a young rabbit named Hazel emerged from her burrow. Her velvety nose twitched, savoring the earthy aromas that drifted through the forest. This was her favorite time of day, when the woodland seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of night's mystical veil descending. Hazel hopped along a mossy path, her paws leaving delicate impressions. All around her, the forest thrummed with the gentle thrum of life. Dewdrops caught the waning sun rays, refracting kaleidoscopic patterns across fern fronds. A choir of crickets and peepers harmonized, their melodies ebbing and flowing with the evening breeze. Up ahead, a radiant clearing beckoned, and Hazel's pace quickened. This verdant glade was a place of wonder, where the forest's magic coalesced under the watchful gaze of the full moon mother. As she entered the sunlit circle, Hazel felt the familiar tingle of enchantment. From twisted roots and fallen logs emerged an array of woodland folk, mice, voles, chipmunks, and squirrels, all drawn to this sacred space. They chattered excitedly, catching up on the day's news and gossip. In the center, beneath a gnarled willow, the eldest among them had already taken her customary seat, Grandmother Birch, the wise matriarch. Hazel settled amongst her kin, grooming her ears as she waited for the nightly gathering to commence. The first rays of moonlight filtered through the branches, and a reverent hush fell over the creatures. "Blessed be this full moon," Grandmother Birch's wizened voice rang out. "On this night, we honor the turning seasons and celebrate the delicate balance that sustains our forest home." With a flick of her downy tail, the elder summoned a sphere of pale, pulsing light. It hovered before them, casting everything in an ethereal glow. This orb represents the life force flowing through our woodlands. See how it ebbs and swells with the rhythms of nature? The creatures watched, transfixed as the luminous sphere waxed and waned. Just as the moon wields power over tides and trees, so too do our actions impact this precious equilibrium. We are all caretakers and tenants of this ancient realm. Hazel felt her heart swell with wonder and responsibility. From her earliest days, she had been raised with the forest's sacred wisdoms. Every leaf that unfurled, every raindrop that fell was part of an intricate cycle as old as the towering pines themselves. Grandmother Birch continued, "There are seasons of growth and seasons of rest. Respect the land's generosity during times of plenty, and have faith during famine. The forest provides, if we live in harmony." The elder's words painted vivid pictures in Hazel's mind of berries plumping on brambles, mushrooms bursting through the soil, towering oaks shedding a kaleidoscope of leaves every autumn. Each was a miracle in its own right, part of nature's grand design. "Never take more than you need," the matriarch cautioned. "Help tends the soil, prune with care, and scatter seeds for the next generation." Hazel thought of her own parents, who had shown her which plants were edible, which hollows made the coziest homes, which tree bark was sturdy for fortifying burrows. They had passed down the old ways, just as their ancestors had done for centuries untold. As Grandmother Birch's tail wound down, the pale orb pulsed with renewed vigor, its light spilling across the raptured faces in the glade. "The forest endures through an ancient covenant," she said solemnly. "As long as we tend her blessing with grace and humility, she will nurture us as her children. This is the way it has always been and will remain for generations to come." A collective sigh of wonder escaped the creature's lips. Outside the clearing, an owl's cry pierced the fragrant night air, and the first fireflies began their twinkling dance. Hazel knew then that she was part of something greater, a great tapestry of life woven from the intricate threads of all who came before her and all who would follow. As a fresh caretaker, it was her sacred duty to preserve the ancient harmonies. The young rabbit's spirit brimmed with hope and determination as the creatures began to depart for their dens and hollows. Overhead, the full moon mother beamed her radiant smile, bathing the forest in her maternal glow. When at last Hazel returned to her burrow tucked beneath an ancient roots, she fell into a contented slumber. In her dreams, she envisioned plump blackberries ripening on the vine, downy falcon chicks stretching their mottled wings, a carpet of star-white trilliums blanketing the forest floor come springtime. The eternal circle would continue, unbroken, so long as the woodland's gentle stewards kept vigil. Story 72, title The Whispering Woods. In the quaint village of Eldergrove, nestled between the rolling hills and verdant forests, there lay a secret that only a few of the wisest elders knew. It was an ancient secret, hidden in the depths of the Whispering Woods, a magical place where the trees sang softly to the moon and the streams danced with the wind. The villagers spoke of the woods in hushed tones, for it was said that those who ventured too far into its depths might never return the same. One brisk autumn evening, under a sky adorned with twinkling stars, a young girl named Lila sat by the hearth in her family's cozy cottage. The comforting crackle of the fire and the warmth of her grandmother's knitted blanket wrapped around her shoulders made the world outside feel distant and far less mysterious. Yet Lila's heart brimmed with curiosity, a yearning for something beyond the known paths of Eldergrove. Her auburn hair glowed in the firelight as she listened to the tales her grandmother spun, a storyteller of rare talent who knew of the wood's whisperings better than most. "Lila, my dear," her grandmother began, her voice a gentle melody that danced in the air, "there is a story of a hidden world within the whispering woods, a world where the trees are guardians of ancient secrets and the air hums with enchantment. But remember, the heart must be pure and the intent noble to uncover its mysteries." Lila's eyes widened, the flickering flames reflecting her eagerness and wonder. "Have you ever seen it, grandmother?" Her grandmother chuckled softly, the sound like the rustling leaves outside. "Only in my dreams, child, only in dreams." That night, as Lila lay tucked in her bed, her mind wandered to the stories of the whispering woods. She imagined the rustling leaves and the gentle streams, the hidden paths and the whispered secrets that the trees might share. Her heart fluttered with an inexplicable pull toward the woods, a call she could not ignore. The following morning, with a resolve forged from dreams and stories, Lila set out toward the whispering woods. The village was just awakening, the morning mist clinging to the cobblestone paths and the scent of fresh bread wafting through the air. She clutched a small satchel, filled with a few essentials, and waved to her grandmother, who stood by the door with a knowing smile. "Be safe, my Lila," her grandmother called, her voice a gentle assurance that accompanied Lila as she stepped into the unknown. The path to the woods was lined with tall oaks, their branches arching overhead like a cathedral of nature. Lila felt the cool breeze caress her cheeks, carrying with it the soft whispers of the forest. As she ventured further, the vibrant hues of autumn surrounded her, a tapestry of gold, amber, and crimson. With each step, the woods seemed to come alive, the whispers growing more distinct, more inviting. It was as if the forest itself was guiding her, leading her deeper into its heart. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, a grounding aroma that filled her senses. As she walked, Lila noticed a peculiar shimmer beneath a cluster of ferns. Curiosity piqued, she knelt down and gently parted the leaves to reveal a small, glowing stone. It pulsed with a soft, ethereal light, warm to the touch. Without hesitation, she picked it up, feeling a strange comfort emanate from it. The stone seemed to respond to her touch, its glow intensifying, casting a gentle light on the surrounding foliage. With a newfound sense of purpose, she continued her journey, the stone her silent companion. As the day wore on, Lila came across a small clearing bathed in sunlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its trunk wide and gnarled, bearing the marks of time. Its branches stretched skyward, adorned with leaves that whispered secrets older than the village itself. Lila approached the tree, feeling the ground beneath her feet vibrate softly, as if the earth was sharing in her anticipation. She placed her hand on the oak's trunk, the bark rough yet comforting, and closed her eyes. The whispers grew louder, filling her mind with a melody of words and songs. She could hear the stories of the forest, tales of friendship and kinship, of trials and triumphs, and amidst these whispers she sensed a presence, a gentle spirit that dwelled within the woods. "Welcome, seeker of truths," a voice echoed in her mind, as soft and warm as a sunlit breeze. Lila opened her eyes, scanning the clearing, but found no one. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice a mere breath amidst the symphony of the forest. "I am the guardian of the whispering woods," the voice replied, "and you, dear child, have been chosen to hear our song." Lila felt a swell of emotion, a connection to the forest that resonated deep within her. "Why me?" she asked, her heart brimming with wonder. "Because your heart is pure, and your spirit is kind," the guardian answered. "You seek not for power or glory, but for understanding and friendship." The words wrapped around Lila like a comforting embrace, and she knew she was where she was meant to be. "What do I need to do?" she asked, her voice steady with resolve. "Listen," the guardian said simply. "Listen to the stories we have to share and carry them with you. Share them with others, so that they too may understand the beauty and wisdom of the whispering woods." For hours, Lila remained in the clearing, the whispers of the woods filling her mind with tales and teachings. She learned of the hidden world beneath the forest floor, where creatures of legend roamed and thrived. She heard of friendships forged between unlikely companions, and the wisdom that arose from understanding and acceptance. As the sun began its descent, casting a golden glow over the woods, Lila knew it was time to return to Eldergrove. With the glowing stone still in her hand, she retraced her steps, the whispers of the forest now a comforting presence within her heart. When she emerged from the woods, the village was bathed in the soft light of dusk. Her grandmother awaited her at the threshold of their cottage, her eyes twinkling with a knowing light. Lila ran to her, embracing her tightly, the warmth of the day's discoveries still thrumming through her. "Oh, grandmother," Lila breathed, "the woods are more beautiful and wise than I ever imagined." Her grandmother smiled, smoothing Lila's hair. "You have found what many seek, my dear. The heart of the forest is now part of you." In the days that followed, Lila shared her stories with the villagers, her voice a beacon of warmth and wonder. She spoke of the hidden world within the woods, of the friendships and wisdom she had encountered. Her tales wove a tapestry of connection, drawing the village closer and fostering a deep respect for the forest that bordered their lives. And as the seasons passed, Lila would often return to the Whispering Woods, her glowing stone guiding her way. She would sit beneath the ancient oak, her heart open to the whispers that filled the air, a gentle reminder of the magic and wisdom that lay within the natural world. In the end, Lila understood that the journey she had undertaken was not just one of discovery, but of transformation. She had learned that true wisdom came from listening and understanding, from embracing the beauty of the world around her and the kindness within her own heart. And so, the stories of the Whispering Woods continued to be told, a legacy of gentle wisdom and friendship that would echo through the ages, a reminder of the magic that resides within each of us, waiting to be discovered and shared. And as the fire crackled softly in the hearth, Lila's grandmother finished her tale, her voice a soothing lullaby that wrapped around the room. Lila, now older and wiser, sat beside her, a gentle smile playing on her lips. "Thank you, grandmother," she whispered, her heart full of gratitude and love. Her grandmother nodded, her eyes filled with pride. "Remember, my dear, the world is full of whispers and wonders, if only we choose to listen." And with that, Lila closed her eyes, her dreams filled with the songs of the Whispering Woods, a gentle promise of the magic and wisdom that awaited those with open hearts and kind spirits. Story 73. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight danced through the leaves like playful sprites, there lay a hidden world known only to those who dared to listen closely. This was a place where the mundane and the magical intertwined seamlessly, creating a symphony of whispers and songs carried by the gentle breeze. The forest itself was an old soul, its trees towering and wise, their limbs stretching out like the arms of guardians. These trees were home to countless creatures, each with its own role in maintaining the delicate balance of this enchanted haven. Amidst the rustle of leaves and the soft murmurs of a trickling brook, there was a small glade bathed in the golden glow of morning light. Here the air was rich with the scent of pine needles and wildflowers. It was a place of gathering, where the creatures of the forest came to share stories and wisdom passed down through generations. At the center of this glade stood an ancient oak, its bark gnarled and its roots sprawling like fingers tenderly gripping the earth. In its branches lived a wise old owl named Eldon, whose eyes held the secrets of the forest's past. Eldon had seen many seasons come and go, each one painting the forest in hues of life and change. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was laced with the scent of wood smoke and the leaves crunched underfoot like nature's own symphony, a young rabbit named Finn bounded into the glade. His fur was as soft as the clouds that drifted overhead, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and a hint of mischief. "Good morning, Eldon," Finn chirped, his voice as bright as the morning sun. "The leaves are turning such lovely shades of amber and crimson. It feels like the forest is preparing for a grand celebration." Eldon peered down at the eager rabbit, his feathers ruffling in the gentle breeze. "Ah, young Finn," he hooted softly. "The turning of the leaves is indeed a celebration of sorts. It is the forest's way of embracing change and preparing for the quiet rest of winter. Finn's nose twitched with interest. But why must the leaves fall at all? Wouldn't it be more beautiful if they stayed forever? The wise owl chuckled, a sound like the rustling of pages in an ancient tome. Ah, but if the leaves did not fall, there would be no room for new growth. The cycle of the seasons teaches us that letting go is as important as holding on. It allows for renewal and keeps the balance of our world. As Finn pondered Eldon's words, a gentle rain began to fall, its droplets pattering softly against the leaves like a lullaby. The forest seemed to sigh in contentment, drinking in the life-giving water. From the shelter of the oak's mighty branches, a family of squirrels emerged, their bushy tails fluffed against the chill. They chattered excitedly about the acorns they had gathered, each nut a promise of sustenance through the cold months ahead. Mira, the matriarch of the squirrel family, paused to greet Finn and Eldon. Her eyes were sharp and bright, reflecting the wisdom of many seasons. "The rain is a blessing," she said in her gentle voice. "It nourishes the soil and quenches the thirst of the forest. We are grateful for its gifts." Finn nodded, watching as the raindrops danced on the surface of the nearby brook, creating ripples that spread like whispers through the water. He felt a sense of peace wash over him, as if the rain were washing away his worries and reminding him of the interconnectedness of all things. As the rain subsided, a soft mist rose from the forest floor, wrapping the glade in a shroud of mystery and magic. It was during these moments that the forest's hidden wonders revealed themselves to those who were patient and open-hearted. From the mist emerged a gentle creature with eyes like liquid amber and antlers adorned with moss and tiny blossoms. It was a stag, a guardian of the forest, whose presence was as serene as the moonlit night. The stag's name was Alar, and he moved with the grace of the wind through the trees. Eldon and Mira both bowed their heads in respect as Alar approached, his gaze warm and knowing. Finn, awestruck by the stag's majesty, felt a flutter of something like reverence in his chest. "Welcome, Alar," Eldon greeted, his voice a gentle murmur beneath the canopy. "What brings you to our gathering on this fine autumn day?" Alar's voice was deep and melodious, like the call of the forest itself. "I come to remind us all of the harmony we must uphold. As the seasons change, so too must we adapt and care for one another. It is through unity and understanding that our forest thrives." Finn listened intently, his heart swelling with the importance of Alar's words. He understood now that the forest was not just a place, but a living, breathing community where every creature played a part. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long, golden shadows across the glade, Eldon spoke once more. "Remember, dear friends, that the forest is a reflection of our own lives. Just as the trees bend with the wind, so must we learn to be flexible in the face of change." The creatures nodded in agreement, their hearts filled with a shared sense of purpose and belonging. They knew that the wisdom of the forest would guide them through the seasons, teaching them the value of harmony and balance. As the day drew to a close, the glade was bathed in the soft glow of twilight. The creatures bid one another farewell, their spirits lifted by the kinship they shared. Finn, feeling a warmth in his heart, lingered a moment longer beneath the ancient oak. "Thank you, Eldon," he said softly. "I feel as though I've learned something important today." The wise owl gazed down at Finn with gentle eyes. "Knowledge is a gift, young one. Cherish it and let it guide you." With a final nod, Finn bounded away into the forest, his heart light and his mind alive with the wonders of the world around him. And so, under the watchful eyes of the moon and stars, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle lullaby of the night. In this enchanted place, the beauty of nature and the wisdom of its creatures would continue to thrive, generation after generation, weaving a tapestry of life as timeless as the forest itself. Story 74. Once upon a time, in a village nestled within a lush emerald valley, there lived a young girl named Clara. The village was surrounded by towering mountains, their peaks often shrouded in mist, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers and pine. Clara lived in a quaint stone cottage with her grandmother, whose stories of magic and mystery were the foundation of Clara's dreams. Clara had always been fascinated by the tales of hidden worlds woven into the fabric of nature itself. her grandmother would whisper of realms where trees whispered secrets, rivers hummed ancient tunes, and stones held memories of the earth. Clara's heart brimmed with curiosity, and every day after her chores she would wander through the village's surrounding woods, hoping to glimpse the magic her grandmother spoke of. One crisp autumn morning, when the leaves had turned to hues of amber and gold, Clara set out on one of her explorations. The forest floor was a tapestry of fallen leaves, crunching softly underfoot, and the air was cool and invigorating. She wore a woolen cloak to keep warm, its deep green fabric blending with the forest's embrace. As she walked, Clara hummed a melody her grandmother often sang, a tune as old as the trees themselves. It was on this day that Clara stumbled upon something extraordinary. As she followed a narrow trail lined with ferns, she noticed a peculiar glimmer beneath a cluster of moss-covered stones. Kneeling down, Clara carefully pushed aside the stones to reveal a small, crystalline orb, its surface swirling with colors like a captured rainbow. The orb was warm to the touch, and Clara felt a gentle pulse of energy emanating from it. Cradling the orb in her hands, Clara's surroundings seemed to shift. The trees appeared to lean closer, their branches arching protectively over her. She felt a gentle tug, as if the orb was leading her somewhere. Trusting in the magic of the moment, Clara followed. The path led her deeper into the woods, where the light grew softer, filtered through a canopy of leaves. The air was filled with the sound of rustling leaves and the occasional call of a distant bird. As Clara walked, she felt an inexplicable connection to the forest, as if it was alive and aware of her presence. Eventually, she came to a clearing where a small, sparkling pond lay nestled among the trees. The water was crystal clear, and Clara could see fish darting beneath the surface like quicksilver shadows. At the edge of the pond, a great willow tree stood, its branches trailing gracefully into the water. Clara approached the tree, feeling an urge to sit beneath its boughs. As she settled against the trunk, the orb in her hands began to glow softly. The willow's branches swayed gently, and Clara felt a presence, ancient and wise, envelop her. "Welcome, seeker of worlds," came a voice soft as a breeze and warm like sunlight. Startled, Clara looked around, but saw no one. Who's there?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am the spirit of the willow," the voice replied. "You have found the orb of whispers, the key to our hidden world." Clara gazed at the orb, its colors swirling in a mesmerizing dance. "What is this place?" she asked, her heart racing with wonder. "This is the threshold of the hidden world," the willow spirit explained. "A realm where nature's secrets are unveiled to those pure of heart and keen of mind. The orb has chosen you, Clara, to embark on a journey that will reveal the mysteries you seek." Clara's eyes widened with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "What must I do?" she asked eagerly. "Listen to the whispers of the world around you," the spirit advised. "Let the orb guide your steps and trust in the friendships you will forge along the way." With the orb resting warmly in her lap, Clara closed her eyes, allowing herself to be enveloped by the willow's gentle presence. As she breathed deeply, she felt a shift, as if the very air around her had changed. When she opened her eyes, the world appeared different, vibrant and alive with colors more vivid than she had ever imagined. The forest was now a tapestry of light and shadow, each leaf and blade of grass humming with life. Clara stood, cradling the orb, and found that her senses were heightened. She could hear the distant murmur of the stream, the soft rustling of leaves, and even the gentle heartbeat of the earth beneath her feet. With newfound awareness, Clara set out once more, guided by the orb's subtle pull. She wandered deeper into the forest, marveling at the wonders unfolding around her. Flowers bloomed in impossible hues, their petals shimmering with dew, while birds with plumage of iridescent colors flitted through the trees, singing songs that resonated with her very soul. As she walked, Clara felt a sense of belonging, as if this hidden world had always been a part of her. She soon came upon a glen where a brook babbled merrily over smooth stones, its waters sparkling in the dappled sunlight. Here she encountered a curious creature she had only heard of in her grandmother's stories, a sprite. The sprite was small, no larger than Clara's hand, with wings that shimmered like gossamer and eyes that sparkled with mischief. It hovered above the brook, watching her with keen interest. "Greetings, human child," the sprite chirped, its voice like tinkling bells. "What brings you to this enchanted realm?" Clara smiled, the sprite's presence filling her with joy. "I'm on a journey," she replied, holding up the orb. "The orb of whispers led me here." The sprite fluttered closer, inspecting the orb with wide eyes. "Ah, a rare treasure indeed. The orb is a gift, guiding those it chooses to the heart of magic itself." Clara felt a warm kinship with the sprite and sensed that their meeting was destined. "Will you help me?" she asked. "I'm not quite sure where I'm meant to go." The sprite twirled in the air, its laughter a melody that blended with the brook's song. "Of course, dear Clara, I shall be your companion and guide. Together, we shall uncover the secrets of this world." With the sprite at her side, Clara continued her journey, venturing further into the heart of the forest. They traveled through meadows where butterflies danced on the breeze, and fields where wildflowers swayed in time to a rhythm only they could hear. The sprite introduced Clara to the hidden wonders of the land, the songs of the stones, the laughter of the waters, and the dreams of the trees. As the days passed, Clara and the sprite grew close, their friendship deepening with each shared adventure. They encountered creatures of legend, a wise old tortoise who spoke in riddles, a family of foxes who danced beneath the moon, and a flock of luminescent fireflies that painted the night sky with their glow. Through it all, Clara learned to listen to the whispers of the world, to understand the language of nature that spoke in subtle signs and gentle breezes. She discovered that magic was not just in the spells and charms of fairy tales, but in the everyday wonders that surrounded her. The rustle of leaves, the sparkle of sunlight on water, the warmth of a friend's smile. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blazed with the colors of twilight, Clara and the sprite came upon a grove unlike any they had seen before. The trees here were ancient, their trunks twisted and gnarled, their branches heavy with the weight of centuries. In the center of the grove stood a magnificent oak, its bark etched with intricate patterns that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Beneath its sprawling branches lay a circle of smooth stones, each one carved with symbols that glowed softly in the fading light. "The circle of time," the sprite whispered reverently. "A place where the past and present converge, where the stories of the world are written in the language of the stars." Clara felt a tingling sensation in her fingertips as she approached the circle, the orb in her hands humming with energy. She knew instinctively that this was the culmination of her journey, the moment when the mysteries she had longed to uncover would be revealed. Kneeling within the circle, Clara placed the orb at its center, watching as it began to glow with an inner light. The symbols on the stones shimmered in response, their patterns shifting and changing, weaving a tapestry of light that filled the grove with a warm, golden glow. As the light enveloped her, Clara felt a deep sense of peace and understanding. She saw visions of the world as it was and as it could be, glimpses of lives intertwined in a dance of fate and fortune. She saw the hidden world within the natural environment, a realm of magic and wonder that existed alongside her own. The voice of the Willow spirit echoed in her mind, a gentle reminder of the journey she had taken. "You have learned well, Clara," it said. "The magic of this world lies not in grand gestures, but in the simple acts of kindness and friendship that bind us all. You have seen the truth of the hidden world, a truth that lives within your heart." Clara's eyes filled with tears of joy and gratitude. She understood now that the true magic lay in the connections she had made, the friendships she had forged, and the wisdom she had gained. As the light faded, Clara found herself back in the clearing by the pond, the orb resting gently in her lap. The forest around her was quiet and serene, the air filled with the scent of pine and earth. The sprite sat beside her, its eyes shining with shared understanding. "Thank you," Clara whispered, her heart full. The sprite smiled, a gesture of warmth and camaraderie. "The journey is just the beginning," it replied. "Magic is everywhere, in the world and within you. Cherish it and let it guide your steps." As night fell and the stars emerged to twinkle in the velvet sky, Clara and the sprite made their way back to the village. The path was familiar now, illuminated by the gentle glow of the orb, and Clara felt a profound sense of belonging. When she returned home, her grandmother was waiting by the fire, her eyes twinkling with knowing. Clara told her of the journey, the hidden world, and the friends she had made. Her grandmother listened, nodding with understanding and pride. "You have discovered the true essence of the stories I told," her grandmother said softly. "They were not just tales, but echoes of the magic that lives within us all." Clara nodded, feeling the truth of her grandmother's words. She knew that her journey had changed her, that the magic of the hidden world would stay with her always, a guiding light in her heart. As she settled into bed that night, the orb resting on the windowsill and the sprite nestled beside her, Clara felt a deep, abiding peace. The world outside was filled with the soft symphony of the night, the whispers of the wind in the trees and the gentle lullaby of the brook. In her dreams, Clara danced with the fireflies, sang with the birds, and wandered through fields of stars. She was a part of the hidden world now, a guardian of its secrets and a keeper of its magic. And so, in that cozy cottage by the forest's edge, with the warmth of the hearth and the love of her grandmother, Clara found her place in the tapestry of the world. The journey had transformed her, revealing not only the wonders of the hidden realm, but the magic within her own heart. And with that, Clara drifted into a deep, contented sleep, knowing that the magic of the hidden world would be with her always, in every whisper of the wind, in every rustle of the leaves, and in every cherished moment shared with those she loved. Thus ends the tale of Clara and her journey, a story of friendship, discovery, and the enduring magic of the hidden world. May it inspire you to look for the wonders that lie just beyond the veil of the everyday, to listen to the whispers of nature, and to cherish the magic that dwells within your own heart. Story 77. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled at the edge of a sprawling forest, there lived a gentle soul named Mia. The village was a place where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, and the cobblestone paths echoed softly with the rhythm of life. Mia, with her flaxen hair and eyes the color of a summer sky, had always been known for her kindness and gentle demeanor. Yet beneath her serene exterior, Mia harbored a quiet struggle, a deep, unspoken fear of change. Mia's days were filled with routine comforts. Every morning she would visit the village market, her wicker basket swinging by her side as she selected fresh produce. She loved the familiar chatter of the vendors, the sunlight filtering through the leaves of ancient oak trees, and the predictable patterns of each day. But as the seasons shifted and the leaves began to turn golden, Mia felt an unsettling stir within her heart, a longing for something more, though she couldn't quite name it. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and amber, Mia made her way to the edge of the forest. It was a place she often visited, where the whisper of the trees seemed to speak directly to her soul. As she wandered deeper into the woods, the world around her grew softer, as if wrapped in a velvety cloak of twilight. It was there, amidst the dappled shadows, that Mia first met the enchanting Willow, an ethereal being with hair like cascading silver waterfalls and eyes that shimmered with the wisdom of the ages. Willow was a guardian of the forest, a creature of magic and grace who could see the unspoken dreams nestled in the hearts of those who ventured into her realm. "Why do you hide from the change your heart yearns for?" Willow asked, her voice as soothing as the murmur of a brook. Mia hesitated, her fingers tracing the bark of a nearby tree. "Change frightens me," she admitted softly. "What if I'm not ready? What if I lose everything I hold dear?" Willow smiled, her presence radiating warmth like the embrace of a dear friend. "Change is the dance of life, Mia. It is how we grow, how we find our true selves. Sometimes what we fear losing is only making room for what we are meant to gain." Encouraged by Willow's gentle wisdom, Mia decided to embrace the whispers of change. She returned to the village with a newfound resolve, though the path ahead remained uncertain and shrouded in questions. As days turned into weeks, the village bustled with preparations for the Harvest Moon Festival, an annual celebration that marked the transition from summer to autumn. This year, Mia was asked to lead the festival's lantern parade, a role she had never taken on before. The thought filled her with apprehension, but also a flicker of excitement. Her dear friend Oliver, who was as steadfast as the towering pines, noticed her hesitation. "You can do this, Mia," he encouraged, his voice steady and kind. you have always been the light for others. Now it's time to let your light shine for yourself. The night of the festival arrived, and the village square was aglow with lanterns of every color, casting a warm, inviting light that danced upon the faces of the villagers. Mia stood at the front of the parade, her heart fluttering like the wings of 1,000 butterflies. As the parade began, Mia took a deep breath and lifted her lantern high. The soft glow illuminated her face, and she felt a strange, comforting warmth spread through her chest. Step by step, the fear that had gripped her heart began to melt away, replaced by a sense of belonging and purpose. With each stride, Mia discovered something magical within herself. She realized that change was not something to fear, but a gentle nudge towards growth and self-discovery. The parade wound through the village, a river of light flowing through the night, and as Mia led the way, she finally understood the truth in Willow's words. By the end of the night, Mia felt lighter, as if she had shed a cloak of doubt and uncertainty. She returned to the forest the next day to thank Willow, but the guardian was nowhere to be found. Instead, Mia found a small, shimmering feather resting on the forest floor, a token of Willow's faith in her journey. Mia smiled, her heart full of gratitude and newfound courage. She realized that her fear of change had been the very thing holding her back from embracing the life she was meant to live. From then on, she welcomed the gentle winds of change, knowing they would guide her to places she had never imagined. As the years passed, Mia grew into a wise and compassionate leader within her village. Her heart opened to the rhythms of life and the magic of transformation. And whenever she felt the stirrings of doubt, she would visit the forest, where the whisper of the trees reminded her of Willow's gentle guidance and the beauty of personal discovery. And so, Mia's story became a cherished tale within the village, a reminder that true growth comes from embracing the unknown, and that the most magical transformations often begin with a single step into the light. And as the villagers nestled into their beds each night, they would drift into dreams of lantern parades and shimmering feathers, comforted by the knowledge that change, though daunting, was a gift of endless possibilities. Story 78. In the quaint village of Whispering Pines, where the houses leaned in with curiosity and the cobblestone streets echoed old secrets, there lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was known for her curious heart and a mind that wandered like the wisps of mist that often shrouded the village at dawn. Her hair was a cascade of chestnut curls, and her eyes sparkled with the wonder of 1,000 stars. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced to the tune of the brisk wind, Clara found herself exploring her grandmother's attic. The attic was a treasure trove of forgotten tales, filled with dust-laden trunks and shadowy corners. As she rummaged through the relics, her fingers brushed against something smooth and cool, a mirror, its frame intricately carved with vines and blossoms. This was no ordinary mirror. As Clara peered into its reflective surface, the image she saw was not her own. Instead, she saw a verdant forest, bathed in golden light, and heard the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets of the ages. Clara's heart quickened with a blend of fear and excitement. She leaned closer, and suddenly she was no longer in the attic, but standing at the edge of the enchanted forest she had glimpsed. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft chirping of unseen birds filled the air. Clara knew she had stumbled upon something extraordinary, a portal to another world, a world that called to her very soul. Her journey had begun. As Clara ventured deeper into the forest, the path beneath her feet was soft with fallen leaves, and shafts of sunlight pierced through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. It was not long before she met her first companion, a squirrel named Nibbles. With fur like the finest cinnamon and eyes that twinkled with mischief, Nibbles was both curious and cautious. "Hello there," chirped Nibbles, twitching his bushy tail. "What brings you to the Forest of Whispers?" Clara, surprised but delighted by the talking squirrel, explained her unexpected adventure. Nibbles nodded knowingly, as if the forest often chose visitors in this mysterious manner. "Well, you're in for a treat," Nibbles said cheerfully. "But be warned, this forest holds many secrets. You must tread wisely." With Nibbles scampering by her side, Clara continued her journey. The forest was alive with wonders, a brook that giggled as it flowed, flowers that hum gentle melodies, and trees that seemed to bow in greeting. Clara felt a sense of belonging, as though she had been meant to find this place all along. Their path led them to an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling wide like the arms of a welcoming friend. Perched on one of its branches was a wise old owl named Oliver, whose feathers were as white as moonlight and eyes as deep as the night sky. "Ah, seeker of truths," Oliver hooted softly, his gaze wise and kind. "What is it you wish to find, young traveler?" Clara pondered the question. She realized she didn't know exactly what she sought, only that she felt drawn to discover whatever lay ahead. "I wish to learn," she replied, "to understand the magic that surrounds us." Oliver nodded, his feathers rustling as he shifted. "To understand, one must listen," he advised, his voice a gentle melody. "The forest speaks in whispers. Only those who truly listen can hear its wisdom." With this guidance, Clara continued her journey, learning to attune her ears to the subtle symphonies of the forest. She heard the stories of the wind weaving through the leaves, the songs of the stones beneath her feet, and the secrets shared by the stars that began to twinkle overhead as dusk settled. As night embraced the forest, Clara, Nibbles, and Oliver came upon a clearing where a circle of stones stood solemnly, bathed in the silvery glow of the moon. In the center of this circle was a pedestal, upon which rested a glowing amulet. It shimmered with a light that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of the forest itself. "This," Oliver explained, "is the heart of the forest. But it is not a treasure to be claimed lightly. It holds the essence of wisdom and unity." Clara approached the pedestal, feeling the amulet's warmth even from a distance. She understood that this was the true test of her journey. But how could she prove herself worthy without taking it? With a gentle smile, Clara turned to her companions. "The forest has given me so much already," she said softly. "I understand now that I do not need to possess the heart to be part of its magic." A gentle breeze stirred, and the amulet's glow intensified, as if acknowledging Clara's understanding. The forest had tested her not through trials of strength or conquest, but through her ability to listen and learn. As the first light of dawn kissed the horizon, Clara found herself back in her grandmother's attic, the mirror resting quietly at her feet. She felt changed, as if the forest had imparted a piece of its wisdom within her. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Clara knew that the magic of the Forest of Whispers would always be with her, whispering its secrets in the quiet moments of her life. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep that night, she dreamed of the forest's gentle embrace, knowing she was never truly far from its enchanting world. Story 79. In a forest as old as time itself, where the canopy wove a tapestry of emerald and gold, and the air was sweet with the perfume of pine and moss, there lived creatures whose lives were touched by the soft brush of magic. This forest was a place where the whispers of ancient trees could be heard if one listened closely enough, and where the seasons danced like gentle spirits, each bringing its own gifts and mysteries. Beneath the verdant roof, the forest floor was a mosaic of dappled light and shadow. Here, the ground was carpeted with a lush layer of ferns and soft, velvety mosses, which cradled the smallest of footsteps with a tender embrace. The air was cool and refreshing, tinged with the crisp scent of earth and the occasional sweet note of blooming wildflowers. In this enchanted realm, there lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle. His shell was a patchwork of greens and browns, resembling the forest floor itself. Thistle had seen many seasons come and go, and his eyes held the knowledge of generations. He was known to all the forest creatures for his patience and kindness, and it was said that if you had a problem, Thistle would surely have the answer. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves fell in a gentle cascade of amber and crimson, a young squirrel named Pip approached Thistle. Pip's fur was the color of ripe chestnuts, and his bright eyes sparkled with curiosity and a hint of worry. He had noticed that the acorns, which normally littered the ground like scattered jewels, were fewer this year, and the thought of a scarce winter troubled him. "Thistle," Pip began, his voice a soft tremor, "the acorns are not as plentiful as they should be. What will we do when the snow blankets the forest and food is scarce?" Thistle regarded Pip with a warm, reassuring smile. "Fear not, young Pip," he replied, his voice as soothing as a gentle breeze. The forest has its ways, and balance is always restored. Let me tell you a story from the days of my youth. And so, with the sun casting a golden glow through the autumn leaves, Thistle began his tale. Many years ago, there was a great storm that swept through the forest. It was a tempest unlike any other, with winds that howled like wolves and rain that fell in torrents. Trees were uprooted, and the streams overflowed their banks. Pip listened intently, his eyes wide with wonder. He could almost feel the storm's fury as Thistle spoke. After the storm, Thistle continued, the forest was quiet. Many feared that the balance had been lost, but then something magical happened. The fallen trees became havens for mushrooms and insects, and the disturbed earth brought forth a bounty of new growth. And in time, the forest thrived once more, even more vibrant than before. Pip considered this, feeling a small glimmer of hope spark within him. "But what of the acorns, Thistle?" he asked, his voice a soft murmur. Thistle chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of leaves. "Nature, dear Pip, always finds a way. The oak trees, sensing the scarcity, will soon release their bounty. And remember, the forest is more than the sum of its parts. The creatures in the trees all work together, each playing a role in maintaining harmony." As if to illustrate Thistle's point, a gentle breeze stirred the branches overhead, and a single acorn fell, landing with a soft thud beside Pip. He picked it up, feeling its smooth, cool surface in his tiny paws, and smiled. "Thank you, Thistle," Pip said, his heart now light with understanding. "I'll share your story with the others. We'll work together, just as the forest does, and prepare for the winter." With a nod of gratitude, Pip scampered away, eager to spread the wisdom he had gained. As he disappeared into the underbrush, Thistle watched with a contented smile, knowing that the forest's balance was in good hands. The seasons continued their eternal dance, each one bringing its own magic to the forest. Winter arrived, draping the trees in a sparkling cloak of snow, and the creatures found warmth and sustenance in the provisions they had gathered together. The forest was a place of peace and unity, where the hidden lives of its inhabitants were intertwined in a tapestry of harmony and understanding. And so, the wisdom of Thistle the tortoise lived on, passed down through generations, a gentle reminder of the balance that sustained them all. In the heart of the ancient forest, where reality and magic met, the creatures flourished, guided by the timeless truths of nature and the enduring bonds of friendship.